I would like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Kostakis, and I am the acting chair of the Toronto Police Service Board. I would like to welcome you all to this hybrid meeting of the board. Chair Morgan has asked me to chair today's meeting as she has not fully regained her voice from a recent illness, and hence the acting chair role today. She just joined, actually. Did she? Okay. She has joined. But she's still unable to speak, so any form of communication could be through chat for any questions or contribution. Joining us in person, we have Member Nick Migliori, Member Chris Brillinger, Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley. Is she not? Okay, is on her way. Councillor Lily Cheng and Councillor Shelley Carroll. Joining us virtually, once again, we have Chair Ann Morgan. I'd like to, we acknowledge that the land we are on as we hold this meeting is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. We would also like to acknowledge that September is a significant month, especially with September 30th marking the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, also known as Orange Shirt Day. This day serves to honor the children who never returned home from residential schools and to support the survivors of this painful chapter in Canadian history. It is important to recognize that this is not just a commemoration for one day, but a continuing effort to understand and address this living history. As a board, it is important for us to collectively understand, acknowledge, and act in ways that honor the living histories of Indigenous people. At this point, I would like to ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act or the Code of Conduct for Police Service Board members. Member Brillinger.
Thank you, Chair Kostakis. Out of an abundance of caution and in aid of transparency, I would like to make the board aware of a potential perception of conflict of interest. Family Service Toronto has a service contract with the Gerstein Crisis Centre to provide counseling and psychotherapy supports for people referred by the Toronto Community Crisis Service. The contract value is $120,000 per year and represents 0.5% of our annual operating budget. In my understanding, this would not constitute a conflict under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, nor under sections 2021 and 22 of the CSPA Reg 408. However, I thought it prudent to raise with the board in the interests of complete transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to move to acknowledge Member Brillinger's disclosure and determine that no conflict of interest exists. And I will have a motion to move, sorry. Seconder. Councillor Cheng. All in favor? Motion carried. Okay, thank you. I will now go through the agenda for holds and approvals. Item number 1 is to be held as we have deputations. And, oh, sorry, yes. Confirmation of the minutes from the regular public meeting held on July 31st, 2024, and the minutes of the board's budget committee meeting held on August 27th, 2024. A copy of the draft minutes can be accessed at the link. And so that item is held as we have a deputation. And item number 2, analytics presentation, will be held as we also have deputations. Item number 3, IT rationalization, is also held as we have deputations. Item number 4, the multi-year hiring plan, is also to be held. Item number 5, 2025 to 2028 strategic plan update, is also being held. Item number 6, September 12th, 2024, from the Chief of Police. Re 911 crisis call diversion pilot completion and evaluation is to be held, as we have many deputations. Item number 7 is an update on building a respectful workplace from the Chief of Police.
I'd like to hold that, please.
You want to hold?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Chang, held. Item number 8, August 29, 2024, from Dubuchanan Gisser, Executive Director, request for special funds, Healing the Voice Within 6th Annual Fundraiser. Any questions for that? I would motion to, no, we're just to go individually. So this is motion to approve, if there's no questions. So your motion to approve? Yeah. Seconder? Seconder, Member Migliori? Carried? Or approved, sorry. All in favor? I know I missed that. Carried, thank you. Item number 9, August 26, 2024, from Dubuchanan Gisser, Executive Director, request for special funds, 32nd Annual Scholarship and Awards Gala and Scholarship Award. If there are no questions, do I have a motion to approve? Councillor Chang. Seconder. Councillor Carroll. I'm getting there. Who's sharing the meeting? All in favor? Approved. Thank you. Motion carried. Item number 10, August 20, 2024, from the Chief Toronto Police Service Cybersecurity Partnership with City of Toronto's Office of the Chief Information Security Officer. Any questions? Okay. Motion? Councillor Carroll, seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Motion carried. Item number 11, August 7, 2024, from the Chief, contract awards to Olin Canada ULC, Lloyd Libke Inc., and Rampart International Corp. For ammunition. Any questions? Motion to approve. Any seconder? That was Member Migliori. Seconder, Chair Morgan. All in favor? Carried. I'd also like to, acknowledge the written submission by Nicole Corrado for that item. Item number 12, August 27, 2024, from Dubuchanan Gisser, Executive Director, regarding semi-annual report, Toronto Police Service Board Special Fund, unaudited statement, January to June 2024. Any questions? Motion to receive. Councillor Kelly, or Carroll, Shelley Carroll. Seconder. Member Migliori. All in favor? Receives. Item number 13, budget variance reports, is to be held. We have deputation.
I'll have some questions on it as well.
Okay. Item number 14, Chief's Administrative Investigation reports. Any questions? Seeing none? Okay. And I'd like to thank actually Nicole Corrado for written submission only. And a motion to receive. Member Migliori, and seconded by Councillor Chang. Item number 15 is to be held. We have deputations and a motion. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry about that. All in favor? See, you can, Chair. Carried. Item number 15, as I said, will be held, as we have deputations and a motion. Item number 16 will also be held. We have deputations. Let me read them. The item number 16, July 30, 2024, from the Chief, Professionalism and Accountability, September 2024. That'll be held, as mentioned. Item number 17, July 30, 2024, from the Chief, semi-annual report, suspended police officers, January 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2024. It's the confidential appendix attached. That'll be held. And at this time, I would like to move the following motion: that the Toronto Police Service Board move in camera before attending to any held public items to discuss the following subject matters in accordance with Section 44.2 of the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019. Number 1, investigative matters. Number 2, labor relations matters. And we estimate that the regular public meeting will resume at approximately 11:30 a.m. We will keep the public advised if there are any changes. Can I have a mover? Councillor Carroll, and seconded by Member Migliori. Thank you. All in favor? Motion carried. Before we begin, I would just like to take the opportunity to acknowledge that today marks 2 years since PC Andrew Hong tragically lost his life in the line of duty. We know his death continues to have reverberations within our police service and across all policing organizations. Our thoughts are very much with his family, loved ones, and colleagues as we remember him today. I will now turn over to Board Executive Director Demkiw Gisser, who will go over this meeting's logistics.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you to everyone who has joined us in person, as well as those who have called into this meeting. Please note, this meeting is also being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of the meeting. Joining us in person, we have Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis, Member Nick Migliore, Member Chris Brillinger, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley, and Councillor Shelley Carroll. Joining us virtually is Chair Ann Morgan, and Councillor Lily Cheng will be joining us virtually soon. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demkiw, his command team, members of the service, and of course members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon or brought into the meeting. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. Before I turn the meeting back over to Vice Chair Kostakis, I would like to take a moment to welcome our newest member of the board office staff, Alexandra Thurain. In her role as part of the board's strategic analysis and evaluation team, Alexandra will play a key role in assessing board policies and examining their influence on Toronto's policing framework by contributing to strategic monitoring, research, and evaluation initiatives and providing data-driven and evidence-based recommendations. In addition, she supports stakeholder research and engagement initiatives that contribute to a deepened understanding of Toronto's diverse communities. Alex has a master's in food security from the University of Guelph. She has a strong background in monitoring research, evaluation, and knowledge mobilization, having previously worked in the academic sector as well as for several international non-governmental organizations. Notably, she provided support for the United Nations Population Fund's humanitarian response in the Rohingya refugee emergency in Bangladesh. She has led projects related to vulnerable and marginalized communities, both locally and internationally, in a wide range of thematic areas, including education, child protection, gender equality, youth empowerment, health, and food security. Please join me in welcoming Alex to the board office team. And one final note, I would like to thank the hundreds of members of the public who contributed to our public order policy consultation. Our team is preparing these submissions for posting on our website, which will happen shortly. Our staff will analyze these hundreds of submissions and work with stakeholders on the development of a draft policy and report to the board in a few months with a summary of the findings from the consultation and the proposed policy for the board's consideration. Vice Chair.
There we go. That was gone. Sorry. I'd just like to also just send apologies for the delay of beginning the afternoon meeting and continuation from this morning. We were in deep discussion, so it's always a positive, I guess, when we have discussions to be had regarding our service. So thank you very much for your patience to the public and all the folks who are going to provide deputations as well today. So, and given the number of deputations scheduled for today's meeting, I would like to move the following motion: that the board direct that the time allocated for each deputation be reduced to 3 minutes in accordance with section 17.4 of the board's procedural bylaw. Could I have a...
Sorry, we're listening intently, just looking for water.
Okay. Can I have a seconder? Mr. Migliore, Member Migliore? Or do I need a motion? Or I made the motion, so I made the motion and seconded by Member Migliore. All in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carried. I'll now turn over to the chiefs for his monthly verbal update.
Good morning, or sorry, excuse me, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by acknowledging that 2 years ago today, we lost Toronto Police Service Constable Andrew Hong of Traffic Services. Constable Hong was 48 years old and served our city for 22 years. He was in Mississauga participating in a joint training exercise with officers from Peel Regional Police Service when he was shot at close range, targeted by a lone gunman on a shooting rampage that killed 2 other people and injured several others. I want to offer my support to his wife, his 2 children, and all his friends and co-workers who miss him every day. This was a devastating loss for the Toronto Police family and our entire policing community. Chair, I would please ask if we could take a moment of quiet reflection at this time. Thank you. Chair, I want to share with the board that myself and my command team are very concerned that we are seeing a rise in officers injured in the line of duty. Whether it's carjackers ramming police cruisers, motorcyclists running officers over, or officers injured while trying to make an arrest. In 2024, we have seen our officers suffer a significant number of injuries, some of which have been very serious and will require lengthy recoveries. Just last night, we had 2 officers injured by demonstrators who resisted arrest at a downtown protest. So far this year, 555 officers have been injured while performing their duties. These injuries highlight the inherent risks of the job. We're also seeing a 10-year high in the numbers of assault peace officer offenses, 245 charges laid to date for assaults on our members. All of our members should be commended for their bravery and commitment. To our members that are recovering from injuries suffered, we will continue to support you and wish you continued progress in your healing. I would like to take a moment to thank members of the public who continue to step in to assist our members who have been injured. A remarkable example of this occurred when an officer attempted to stop a motorcyclist driving dangerously near the Rogers Center in late August. The officer was struck by the motorcyclist who fled the scene, leaving our officers suffering a very serious leg injury. 3 bystanders who are healthcare professionals stepped in to help other officers that were on scene and were in the process of applying a tourniquet. Had it not been for the life-saving measures undertaken by our officers and the willingness of the 3 civilians to become involved and lend their professional expertise, the outcome for our injured officer could have been much different. Our officer remained in hospital for 5 days, receiving treatment for a significant leg injury, and is now recuperating at home. 3 weeks ago, Vice Chair Lisa Kostakis and I had the honor of welcoming 90 new police constables to the service. It is one of my favorite things to do as we keep building our operational capacity in order to meet the growing complex needs of our city. This was our most diverse class to date. Building a service that mirrors the community we serve is a key part of our continuing effort to build trust and partnerships with our communities. I'm excited to be sharing our multi-year hiring plan with you, which CEO Dhaliwal will discuss later this morning. Forgive me, this afternoon. We welcome the opportunity to inject more certainty into our hiring process for many reasons, not the least of which is the fact that our hiring plan is a major aspect of our budget. I am pleased that the board and the city have agreed to undertake this, as the service has long been seeking a plan of this nature for quite some time. As I told the new recruits a few weeks ago, they are joining the service at a pivotal time as we experienced increased calls for service and are responding to the dynamic impacts of geopolitical events and are managing an unprecedented number of events and protests. As we approach the first anniversary of the tragic events of October 7th of last year, our service remains committed to doing all that we can to keep communities safe. As I committed to last fall, our service will not only do all that we can to prevent and investigate incidents of hate, we will also be transparent in communicating the quantitative impacts of hate crimes taking place in our city. Our expanded hate crime unit has made 152 arrests and laid 378 charges in relation to a number of investigations, including hate propaganda, mischiefs, uttering threats, criminal harassment, and assaults since October 7th. We've responded to 1,744 hate crime calls for service, nearly 4 times as many when compared to the same period of last year. You will recall that at our last board meeting in July, the service released the Hate Crime Data Public Safety Data Portal in an effort to promote transparency in hate crime data and trends. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Pogue to update you on our gun violence strategy.
Thank you, Chief. Proactive policing and strategic deployment of our specialized units is at the heart of our gun violence strategy. We remain laser-focused on disrupting gun violence and getting crime guns off our streets. So far this year, we have seized 509 crime guns, 85% of which originate in the U.S. Over the Labor Day weekend alone, our officers seized 6 illegal firearms during a weekend in which we saw 11 shootings and 3 homicides. As a city, we have experienced 325 shooting events so far this year, which have resulted in 33 deaths. 12% of these shootings are related to an ongoing territory dispute involving a small segment of the tow truck industry. We strategically deployed resources to address this with Project Beacon, which led to 4 significant arrests, resulting in 177 criminal charges. Last month, Mayor Olivia Chow led a roundtable discussion about the need for an effective multi-sectoral response to youth crime and gun violence. We are committed to working with our partners. We will do our part by continuing our service-wide approach to tackle gun violence by focusing on intervention, enforcement, and prevention whenever possible. I want to highlight some proactive policing that is an example of this whole-of-service approach. At the beginning of 2024, leaders at 43 Division started to see a rise in gun violence and quickly took action. They launched 2 projects that involved divisional resources as well as specialized units working together. These proactive initiatives have led to a combined 48 arrests and 406 charges between January and the end of June. And of those arrested, 12 were already out on bail for violent crimes at the time of their arrests. Of those 2 were also on bail for firearms offenses. Please turn your attention to the screens for more about this work.
Between January 1st and January 24th, we actually had 7 incidents of firearm discharges within 43 Division. And when we looked at the data, it revealed that we were leading the city in firearm offenses. After we had the first 7 firearm discharges, we developed a Project Community. Project Community resulted in 22 arrests, and we were able to recover 6 firearms. So following the success of Project Community, we initiated Project Springboard. Project Springboard resulted in 26 arrests and the recovery of a further 17 firearms.
So when we started looking at these investigations and how we could get the guns off the street, the easiest way was really to start targeting the drug dealers in our community as they're more identifiable through a number of investigative means, whether it be tips from the community, confidential sources, surveillance, or the random occurrence that gets reported on the street.
The one that always stands out to me is a 3-gun seizure at the same time. It was a follow-up from a break-and-enter. It was a combination between both teams working on that break-and-enter, and then furthermore to apply for search warrants, execute those search warrants, and go looking for the wanted people after. That's been a complete combination of both major crime teams, as well as our bail compliance unit here, and as well as our neighborhood officers.
our officers, from the neighborhood officers, hear all the complaints and they get all the concerns and they bring it back to our Criminal Investigative Bureau and our Major Crime Unit. We try to effectively disrupt as much crime as possible. Like, the buy-in has been extremely well focused, and the community seems to be in a good place right now in 43 Division.
By all of the teamwork and everyone working together, we were able to achieve the success that you see before us. Our goal is always going to be to improve the community safety within 43 Division, and I'm confident that by taking all of these firearms off the street, that serious injury and I would even hazard to say that lives have been saved as a result.
Again, an example of the incredible work happening at our local divisions in conjunction with our specialized units. The incredible part of this proactive work is that in April, again, as was indicated in the video, that division, 43 Division, was leading in shootings. And since the project came down, they had one shooting in July and one in August. So we have seen a marked impact in that. We are also concerned about how many youths are involved in recent gun violence. We are working collaboratively with residents, educators, community leaders, faith leaders, and agencies to ensure that young people have the support and the resources that they need to choose a different path or to get off the path they are already on. The Community Connect program, managed by our Youth Liaison Officer and our Community Partnerships and Engagement Unit, has involved more than 3,700 youth who have participated in information sessions and job fairs. 2,500 of those youth have received training to help reduce barriers and provide a wide range of opportunities to enhance their skills. A youth symposium will be held for 450 youths in the fall for grade 9 students from across the city, as well as school staff, with NCOs, our neighborhood officers, and other collaborators attending. Then there are our focus tables, which is a collaboration of more than 170 community-led agencies, led by a cross-sector partnership between the Toronto Police Service, the city, and the United Way of Greater Toronto. Focus helps the most vulnerable in our city. Of all the TPS referrals made in 2024, 16.2% of them were youth referrals between the age of 14 and 17. Our service has seen the value in focus tables for a very long time, and they are now established across the entire city. We are committed to supporting the program, and in fact, in 2024, the Toronto Police Service was responsible for 67% of all referrals to focus tables. Last year, our gang exit program, known as Engage 416, also identified 715 youth to refer to education, employment, or counseling programs last year. I'll now turn it over to Deputy Johnson for further updates.
Thank you, Deputy Pope. As you know, Chair, a significant component of the work the service does is in this area of crime prevention. It is an element of adequate and effective policing. This month, Toronto Crime Stoppers is asking the public for tips to help us apprehend auto thieves and also to prevent offenses. Until September 30th, Crime Stoppers is offering up to $5,000 for any tips that lead to an arrest in an auto theft. We know the public is concerned and frustrated with the organized criminals targeting vehicles across our city. We know that these campaigns work. We also know that crime prevention information is very popular amongst Torontonians. Last month, our social media accounts combined reached the 1 million follower milestone. We appreciate the public's interest in our work. For our own analytics over the last year shows that of the 43 million impressions on X, 10 million posts were about crime prevention. I now want to share the results of Project Disrupt, which was a sophisticated SIM swap fraud investigation that led to 10 arrests and 108 charges involving more than $1 million in losses to individual victims, telecom companies, and financial institutions. Our Financial Crimes Unit, in partnership with the Coordinated Cyber Center, discovered criminals were taking over cell phone accounts to gain access to bank accounts by impersonating victims at cell phone stores. 1,500 cellular accounts were compromised across Canada, and as a result of the investigation, investigators seized more than 400 fraudulent pieces of identification. We collaborated with telecom companies who then implemented additional security features to help fight this fraud. It is yet again another example of our commitment to partnership and collaboration with federal partners such as the Coordinated Cyber Center. The service is leading in this space to evolve and adapt to continue the fight against complex fraud that is very often multi-jurisdictional. And still on the theme of collaborating with our policing partners, I want to share the results of a significant interprovincial firearms and drug investigation into a Toronto street gang that netted 32 arrests and a total of 158 criminal charges. Project Fox was supported by the Criminal Intelligence Service of Ontario. Our integrated gun and gang task force worked with York Regional Police, Peel Regional Police, the Ontario Provincial Police to disrupt a Toronto gang's drug and firearm trafficking network across Ontario, Manitoba, and it also reached as far away as Newfoundland and Labrador. Toronto Police and our policing partners executed 35 search warrants across Canada from Manitoba to Newfoundland. We seized 9 firearms in total, 4.7 kilograms of cocaine, 6 kilograms of methamphetamine, and $1.3 million in cash. This investigation demonstrates the value of interagency cooperation in the disruption of criminal networks that seek to undermine the safety and quality of life in our city. I would now like to turn it over to CAO Savina Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Deputy. So as a service, we have been steadfast in our efforts to improve workplace culture and create an environment that is safe and inclusive. This is also an integral part of our equity strategy. And part of today's agenda is a board report that provides an update on our Cultivating a Respectful Workplace action plan. This report includes a summary of work done to date, such as overhauling many of our human resource processes, increasing mandatory training, and providing better access to leadership development opportunities. And because, as the saying goes, what gets measured gets done, we are tracking progress and collecting relevant data to make sure that we reach our goals. We have and continue to enhance transparency through our internal and external communications. We now have processes for greater profiling and career pathing of our sworn and civilian professionals, and we are in the process of improving the complaint intake, triage, investigation, and resolution processes. So while there is more to do, the efforts of the last few years are being felt and are making an impact. An example of that is an evaluation of our enhanced training found that 73% of our members think that we do have the right policies and procedures in place as it relates to workplace safety and inclusivity. Recent results of an annual member feedback survey indicated that 79% of members like working at the service. 78% of non-uniformed civilians said that they would recommend the service to family and friends as a great place to work. 64% of respondents felt that the service provides resources that promote a workplace free of harassment and discrimination. It's also worth noting that our executive leadership team, so that's the chief, command, the directors, the staff superintendents, it is the most diverse of any police service in Canada, with our leaders being 56% female and 22% racialized. To drill down specifically on the sworn side, of approximately 80 uniformed senior officers, 48%, so almost half, belong to at least one historically underrepresented group. That compares to only 29% in 2018. 23% of our senior officers are racialized. That compares to only 16% in 2018. And lastly, 28%, almost a third, of our uniformed senior officers are female, up 13%. It was 13% in 2018. So while the service continues to make great strides on improving workplace culture, and we do know there is more work to do, we remain committed to the plan, and we are indeed taking action. And with that, I will turn it back to the Chief for some closing remarks.
Thank you, CAO. Collaborating and building relationships is at the core of our work. I want to look ahead to a pilot program beginning next week in partnership with 3 hospitals in 31 Division, 14 Division, and 51 Division. Special constables will be embedded in emergency rooms to help transfer patients apprehended under the Mental Health Act, moving them from the custody of the police to the care of the hospital. Last month, we again spoke about ensuring that calls are met with the right response. Our police officers spend a significant amount of time responding to people in crisis, which has an impact on the availability of police resources. In fact, at the 3 pilot hospitals, average wait times for our officers so far in 2024 have ranged from 2 hours and 9 minutes at one hospital to more than 2.5 hours at one of the other hospitals. While we have a duty to prevent and investigate crime, we also have a duty to keep people safe. This project will help us balance those duties more effectively. Our goal is to reduce the many hours officers are spending waiting in hospitals and reduce the transfer of care time frame to about 45 minutes. Ultimately, this will allow us to continue to improve call response time. And before I conclude, I want to share some news. We have confirmed the appointment of Falguni Debnath as General Counsel and my counsel. Falguni is a seasoned litigator with over 25 years of legal and leadership experience with governments, courts, and the United Nations. In addition to her extensive experience litigating complex and high-profile matters, she has provided legal, strategic, and policy advice to the Chief Justice of Ontario, the Deputy Attorney General of Ontario, a Commissioner of an Inquiry, and the head of the United Nations War Crimes Tribunal. In her most recent role as international lead lawyer for the United Nations, she led a team of international lawyers representing over 5,000 survivors of war crimes and genocide. She has also prosecuted war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and breaches of the Vienna Convention. She brings extensive experience in criminal and civil law, and I am confident she will be an excellent addition to our service and our senior management team. Please join me in welcoming Falguni to the Toronto Police Service. And before I turn the mic back over, I do want to take this opportunity to thank Siwing No, who stepped up and has been acting as our general counsel since June of last year. Siwing, please know how much your work and efforts are appreciated and the leadership you showed. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Chair, and we welcome any questions. Turning it back to you.
I love the fact that they're all women. Any questions from the board members? For the chief, for the command team? Okay, seeing none. We will go to agenda item 1, the confirmation of the minutes from the regular public meeting held on July 31st, 2024, and the minutes of the board's budget committee meeting held on August 27th, 2024. And then just as information that there is a copy of the draft minutes can be accessed at a website that you can find online. We also have, prior to approving, we do have a deputation, Mr. Michael Ring, who is here virtually. Oh, he's on, sorry? He's not online? Okay, well, I guess if he comes back on, I guess we'll be, that's the only deputation that we have for this item, correct? Okay. Are there any questions for this item? So Deputy Mayor Morley has moved, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Motion approved. Thank you. Now we'll have a presentation, analytics presentation. Director Williams.
Good afternoon. Here today to present a few items from our analytics framework, areas that we use to describe the services, products, and activities that we deliver to community members across the city. These are a selected number of items which we're going to present today. Again, time-based, we want to be very focused on those items. And you've heard today, of course, from the chief and all of command about quite a number of indicators that span the operations of the Toronto Police Service and the things that we do to support community safety and well-being across all of Torontonians, as well as visitors to the city as well. We will focus on calls for service, as well as some selected community safety indicators today. So relatively focused, as I mentioned. And these are areas that speak to the growing nature of the city, the evolving demands that face the organization, and the complexity of things that members of the Toronto Police Service are asked to do. I'll be joined momentarily with two of my colleagues, Staff Superintendent Skinner and Staff Superintendent Nickel, to speak to some of the operational leadership and management activities that have been underway to address a lot of that demand and to support with the services and resources of the organization. I'm really here just to present some data things. There's some charts and dashboards which I'll help to describe, but my role in the organization is really to help our operational leaders across various areas to do the important work of the service and to help them manage the activities and to measure those as we undertake them and to understand whether something worked as planned and to be able to adjust and to be flexible over time as we continuously improve. So we will start with a bit of a 101 on calls for service, thinking about how priority calls work, emphasizing P1, what we refer to as P1, our top priority calls. We will focus on that and then move to a couple of community safety indicators that are topical and very impactful across the city. Our top priority calls, those ones which impact Torontonians substantially and are of danger to life, they present the highest risk to individuals. And so when we receive those calls, they come in as a priority too. However, when it becomes clear that it's imminent danger to a life, they can become elevated to a priority 1. However, really important to note that all of these are important life impactful or life endangering types of events. Generally, they are very violent types of events, and they expose risk not only to Torontonians or people here visiting, but also our officers. As the chief mentioned, these are highly dangerous situations. We have lower priority calls, of course, as well. These are ones which shift towards property crimes or events which don't require immediate attention. And these are also the areas, these lower priority types of events, which are the candidates for which we talk about referrals. Deputy Pogue mentioned our increase in referrals to other organizations. These are the types of calls that tend to be more suitable and within our program delivery in that space. And we use this information to measure those impacts over time. Looking at calls attended, so priority 1 calls and our response to those and how they're changing over time. Really important to note that the volume of calls the Toronto Police Service is receiving year over year and attending is going up. It's been going up for quite a number of years now. And very specifically, the volume of these top priority violent calls is going up. And it's going up so far this year, approximately 3.7%. That's continuing a trend we've been seeing for quite a number of years now. So really more and more types of these calls. This speaks to a growing city that has an increase in the violent types of occurrences that are associated with that. I'm also going to highlight the pending time. So the pending time is how long it takes for a unit to be available. Once that call is received, how long until a unit or an officer is available to go and start moving towards that call. The response time is how long it takes for a unit or an officer to attend, to arrive on scene and be able to start to address that. We are seeing an improvement so far this year and over the past year, in fact, in that as well. And so you can see approximately a 20% improvement compared to this time last year, 17.5 minutes at this point this year for these types of calls. And the final indicator on this page is around our time spent on those calls. Again, recognizing the nature of these types of events, these are violent. They require a lot of time and attention. Often they require more than one officer attending because of the nature of those calls. They need to preserve the scene. They need to search for evidence. There's a lot of activities associated with that for these types of events, and recognizing what that means investigatively as well. And so you'll notice that even despite the increase in call volume and a decrease in how long it's taking us to get there, our time spent on these calls is approximately the same as it was last year, demonstrating a number of the areas which my colleagues are going to speak to around how we're managing these corporately, the operational changes, some of the strategies that we're employing around responding to these types of events. And so with that, there are a number of areas that we've been employing to enhance the service delivery, and I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Staff Super Nickel, I think, will speak first to this, and Staff Super Skinner as well.
Thanks, Ian, and good afternoon. So one of the things we want to highlight is the new constable deployment model that was created by Analytics and Innovation in consultation with the Community Safety Command to provide guidance on how many new recruits will go to each division. The goal was to improve pending times for each division, but more importantly, to reduce the pending time difference between divisions and to provide equal service delivery to all neighborhoods. The model is data-driven, and it allows the users the ability to explore other factors that may contribute to a divisional pending time, including an officer's time on call, calls per officer, event types, and other units available to be dispatched. Our previous models didn't take into consideration event types. And when you have a division that has an exceeding amount of shootings and homicides and robberies, you really have to take into consideration the time and resources that those calls take. So this model accommodated that. The model predicts how the pending time would change in each division with more officers available in the primary response unit. The prediction is calculated by extrapolating the relationship of the current state, being the most recent months, to the future state. The new deployment model has proven to be an exceptional tool, and you're going to see that in some of the upcoming slides. Another area of focus that we looked at was to incorporate NCOs in addressing the repeat callers by attending more calls for service within their neighborhoods, in which they will engage further partners and increase referrals. The NCOs have increased their proactive patrols and visible presence around schools, TTC property, and identified hotspots to reduce calls for service in those areas. I'm now going to turn it over to Staff Superintendent Skinner, who will speak to our improved business processes and shared best practices.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I think it's really important to note that our ability to respond in an adequate and timely manner to the most urgent of calls in our service really is essential to public safety and to public trust, and we know that. And we also know that in order to address this very complex issue, because it is complex, would require a collaborative effort across our pillars, a whole of service approach, which you'll hear us talk about quite often. And as Staff Superintendent Nickel presented, this plan that we had to develop to address the wait times for response times for P1 calls would be supplemented by the additional resources that were directly sent to our divisions, as well as deploying our new sergeants that we promoted directly to the front line, which did come at a cost to some of our specialized units, who were left with some vacancies in the supervisor levels because we had to focus this to our divisions. The plan consisted of a number of steps. I included a review of processes that we currently had in place in our service to identify our opportunities for improvement, as well as working with all of our pillars and our information management team in the creation of new processes, such as weekly reporting of call times to the divisional unit commanders and all of our senior leaders for all Priority 1 calls that exceeded 10 minutes. As well, we had to ensure that there was an organizational awareness and member awareness of how important and urgent it was to address these call response times. And the continuous monitoring of these call times is really now embedded within our service practices. Our analytics and innovation team, Director Williams, presents to command weekly on what our response times have been and our trends. We are in constant communication with our unit commanders at the divisional levels on this topic. It's part of the daily morning meetings at our divisions involving the unit commander, their divisional crime analyst, and their management team. And it's also part of our new weekly crime, traffic, and order management meetings that are held at the divisions. Our Toronto Police Operations Center, our 911 communication officers and members and their supervisors, as well as our duty senior officers, all play a part in working closely with the divisions to monitor the P1 call response time and to redeploy resources when necessary. So we're continuously looking at this, and this has become an organizational practice for us daily. Thank you.
Thank you both. I think that's a highly summarized version of the work that the organization is undertaking in this space. And what you'll see next is a reflection of some of the more granular aspects where that work occurs at the divisional level and the attention to which we pay across the service, even at the most granular aspects of our delivery. So just thinking about that trend over time, when we say 17.5 minutes, again, recognizing that that is a notable improvement from where we were at the end of last year particularly. And again, I think at the board here and publicly, we've described for quite some time about the impact on the organization and the city since October 7th and the resource allocation that's gone towards that. Our call response times peaked around and just after the October 7th timeline. And since that point, some very deliberate management and resource deployment activities have shifted that response. However, what you'll notice is since March of this year, there's been a flattening of that trend. So there's still some continued improvements, and some months, of course, do go below where we're at today, 17.5 minutes. But the trend since March has essentially flatlined at that point. So undoubtedly continued discussion and continued deployment will assist with this. And this is part of a continuous improvement model which we are employing. So more to come on this, and we do recognize the importance of this indicator and what that service delivery means to the organization. Just might be hard at the back to see some of these numbers. However, what you should notice is that they're all green. That is a good thing. So we color code these in terms of whether they've gone up or down or the same compared with this time last year. Every single division across the service has improved priority 1 response time since this time last year. That is notable. Some divisions have had substantial changes, some minor changes or smaller. However, in total, this is a service-wide result, which I think is absolutely noteworthy and, again, part of a continuous improvement approach which we're undertaking. I'm going to shift a little bit to discuss a few of our community safety indicators. These are ones which, again, you've heard from the Chief and Command about already today, are homicides and shootings. So this year, both of those indicators have increased. And you'll notice, again, from the bar charts would probably be the trend that you can see most easily from wherever you're sitting. This year, we are at we are at highs for both shootings and homicides. Homicides are multi-year highs. Shootings are highs compared to the last few years, although you'll notice this year from a shooting perspective, we're approximately the same as where we were in 2020. And those are notable increases, particularly from last year. And just looking at what is driving those, shooting homicides are up approximately 73% so far this year. And on the homicide indicators as well, stabbings have decreased by approximately 6%, which is a small change, but a positive one nonetheless. Our shootings have, in addition to the increase in homicide-related events, have increased in the total number of firearm discharges. These are events where a firearm is evidently discharged, but nobody is injured or killed as a result of that. That is going up quite notably, whereas shootings in which someone is injured are almost exactly where we were this time last year, so not increasing. Again, an important nuance to understanding some of those indicators. This is our 6-year trend. We can look at this at approximately a month-by-month trend line, and this demonstrates again that we are at a high compared to the last few years, although lower than we have been in the past 6, so 2020 specifically. And as you've heard today, a number of operational initiatives in the past few months have changed the trajectory of the gun violence trend that we had been experiencing up until a few months ago. You'll notice even from 2023, the increase in gun violence was continuous until literally just in recent months. And when you look at where we are presently, that is a notable decrease. That trend has been changed and impacted certainly. And a number of the initiatives that we've discussed publicly and that you've heard about today have contributed to this. Auto thefts is another community safety indicator, again, highly impactful for Torontonians and a national issue, of course. And so looking at where we are presently with that indicator, still at multi-year highs. This is actually some of the highest number of auto thefts we've experienced in many, many years. And despite that, we have impacted the trend line there as well. So in 2024 so far, we have experienced a decrease in the number of overall auto thefts. So an important item to note. This is the 6-year trend line. Again, noticing that approximately this time last year, we changed the trajectory. It's now decreasing year over year. Carjackings is one of the ways in which cars are stolen. It is one of the more violent ways in which cars are stolen, and therefore, from a public safety perspective, it is highly impactful. This is a type of activity and crime that is increasing. It is still increasing. And from this time last year, there's been a 35% increase, again, continuing that element. Looking at the year-over-year trend, again, although we have made some impact, it is still experiencing multi-year highs. I'm going to conclude there. Reference the public safety data portal, as the chief mentioned. There is the indicators that we've seen today, as well as many, many others. The chief mentioned hate crimes and hate crime analytics and open data as one very topical example of data. This is an industry-leading platform where we make available an extensive amount of data and analytics to understand service delivery at the Toronto Police Service. And so with that, I will say thank you and conclude.
Chief.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I really do want to take a moment and acknowledge the work of the director and the senior management team who've really stepped up to meet the challenges of this organization and reframe the analytical posture that we examine to be most effective. And I want to acknowledge our unit commanders who have been responsive to the needs of the service. But really, above and beyond all that, the resilience of our membership is exemplary. Yet again, our members have demonstrated the ability to pivot and respond to the needs of the service. So while I do want to acknowledge the leadership group, this really comes down to our members stepping up and being responsive to the needs of our community. And yet again, they have shown the resilience and a willingness to serve that, quite frankly, I'm incredibly proud to be part of. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. And just before we take questions, we do have some deputations that we're going to hear first, and then I'm taking a speakers list. So I did see your hand, Member Chang, okay? Thank you. So we have the first, it's virtual with Mr. Chris Langenfeld. Mr. Langenfeld, are you on the line? Yeah, we're just being a little patient here.
Yes, hello, Vice Chair Kostakis. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. So I'm also sharing my screen here. That's part of the problem here was two connections. So I hope you can see this. Excuse me. On the calls attended here, and I'll point out in a moment, in fact, the slides are that you folks were just shown are actually different from the slides that were put out in the agenda. From the agenda here, you were reporting that, in fact, you had an increase in the number of units dispatched, increasing by 8,000 additional units dispatched to calls. And I think that goes back to, I've shown some of these before. We had a situation, 3 people were arrested, 19 officers responded. I had a situation up that I happened to pass by where police were dealing with a homeless woman, 1 homeless woman, 6 Toronto police officers responding and standing around. There was a video here that was put out by the Sun from a police disciplinary hearing. In this case, it was a black man who understandably was upset at, according to him, the parking enforcement officer having called him boy. But the response from Toronto police to a man yelling, but no violence and no threats of violence, is not just 3 officers, not just 5 officers, but in fact 6 officers responding to 1 man yelling as an emergency call. And that started out, in fact, with 30 seconds in, maybe 20 seconds after your officer arrived, who ended up being before the disciplinary board, having drawn his weapon because the man swore at him. This is, in fact, an example of what Toronto taxpayers are paying for, and why we have a problem with police is that, in fact, the number of calls have increased 1,600. The number of units that dispatched have gone up over 8,000. And I note here's the slide that was shown moments ago. Here's what's in the agenda. You'll notice that while it was pointed out, oh, nothing's red that we're showing you today, of course, in the agenda there are red numbers. Response times here. It looks like deployment is what solved the problem, and that's where these drops happened at the end of the months. But in fact, we see in December and January there was an even much larger drop in response times, where there was no additional officers added to the service. It was just the service decided to actually do their job and presumably didn't send 19 officers to violate 3 people's rights. And you may think, oh, well, it's because the numbers of calls. Well, in fact, December had 4,395 calls, and January had 4,362 calls. So yes, there were 33 less calls in the time that those.
Sorry, Mr. Langefeld, you're out of time. We only have 3 minutes today.
If you folks that had actually been here,
Mr. Langefeld?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Sorry, you're out of time. We only have 3 minutes for today for the deputations.
Well, perhaps if you folks didn't skip a meeting in August, and if you folks scheduled your time
thank you, Mr. Langefeld.
you could actually deal with people.
So I will address your comment on the difference on the stats, the different numbers. That was because today's presentation included as of yesterday, and hence the discrepancy there. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge Nicole Corrado for a written submission. And I will take questions from the board. Councillor Cheng?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I'm just wondering, can you clarify the difference between calls for service attended and units dispatched? Does that, if there's 8,000 units dispatched and 1,600 calls per for service, does that mean multiple units attended these 1,600? So possibly almost a 3 to 1 ratio?
I can speak at a high level to that, and if I miss anything, my colleagues will jump in. However, you wouldn't look at those as a one-to-one necessarily. So, for example, today, 51 Division, literally today, you would have one unit that's dispatched to multiple priority 1 calls. So they could go to 3 or 4 priority calls. Those would show up as, I've been in this day to this number of priority 1 calls. So that would contribute in addition to those calls where there's one priority 1 call and multiple units attend. So you would see examples of both of those in that number.
So it looks like in general that more than one unit is dispatched per call because the calls for service is substantially lower than the units dispatched.
So I can touch on that. When we have violent calls such as homicides, shootings, carjacking, robberies, we could have upwards of 24 officers respond initially, especially in cases where we have multiple crime scenes that take several officers just to cover the perimeters, and then we search and canvass for videos and witnesses and different things. But that initial response is to get there quickly, provide assistance to the victim, identify witnesses, because that increases our solve rate substantially. But then what we have is the increase in supervisors that we put on the road over the last year will attend the scene as well, and they'll start to clear officers quickly and have them respond to other calls. But we also have our TPOC and our DSO out on the road, our inspector that's out on the road that's also managing to ensure that we have business continuity across the service as well. So other units will come in and assist when we have a major incident.
Thank you. I just thought it would be helpful because, this is an important report for the public and maybe not everyone would understand why there is that difference in numbers. So that's very helpful. Thank you. I wanted to just go to the slide that has the division by division breakdown, and we see quite a range in terms of the response time to priority 1. So some are going as low as 13.5 minutes, and then the highest being what I see here is 32 Division at 22.9 minutes. And I'm just wondering, are we monitoring a trend across all the divisions? Are there certain divisions that are trending upwards or downwards? And how does this impact how new recruits are deployed? And lastly, what would be the actions taken when we see a division that is going up while many are trending down?
I'll start from a high level, and my colleagues will contribute to the operational details here. What I can say from a data perspective is every division is unique based on a bunch of characteristics like the nature of the calls, is there commercial versus residential versus industrial type of areas of activity, and all of those contribute to differences in those areas. And so from a data perspective, we would expect there to be some level of difference in response times. One of those could be the size of the division as well. That tends to be very important in terms of how quickly you can get from one side of the division to another, for example. And so I'll stop there and pass to my colleagues.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Chang. And I'll talk specifically about 32 Division because it is one of the ones that stood out, and I know that's your division as well. And every division will have their unique circumstances. This is just an example, and it could apply to some of the others. So 58% of the officers on the road are 3rd and 4th class. So within their first year or second year of service at 32 Division, which means that they will take a little bit longer on calls, and so the response time might be longer for them to get to other calls. It's just taking them more time. They are essential lockup, which means that they have more prisoners going. With retirements and resignations, we do start to see some of the supervisors and sergeants and staff sergeants retiring, so they are short. The Yonge Street corridor, as you know, is really big. They're geographically a big division. I think they're one of the only divisions without a hospital within their boundaries. So even though they're 5th for the service when it comes to Mental Health Act apprehensions, they're 3rd for the longest time for actually traveling to the hospital, for spending time at the hospital. So their hospital, it takes them, they're third in the city, even though they're fifth for the number of apprehensions. So these are some of the nuances that happen within each division. So I thought I'd give you an example of what 32 looks like when it comes to response times. Yeah, and the amount of carjackings that happens, I think, the Yonge Street corridor has so they focus a lot of their summer work on projects in relation to carjackings and home invasions. So we're seeing a trend where that's happening close to where, there's a quick on and off exit ramps to the highway. So they saw an increase, and they have one of the higher numbers for carjackings and home invasions. And as well, take for example, the Walk for Israel and the resources it took for that day. I think the response times were averaging over 70 minutes that day for P1 calls, because of how long it took to get to calls, because of the crowds. And so it's just an example of what might happen within a specific division.
And one thing I'd like to point out as well is that when you look at this chart and you look at 14 Division, 51, and 52 Division, we have to take into consideration that they do have community response unit officers that play a big role in attending calls, but also kind of supporting at crime scenes and searches for missing persons. And that allows our public response unit officers to get back out on the road and to answer those emergency calls. We have created some availability of officers by civilianizing all of our bookers. So we had bookers within divisions that were officers. We've civilianized those positions and got those officers back on the road, similar to what we're trying to do in the hospitals by getting the officers out of the hospitals back on the road to answer emergency calls.
I would like to just add a little more, Councillor. You asked about what's being done about it and recruit deployment. You heard that talked about briefly in the presentation. First of all, what's being done about it on a weekly basis? Every Monday morning, this command team with the senior leadership meets and looks at this data very closely. And when we see anomalies or trends, whether positive or negative, we actually drill down behind the numbers to understand what's happening. Is there an opportunity for best practice or emerging best practice to share, or is there an emerging trend that we need to get on top of? So that's happening every single Monday morning, recognizing the importance of this particular metric as it relates to what Torontonians expect of the Toronto Police. Additionally, if you had looked at this data a year ago, you would have seen far greater differences than you see today as to the ability of divisions to respond. That's been addressed by the senior management team in looking at how recruits are deployed, where they try to distribute the recruit deployment to where they're needed the most. So divisions that were considerably higher and out of sync with other parts of the city, when we drilled down on that, we found that the recruit deployment was an opportunity for us to help those divisions get better response times, and that's been part of the formula used in where recruits are assigned.
Thank you. I guess I feel if someone lives in 32 Division and they look at 14 Division and see a 10-second or more difference, it could be quite discouraging given knowing that the increased activity on Yonge Street, distance to hospital. So I'm trying to just understand what can be done so that the variance isn't so wide. I think a 10-second variance is quite large. And so for that expectation of residents who want, some kind of equity in because it's all priority one. Everyone is scared and life is perhaps on the line, and that expectation that we are all getting equitable service. So if geography, I'm not sure if 32 Division is much larger geographically than other regions, but certainly I think it would be good to understand further how to ensure that that number is more equitable across all the divisions.
Well, I can speak to that, Councillor Chang, in relation to our last recruit deployment. We had recruits come out just a few weeks ago onto the road, and 32 Division got more recruits than any other division. And that's based on our model that recognizes the needs to have officers in 32 Division. But we ran into this exact same situation in 53 Division In August of last year, in 2023, 53 divisions' response time was 39 minutes. They're now second in the city at 13.9. So using our new recruit model and having those proper staffing deployments makes a drastic difference, and we expect that same thing to happen in 32 Division.
Hey, Councillor, in the interest of transparency, I thought I heard you say 10-second difference. I want to make sure it's on. We're actually talking 10 minutes. So just in the
10
interest
minutes,
of
sorry, yes, yes.
public transparency,
10
I want to
minutes.
make sure
Thank you.
that our listeners understand that.
Yes, yes, thank you for that correction. So I guess we'll just look forward and see what happens with the recent additions. And in the interest of transparency, 32 Division is in my ward, so I have a vested interest that that number comes down. Thank you.
Can I add to that as well, to the response, just in relation to, it's a little bit more northern and it's geographically bigger, 32 Division, but it has a lot of downtown type of events. So you're looking at the traffic, the amount of special events that go on, Mel Lastman Square and everything, and a lot of, our officers are being stretched, right? So, some of these pop-up events that occur, we don't have the resources to send to that, so it really does impact the call response time. They don't have the addition of the crew like our downtown divisions do, so this is also an impact. So special events, not having a hospital, these are things that really need to be addressed, I think.
Thank you. I will try to have an offline discussion about it because I'd love to work collaboratively to see how we can work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councillor Carroll?
That's it for me.
A question and a comment. I raise this only because I kind of share Division 32 with Councillor Chang. It has all of those challenges, but I also made an inquiry of my own, and in terms of the citywide TCCS getting spread out across the rest of the city to help out police response by taking some of the mental health calls. I understand we were sort of given low priority because we don't have as many demands as some of the other places. So 32 and 33 are sort of last to be fully situational in terms of helping the police with those efforts. That was just the answer given to me. What I wanted to ask about was, and I don't understand this stuff, I wouldn't be using it, but I did have someone ask me with regards to response time, I think in the context of budget, if we're putting out open data sets to go with this. Now that we're coming back to having the analytics reported to us in the public session, we're going to start to get this question on a regular basis. Are we putting out the open data sets that actually form these numbers, such that if somebody wanted to look at them, they could?
Yeah, currently we don't release this as open data. It's actually one of the largest data sets that we have, so it's high volume. The calls tend to take a while before they're closed necessarily that we can release, so the timing is a bit more complex in terms of other types of occurrences.
By the time it could be available?
Not necessarily. It's just part of our roadmap that we will, but there's lots of data that eventually we will. And so it can be, certainly, at some point. We just need to plan that out accordingly. But you do hear, obviously, at these meetings, referenced in the media regularly. We also have a live calls for service portal, which is available on the open data set. It doesn't necessarily aggregate to these types of metrics per se, but it is a great resource from an indicator of what's happening, especially what's happening now. And so there's a number of things which speak to that. Over time, we will develop that, but it's part of the roadmap of many other data sets which were requested to turn into open data.
Over time, we will develop this presentation, or over time, we are still developing the open data
open data
initiative? Is that still ongoing?
It is absolutely, and
okay.
continuous.
Gotcha.
There's on a rate, like as the chief mentioned just this afternoon, last month we released hate crime open data and hate crime open analytics. And I don't want to understate how much effort goes into making sure that data is appropriate for release,
right,
that the privacy aspects are considered, that stakeholders are consulted, and that the data is trustworthy enough with quality data, understandable metrics, definitions, and reliability so that we can produce it consistently over time. And the hate crime data, of course, is a good example where we have to align it with other national releases like what Stats Canada does. So a couple of aspects there that are important.
But it's coming out in the raw open data form. Your language is sort of going back and forth between what we would present that is understandable even to me and the way raw open data comes out, which people fuss for it, and then I get it and I open it and try to look at it and think, what is this?
Maybe I'll just jump in here. Ian and I have this discussion frequently, the difference between open data, open analytics, and sort of a narrative overlay on top. So much of our data is open right now. Calls for service data that we just showed you is not open. We don't supply the raw data in raw form, but there are analytics that we could make open on this, and finding the right line. Generally speaking, from the public perspective, there's relatively few people who are numerate enough to take raw data and make use of it. There's a larger amount of people who could make sense of analytics, so we're putting graphs and charts up, etc. But really we need to make that into a story in order to explain what's going on to the public. So the story that we're saying this morning is the resources that were allocated in the previous budget have been deployed. They're having an impact on response times, and because we're using more accurate models to deploy them, we're able to make the overall picture more equitable between the different divisions, though obviously, as Councillor Chang points out, we still have progress to make in that direction.
Right. I was just asking about the raw stuff because it's a question that comes my way from time to time, because it is a trend across the country where people are deciding where it's safe, you put it in raw form for the 1 or 2 nerds per municipality who wants it.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive? By Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Now moving to item 3, IT rationalization. We do have deputation and a written, thank you, Nicole Corrado, for your written submission. And actually, pardon, sorry. Oh, there's presentation. It didn't have presentation online.
And I know
Colin.
that you're all thinking that IT rationalization and modernization is going to be your opportunity to take a quick nap.
Say presentation.
But this is actually an awesome good news story in the service. And I'm really here to celebrate the good work of the IT team, particularly in what they've done. So you may not, many of you may not be aware that I'm the first Chief Information Officer for the Toronto Police Service in its long history. What that has meant is that the service did not have the vision or discipline around managing its information technology and tended to be responsive to the business asking for things. And that meant that we added things without ever taking things away. So coming in, there needed to be that discipline exerted over the service to start looking at, okay, what do we need? We've got 2 of these, or we've got 2 pieces of software that actually overlap each other in functionality. We've got people supporting this, we've got people supporting that. Our challenge is in how could we find the resources to start to rationalize. And I'm going to use some language here, so I just want everyone to be on the same page with what I mean. Rationalize, I mean to ration, like to take the smaller bites of food and to make it stretch for longer, and also rationalize to make it more rational in terms of what we use and what we have. So the rationalization is mostly about shrinking the amount of information technology that we have. Modernization, I think, is more obvious, which is we want less old stuff, we want that's less capable, and we want more new stuff that is more capable and delivers more a bang for the buck, is more digital. Okay. So that's the effort, and we had a great many projects over the last 4 years which have undertaken to rationalize. Or to modernize. And this is a word diagram of many of them. I won't go into depth, but broadly speaking, we have projects that we're looking to decommission systems that we could manage to live without, or could move the functionality into another system. So we decommissioned a bunch of systems. We got rid of them. We X'd them out. There were a bunch of systems that we moved off of old or very exotic platforms, like weird databases or weird operating systems. And moving those systems off of those allowed us to have more of a vanilla, one way to support all of our systems and applications. We've also looked at just getting rid of certain technologies so that we don't have to have people on staff to support those technologies. I can't stress enough, the situation that we had when I came in was that everyone was stretched to the maximum, and I was told we don't have capacity, we don't have the time or energy to put into these projects, and I described it to the team as like having a rock on your chest. You just can't move, you can't get up, and you can't move the projects forward. What we did from the outset was just to squeak enough resources into enough projects to start to free up a little bit more. But we have not put any net new resources, people, into the rationalization or modernization programs. And we've achieved a ton of work and a ton of benefit. The main driver of why that happened, first and foremost, was a culture change. We had literal conversations where we talked about the permission to fail and what that means and what it doesn't mean and how the IT teams should be empowered. Our frontline technical support staff are the people who understand these technologies, and they have great ideas. But oftentimes they're just sort of dismissed as the tech heads, right? Oh, that's just IT stuff, right? But they've got great ideas, and so empowering them and asking them to take risks and initiative was key to this, and asking them to do some deliberate experimentation. That was energizing for the team, and that gave us enough capacity lift to get us into fixing some of the legacy issues that we've got. I would say the core of this effort was about 10 FTE over 4 years. So this is a long effort with a fair chunk of the IT team. And it also involved a full rebuild of our data center. Not only a rebuild, but a re-architecture of the data center so that we were hybrid cloud. So instead of the old way of doing it where the Toronto Police has 2 data centers which are on-prem, perimeter protected from a cyber perspective, we're now half cloud and half on-prem in terms of capability and architecture. And that really sets us up for the future to be able to leverage digital and cloud services. And that will give us more capability. We've, as I say, decommissioned 11 applications, and we've modernized 8 others. We've gone from 4 types of databases in the organization to 1. And we've gone to a converged infrastructure. I won't get into what that is. That is hardcore techie stuff, but it's good. The program benefits have aligned to the benefits framework, which I've presented to the board in past occasions. So everything that we're doing is aligned to the objectives that have been defined for myself as the CIO, for the organization, and in front of the board. And we go into some significant depth in terms of what those benefits are. I'm happy to take questions on any of this. Financially, what we are doing here is, as I describe it, fighting a rearguard action against inflation and cost increases. Over the last 5 years, IT maintenance has increased by 30%. So that's a 6% annualized rate of increase. That's well above inflation. Part of that is the body-worn camera system, which is a relatively expensive system which we've added to our capability. But a lot of this is core IT inflation. And this is a trend across the industry where software vendors are just increasing their prices because they know they have the leverage and the ability to do so. So our ability to exit out of high-cost contracts, to be able to consolidate and to use fewer IT systems more, to get more mileage out of the systems that we do have. That is all sort of core to this rationalization program, but again, I describe it as a rearguard action against increasing costs. The other thing to recognize here is we didn't gain any more people in the teams that are doing this rationalization. We've just gotten better at doing the work, and we've gotten a little ahead of the wave, but we still have more work to do. So we still have, as I say, work to do. We are about to get to the point where we can exit some high-cost, low-value contracts, which we have as a legacy. And we're going to shift focus to the records management project, which in itself is a significant rationalization project. When we bought the records management solution, we're actually buying a records management solution that does a lot more than the one that we currently have. So when we go live with records management, we're actually going to rationalize out or decommission a bunch of applications. Particularly, we're going to decommission things like our property and evidence management solution, which is homegrown. Anytime you have a homegrown solution means there's no company out there to turn to for support to fix it when it breaks. You've got to have the team on site, which is costly, is slow, and it's high drag, right? So it's hard to innovate in those kinds of spaces. So by moving into the records management system, we are going to rationalize to such a degree that the operating cost of the records management system should be covered by the impact of the rationalization. It also gives us secure cloud services, which we're going to exploit through our digital program, which we'll be presenting on hopefully next month. And we also get into some really fun and esoteric things like how we're going to combat quantum computing hacking and loss of security. So this program is not done, but it's going to focus now on records management, and this is now going to be part of the DNA of how we do application management, how we do systems management at TPS, streamlined, fast, and low drag. And with that, I'll take questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Most important part. I wanted to say thank you. The shift in the team has been astounding, and one of the most heartwarming things about this whole effort in this project, and that is to an IT leader's cold, cold heart. This has been a lot of fun. And it's fun because I get to see the teams engaging in problems, feeling free to find the right level of risk to take, and empowering them to make those changes. And that's just been awesome. So I want to thank them, the team. They're here, but represented here, but not all of them are here. And say thank you. Thank you. For your energy, for picking up on the innovation culture, for getting it done, taking the risks, and stretching for this. It's really made a difference to the service. Thank you.
We're actually going to take a deputation first. I'm making a speakers list, but we do have a deputation. Mr. Chris Langenfeld. Mr. Langenfeld, can you hear us?
Okay. As always, I'm on the phone when I call in. Here on IT rationalizations, the first item, the big one here, or one of the big ones, is the modern data center, and the fact that the budget is proposing $15 million over 5 years. So my question is, are other cities spending that kind of taxpayer money? I certainly understand every tech guy wants to be able to say, oh, look, I'm in the brand new $15 million tech haven, but that isn't the way things work when taxpayers are funding it. So is Montreal paying $10 million or Vancouver paying $10 million for their new data center? And if not, then why are we paying 15? I noticed the command vehicle refresh issue, and there's certainly some questions about the amount of money that's going into that, and the question of where is the review of what benefit the public and the people that are paying for these super fancy new vehicles are getting. The SharePoint 2013 wasn't touched on in the presentation, but that it was actually stopped being supported last year. And that Microsoft product now, presumably they're coming up with something else. And that ties in with the suggestion here that apparently we're going to be spending money on buying a pay-per-use service for Microsoft 365. And in fact, I wasn't able to join the July meeting because I had some technology problems, and because of that, I was forced to upgrade to Windows 11, and because of that upgrade, lost a lot of the functionality that used to exist in the system. And as a result, I've gone to LibreOffice, and I note that one German region, the equivalent of a province of Germany, has switched away from all Microsoft products. They've gone with LibreOffice, which is a free product, and they expect to save 2.5 million euros a year from their operations. So I suggest that we should be looking at that here. And then the other issue is this bot for advertising on Google. And I got a question: why taxpayers are paying that kind of money and what we're getting from the expense here. And really what you're not seeing is any of the justification that I would expect with all these projects. It's great that we've got somebody in charge of coordinating all this, but basically all we're getting from the public and all the board is apparently listening to is the idea that, well, we want to do something, so we're going to do it. But no kind of business justification, no kind of cost-benefit analysis, no breakdown of what we're actually achieving from this. And as for the earlier issue there of information that's in the agenda being different from what's presented at a meeting, I'd suggest to you that that actually violates Robert's Rules of Order if you're going to put it in an agenda for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Langefeld. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, we'll now take questions from the board. So, Councillor Carroll, you're first.
Thank you. I just want to review the presentation. All these program benefits, these are all things, these are all outcomes. These have happened. Am I right?
That's correct.
So when I get to the cost avoidances in the financial benefit, are those the benefits? We'll see those benefits, or perhaps we're already seeing them, but are those numbers including all of this work that is around the corner?
No, the around the corner is not factored into the financials yet. So
even more efficiencies.
There will be more efficiencies that come out as we get those addressed. But again, they're highly likely to be swallowed by the inflation impact that we're seeing around licensing. If I manage to squeeze any or retain any of that, what I'm trying to do is accelerate the digital program so that we can create layers around the service delivery that improve the quality of service delivery. So we're talking about the vulnerable person registry later. We talk about online reporting. Those are all leveraging digital technologies that we're talking about here to be able to streamline operations and reduce overall impacts.
Okay, so with regards to around the corner then, if I receive this, all we have before us is the presentation. We don't have a report. So if I receive this presentation today, is that tacit approval to just proceed with all of that stuff? Or are these, IT capital projects I'm going to see in the annual budget processes over the next few years? So I have a chance to evaluate and maybe say, we don't have money for that until next year. Or do we still have those steps later on for the around the corner stuff? Because this is a lot of buying here.
No, actually, there is relatively little buying here because we've already bought the records management solution, and that is by far the biggest ticket item. We're in implementation on that. The contract changes are pending. We just need to exit enough of the systems that are sitting on those softwares that we can then exit the contracts. So both of those are not a purchase; they're an implementation completion effort. In terms of some of the cloud services, absolutely, we aren't going to be buying anything without coming to the board with a request to engage in contracts, because the board continues to have control over those contracts.
Okay, and can we, since this is multi-year, can we see that with the budget presentation? Can we see sort of a look at that forecast over the next few years?
Yes, that's part of the capital planning process.
So, yeah, and I think if I can add, what you will find this year in the budget, there will be a focus on IT because we are seeing a ramp up of, we're seeing like the annual impacts on licensing and existing contracts. So the CIO mentioned we are seeing inflationary increases of up to 30% from vendors, but there also is an IT plan in terms of trying to modernize. So we are expecting a fairly prominent theme around technology, where certainly I think the CIO would then be able to talk through the various different capital programs and some of the anticipated benefits and things like that.
Okay.
But Councillor, this presentation is informational. We are not basing any authorizations on this presentation.
Okay. So you have the staff to get the outcomes you're getting now. If there are more FTEs required to finish out the plan, those would come to us before you hire them.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Cheng?
Thank you. Through the chair, I thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify 10 FTE over 4 years under work effort. Is that 10 devoted to the rationalization, or is that 10 working on these specific projects that are around the corner?
Yeah, so it would be 10 devoted to the rationalization. Keeping in mind that we didn't get 10 people that showed up for work and started doing rationalization. We pulled them from support duties. We took half bodies from different places in order to try and create the capacity to be able to execute in this rationalization. So it was a process of freeing that capacity, and I wouldn't say it was a steady 10 over those 4 years, but nominally that's the level of effort which we've had to sequester to do all this work. Much of it is also in upgrades, in decommissioning work, in moving and migrating to new databases to consolidate. So it is in part the work of IT, but it's very much with a specific focus on rationalization and modernization.
Thank you. And through this rationalization modernization process, I guess I'm wondering, how does this work intersect with some of the technologies that we're looking forward to coming online, like the digital notebooks, note-taking, and tracking how policing hours are spent?
So it's very much foundational to that, particularly the modernization. The service, when I came in, did not have assets that you would normally have to do digital work. Things like content management solutions, or customer relationship management solutions, or development platforms. So we've had to bring those things in at the same time as trying to shrink the legacy sort of policing systems that we have.
So although they are interconnected, they're not on the list of around the corner. So I'm just wondering, where do they sit in your work plan for is this a 4-year plan? What is the timeline of this around the corner piece, and how does the other pieces, the technologies that we're waiting for, how does that fold into that work plan and timeline?
So I'm trying to keep some of my powder dry for next month, where we're going to be talking about the digital program. And the digital program is, I think, more the questions that you're asking about. Some of the technologies which we've brought to bear are part of modernization, and we're going to leverage them through the digital system, like content management solutions. And that's like making really easy to create and edit web pages in order to create better digital experiences for the public. So those technologies we've brought to bear, but it's really the digital world which is going to make them enabled and come to life. And that requires an integration with the business, the staff superintendents, the deputies, on how they want to leverage those into making the delivery of the services of the organization better. So we're going to be speaking to that next month. But absolutely, the modernization has put in place the foundational elements we need in order to be able to execute on a digital platform.
And so these pieces that say around the corner on the slide deck, is this for the coming year?
So some of the around the corners are in the coming year. The records management solution is currently slated for 2026, so that's not quite, that's maybe a long corner, but a lot is keyed off of the records management system in terms of rationalization. And some of these elements become immediately possible, but we'll have to go through the process that the councillor was asking about in terms of authorization, budget, and planning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Member Migliori?
So what we're hearing is that this role of technology, this future planning, is essentially going to save money? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. We're saving money, we're avoiding costs that we would have incurred, and we're getting out of the way of some really big increases that might be coming from some software vendors. So the cost avoidance is significant, and the capability that we're building is stronger. So we're getting better value per each dollar.
And I just want to add a point because I know this is going to come up next month. It's not about reducing, it's about avoiding costs and curbing the increases. It's not an outright like dollar for dollar cost savings in terms of a pure hard sort of decrease. This is about efficiency, and this is about managing the in-year kind of escalation and avoiding cost more so than outright reducing.
Okay, so we're avoiding future possible costs, not saving.
So let me put it this way. Our costs are increasing at 6% per year.
Right.
And we're pulling back through the rationalization about 0.5% per year. And that's all the licensing and vendor costs. The people costs are inflating at the same rate as the rest of the service. And in fact, in many cases, we've been frozen for 10 to 12 years in some of these teams with no growth. So that's the rock that we had to get off our chest. And we've been able to drive a benefit of let's say 0.5% on the total. But we're still in an increasing position because that's the industry right now. IT is getting more expensive faster than everything else is getting more expensive.
Okay.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So again, I'd also like to again acknowledge Nicole Corrado for her written submission. Can I get a motion to receive? Member Migliori? Seconder? Member Berlinger? Sorry? Okay. Oh, I didn't see. Motion carried. Thank you. Item number 4, the multi-year hiring plan. We have a presentation and many, many deputations. So I hope everyone is patient and has packed a lunch. Chief.
I'll very promptly turn it over to another but the CAO.
Oh, there it went. Okay. So I would consider, and maybe for the board's consideration, I would look at this as options on a multi-year hiring plan. It is a version. It is not necessarily the final. And it is to start a conversation on what a multi-year hiring plan will look like. And so there's some slides we'll go into. There's some we may go faster on because what I'm anticipating is that between this meeting and the October 2nd budget committee, and we have another budget committee, like there's a series of meetings coming up where you will see the same slides, you'll see modified slides, and so we'll have time at the right meetings to kind of go into everything, but I'm expecting these slides to kind of build over time as we refine our numbers, we work with the city. So it's with that context that there's some I might go faster on, but please do stop me or direct me if I'm going too slow on some, because it's a lot of content. So this is the motion that was put forward with a series of objectives. So we do cover that in the presentation. So why the importance of a multi-year staffing plan? Obviously, there's a series of people risks, and we talk about them, and we'll talk about them later on again. And really what all of the people risks tell us is there is a need for a resilient and predictable pipeline, whatever that may be. There is a number of workload risks, and they've been covered through Ian's presentation. We talk at length about the growing demands of a growing city, service degradation, the need to be timely, whether that's disclosure or response times or case closure rates. There are risks around just the reality that we are a people business, but as the CIO pointed out, there's also a need to drive technology for greater capacity to accommodate workload. And then, you know, the idea and the risks around what really amount to service delivery failures. This is a highly visible, highly public trust-oriented environment, and so the importance of having staffing to manage those kinds of risks is essential. So the considerations, supporting all the scenarios that we'll be talking about are considerations that we'll touch on a little bit today, but they're also relevant for the rest of the budget. So there is time in future meetings to kind of delve more into specific elements of some of the considerations that support the scenarios. But they, you know, they basically amount to the requirement for adequate and effective policing, you know, alignment between the board and the service's vision and strategic priorities. The influence, there was a lot of discussion at the first budget subcommittee through the deputations around modernization, detasking, impact of call diversion, the operational context. You know, Director Ian spoke about a lot of our metrics that we're currently looking at in service levels. There's a need around how do you optimize the resources you have, whether that's non-salary, civilian, FTEs, premium pay, just finding the right balance. There's the reality of our trends, whether that's retention, WSIB, retirement eligibility that we just need to consider. And then where are we going? What is the ultimate target? What is actually needed? You know, that is always the big billion-dollar question, I guess. So this is, if we put all the scenarios on a page, this is effectively just a high-level summary of the scenarios on a page. What I could say very quickly about this is the evaluation is a combination of short, medium, and long-term objectives. So, and it's a mix of strategic objectives as well as just immediate operational needs like FIFA readiness and core service delivery. It doesn't mean it's all-encompassing, but it does start to articulate what is, how each option influences things that I think are important not only to the board, to the service, but to the city. And so very quickly, all of the scenarios are sort of structured the same way. There's really three that are kind of fully quantified. One is replacement hires only. The second one is maintaining cop to pop. The third is kind of meeting the current provincial allocation that we have assigned by the province. And then the last one really is contextual around what could adequate and effective look like, what did it look like at what one point or another, and it's also going to be informed by some of the work we're currently doing through Environics, actually looking at the demand, looking at some of the queuing, and that work is still underway, but certainly we touch on that to just give a sense of the range and the gap. So very quickly, replacement hires only is just that. That would effectively be kind of flatlining in a way at 5433, which is our current budgeted strength. It's not where we're at the moment, but we're certainly budgeted to that. So it would basically mean stay at 5433 for the next 5 years. The other thing I just want to highlight, these are options to drive a conversation so we have a better sense of how the people hiring and the costs, kind of what the relationship is. There is fully a recognition that it likely isn't any one scenario for 5 years. It's likely a mix depending on the year and depending on growth and depending on kind of the broader context. So this is kind of simplified in a way, just to explain the relationship, and also what is the range between like a 4 by 90, 4 classes of 90 versus just maintaining COP to POP. So this first one really is replacement hires only. The analysis is effectively that if we, in a world where we are growing, our calls for service are growing anywhere from 4 to 6% a year, depending on the month. We are seeing crime trends, increasing. We're also seeing response time, while we're holding the line right now and have certainly made some improvements. Flatlining would start to wipe out some of the gains we've made operationally in the last couple of years as a result of having a steady pipeline of deployment. And so this really represents sort of a service degradation scenario. We won't go into all of it in detail, but arguably we would say from an adequate and effective, it would definitely be at risk. And what you will see here is your COP to POP effectively starts declining every year, and the pace really depends on population growth. Maybe one comment just on COP to POP itself. It is a measure. It is not the measure. It is one way as a proxy for workload that is simple, that's easy to understand, recognizing there is so much else that needs to be taken into consideration, whether that's crime severity, whether that's looking at sort of the context of the city, but it is a measure to allow us to have a bit of a conversation around service delivery and resources. So this one, what it would basically say is if we just did replacement hiring, the incremental impact is roughly 8 million, let's say in 2025, and the civilian impact would be another 8. The thing to know is even though it's replacement hiring, there still is a cost. There's the annualized cost of all of the hiring we did in 2024. So that's what you see in 2025 is, yes, you're not hiring more, but you do have now a full year's annual cost, and you also have your step increases, your reclassification. So that's where some of that cost comes from. So even in a replacement hiring only scenario, if you factor in the uniform and civilian, the annual impact for 2025 would be about 15 million. For argument's sake, we also looked at what if you just did no hiring? You didn't freeze, you just let attrition take over. That actually would still cost about 8 to 10 million because of all of the step increases and the reclassifications that would still kick in. So just, if anyone had an inside voice around that, that's still a cost. It's not going to result in a savings. The other, just to orient everyone, because all the scenarios are structured the same way. So the bottom left is your cadet classes. Those are basically the class sizes. But the graph, it actually articulates the deployment. So we're just showing, and there is a timing difference. Obviously, the classes, you need to be in a class for 6 months before you're deployed. So there's classes you hire in 2024 that will deploy in 2025, and so on. The impact of that you see in the graph in terms of where the actual deployment and the COP to POP kind of lands in that given year. They're not meant to add up, is all if someone was trying to do that. And then in terms of the costing, we've purposely separated incremental impact on the uniform side, incremental impact on the civilian side, any non-salary, which is effectively your fit up, your equipment, kind of your desk rate, with a total impact. We do recognize that the decision point on uniform hiring and civilian hiring might be different. For the purposes of these scenarios, we are an organization that's roughly 1/3 civilian, 2/3 uniform. So for the scenario purposes, we are assuming that is the level of ratio that's maintained. The next scenario would be maintaining the current COP to POP, which effectively means growing at the pace of the city. This would translate to, on average, 86 additional officers per year, about 29 civilians per year. That does vary year over year. So in 2025, it would mean about 119, but then it sort of levels out to closer to 70 a year. What this allows is every year, 4 to 5% call growth, no matter what, does necessitate additional resources on the front line, just to keep up with response time. That is not to say diversion's not happening, and that is not to say different modes of delivery will not be pursued. But the reality is that all of those, whether it's detasking, whether it's call diversion, those are incremental kind of 0.5% at a time sort of improvements that you're making against a wave of 4 to 5% growth. So it is embedded in this, and it is understood that that will continue. It's just the incremental, the growth kind of overtakes a lot of those benefits. Another interesting just sort of piece around maintaining the current COP to POP is in some jurisdictions, there is an automatic growth assessment just built into the city funding model, not just for police, for all kind of growth-related services. That could be water, that could be fire, anything that just naturally grows with the pace of the population. And so certainly as a board and city considers long-term funding formulas and financial models, that is something that we are seeing among our peers where this is almost like a minimum understood, and the cities automatically, or their city or town, just places a growth assessment based on that. Longer term, what we would say is, longer term, this absolutely could be a viable longer term strategy. Our current issue is that our service is severely degraded. And so if we do have a hope to improve 17 minutes and get ahead of case closure rates and get ahead of disclosure timelines, there is a gap between where we're at now and maybe where we would consider ourselves as steady state. And I think that is a conversation, obviously, with the board around what is the target and what's it going to take to get there so that truly you are just incrementally growing with the pace of the city. And so in this scenario, what you'll see is that the annualized impact, if we just use 2025, is 16 million on the sworn side, 8.8 on the civilian side. What you need to know is it's not on top of the previous scenario. Each one stands on its own. So you don't need to take 16 plus add the previous one. We've built it all in, so each one stands alone. They're not kind of cumulative. Okay? And then the last scenario is to meet current provincial training allocation. So there is a lot of interest in what our class sizes are. The Ontario Police College, the province, between us and OPP, that often drives the structure of their classes. So they typically had 3 intakes, they moved to 4 because of the demands, not just from us, but from the rest of the province were quite high. Our current allocation is 4 classes of 90. That is what we built into last year's budget. In our initial submission to the city as our starting point, the staff-to-staff conversations, this is an initial starting point. What this would mean, if you compare this to just maintaining COP to POP, for 2025, it means 48 additional officers. So the incremental impact of this scenario for 2025 is not all that significant, but it does certainly grow year by year, so that over a 5-year period, of maintaining 4 by 90 over 5 years would actually translate to almost 400 net new sworn officers. So if you just compare one year to another, in 2025, the gap isn't that big, but certainly as you go, the differential becomes more. And that's where I think some of the mixing and matching of year by year would certainly come into play. What this scenario, what this would effectively allow is beyond just growing with the pace of the city, this certainly does create some capacity to address critical gaps that exist today, that if today we were just growing at the pace of the city, we would still need to reallocate resources. This allows us a little bit of flex to not necessarily have to degrade or shut down other services in order to address critical gaps. And when we talk about critical gaps, what we're thinking about is there are high-level vacancies, a high degree of vacancies in special ops in some key investigative areas. There's a certain amount of readiness we need to have for FIFA, and while it's dedicated resources for that short period of time, but leading up to that, there's actually a lot of public order training we need to deliver. There's motorcycle training. There's just training we need to do to make sure we are ready. So there's gaps like that would still need to be solved. Something even like the RMS, the new RMS, it will require sworn officers to be the subject matter experts when we look at implementing a system. And so it is trying to address gaps that exist today where we just don't, where the resources primarily are dedicated to the front line. So this scenario, if we just look at 2025, it's about $3 million more than 2025, but longer term, it is, over a 5-year period, it is about $60 million more. And then the last one, and this really is a very high-level estimate, but what the last one does is it looks at where were we at in 2010, which in our view was, one, it was peak in terms of staffing, but it was also peak in terms of one of the, like in the recent past, one of the best response times. So if you calibrated that staffing level for today's population, that is what it is saying. It is saying that it's 1,400 additional officers or 1,800 by 2029. We are validating all of this through the work we're doing through the third party by looking real time at demand, at response times, at number of cars being dispatched to get a better sense of if we were to meet at the time a 12-ish minute response time for priority 1, and we have set targets based on where we were at in 2010. What does that actually look like? And we'll be able to present that back to the board later in the year, probably, I think, maybe in November. And then this slide, it just plots all of them on one page so that you can see where over time each scenario gets us in terms of COP to POP. So the next so that concludes sort of outlining all of the scenarios and how we laid these out. The next set of slides are slides that we will likely also talk about as part of the budget in October, but they lay out the many considerations that come into developing the budget overall. So obviously our guiding sort of principle is adequate and effective policing and the CSPA and the provincial requirements that come with that. We also are guided by strategic direction. So we know the board is currently in the middle of developing their strategic plan. We also have talked about a community safety and well-being vision and plan for the service that we are in the middle of operationalizing. This is a recap. If you drill down one level further beyond sort of the strategic direction, we talked about this in the 2024 budget, and arguably the priorities have not changed. It's about frontline support, it's about creating investigative capacity, addressing and keeping Toronto moving, improved evidence management and compliance, legislatively required disclosure compliance. We have and we will continue to augment supervision to drive accountability and minimize operational risk. All of the reform work, the partnership work, working with SafeTO, driving alternative service delivery remains a priority. The resilient workforce, we'll talk about that some more, but there is our entire workforce and sort of the long-term sustainability of that is important. The CIO has touched already on a presentation around digital and technology enablement, really to drive capacity and be more effective at what we do. And then longer term, working with the city on what does a long-term sustainable funding model look like. Modernizing, I think, is important just to highlight. We know this was a prominent theme and discussion at the last board budget subcommittee with the deputations. We have a long-standing history of modernizing, of diverting, of disbanding units, of sending units to the city, of diverting to 211, of diverting to TCCS, and we will continue to do that. There's also reform and modernization happening in each of the product lines. A lot of it is work that's already in progress or completed. There's a few of them that have asterisks because they are things we are more earnestly getting into, let's say heading into 2025. A summary of, cumulatively, we have cost avoided upwards of 400 million. There is many ways to slice and dice that. I mean, the staffing and the hiring moratorium alone and the annual impacts of that are significant. But when you look at just the overall cost avoidance, our ability to year over year not only absorb inflation, but absorb often the collective agreement, all of that translates into resources that we did not ask for or resources and costs that we contained and worked within. And on the flip side of the chart, during the same period, what you see is we did face service degradation with reduced staffing levels that we're now working very hard to sort of address. I won't spend time on the operational context. Ian spent quite a bit of time on some of our metrics, and we will again revisit this in October and in the October board meeting, but it does serve to show what that crime is up, but response time has come down. Well, this highlights a number of our referrals. Deputy Pogue talked about almost 70% of our focus referrals come from Toronto Police. This speaks to some of our efforts around enforcement, arrests, case closure rates, and we can go through this in more detail and actually have some of the operational leaders speak to some of their areas in October and the November subcommittee. I think this is important in terms of, well, what have we done for the last 2 years? We are fortunate that we did hire in 2023 and 2024. And so what this shows you is, where did we put the resources we hired? We pride ourselves on being transparent and accountable and driving value for every resource we bring on. Between now and this is as of the August deployment, we have increased by 355 net officers. The key thing to know about that number is that does include your long-term absences. It includes all of the pre-retirement leave. So the real deployable number, I would say, is probably 20 to 30% less, but it is still a net increase. And so it's important just to highlight where we've deployed. So we did make intentional effort to focus on the divisions. That is not just the PRU, that could be neighborhood community officers, the PRU, the crew, divisional projects, the divisional investigations. You will see reallocation, like so traffic, we reallocated from there. We did put resources towards public order and emergency response. We are addressing investigations. And so this, though, will change month to month, day to day. This number will fluctuate. It's not a budget, it's actual bums and seats, but it factors in people that are sort of on the books but not deployed. And on the civilian side, what you'll see the same thing. The important thing to note on the civilian side is that when we say civilians, the bulk of our civilians are still considered frontline service delivery civilians, whether that's comm operators, special constables, PEOs, your disclosure analysts, your crime scene techs. We have a solid kind of delivery, operational delivery civilian footprint. The other thing, and I think it's important because sometimes, certainly at council, this comes up around how many senior officers do you have? And I think it's important to highlight that 98% of our workforce are individual contributors, they're constables, or they're direct supervisors. There's very, the 2% would be considered, inspectors or managers on the civilian side and up. And again, this also is point in time, factors in retirements. We don't actually have 9 staff supers, we really have 7, and 2 are acting in that. It's just this factors in pre-retirement leaves and things like that. The current allocation by command, this is, I think, also important. There's always a question around, are we deploying effectively? What this tells you is the vast majority of our resources are in the Community Safety Command, which is all of the frontline divisional emergency response work. There's obviously 20% or so are in the investigative side. Same sort of expected, I believe, footprint on the civilian side. When we talk about civilians, they're not corporate civilians. They're actually in delivery roles in the commands. This just speaks to really the challenge around premium pay and our need to calibrate this. This is a huge focus area for us this year. This is an area we are looking to drive policy changes around to start to curb. We would like the relationship to be with greater resources, premium pay is curbed. The ideal scenario is you want to use premium pay for the unpredictable, not for the predictable. And we certainly, in previous years, we were leaning on it more and more for what would be considered planned work. What we want to be able to do is calibrate that better. This is an area that's always underfunded, and it's always hard to calibrate in year. I want to spend a bit of time. It's a busy chart, and in fact, the little words at the bottom are what matter the most. This speaks to the increase in inexperience, the younger and younger workforce that we have, doing the most unpredictable work. They are all on the front line, pretty much, and what you'll see is that our experience from 5 years or less has gone up from 9% to almost 25%. The civilian side, you see some of that, but not to the same degree. And what the other kind of piece that we're watching is the retirement eligibility. By 2029, 20% of the entire workforce can retire with an unreduced pension. But more concerning is the staff sergeants and detective sergeants. 20% of them can retire now. 60% of them will be eligible in 2029. And 85% of all senior officers can retire by 2029. So between the staff sergeant and the senior officers, that's 15 to 20 years minimum of experience just to get to these levels. And so that is a massive vacuum that's coming our way, and why having a resilient pipeline, a steady flow, so that we can have time to develop and get ahead, or at least mitigate the impacts of this wave as much as possible. And then the last sort of piece that we are keeping a keen eye on is our separations. So in 2018, when I first joined, retirement was a solid proxy. Retirement eligibility was a very good proxy to determining how many people will resign or retire at any one time, because the bulk of our separations were retirement. Now what we're seeing is retirements only represent half of all our separations, which means they are leaving without necessarily being eligible for an unreduced pension. They're leaving for personal reasons. They're increasingly leaving to other services, but it introduces a level of unpredictability in our separation data, and also a need for us to look more broadly at what are we going to do to be an employer of choice. We're not overtly in a way funded for any of our occupational health claims, for accommodations. All of that is baked into our overall number. But what I will say is this is also a good news story for us. The wellness strategy that we've talked about many times at the board, with the board, we are starting to see an impact. We are seeing that the total volume of claims is coming down to pre-pandemic levels. More importantly, we're seeing our mental health claims significantly come down. At one point, mental health claims was the highest reason to be off on an occupational absence. It's now, for good but also not good, it's kind of officer injuries, assault or injuries on the job. So, but that used to be what it always was. So, what we are seeing is overall claims are coming down. It is a reflection of the impact of the wellness strategy, of being adequately resourced, of also just greater, I think, supports, proactively. But what you will see in the budget, and it's important to know now, that the total WSIB cost, though, is still continuing to rise. And the reason is the claims that are open, meaning the members that have not returned, those are complicated cases, they're costly cases, and those costs continue to rise. So the healthcare cost is going up, even though the total number of claims and members off is coming down. And so I think that I'll conclude around where would these resources go. So no matter what scenario we pick, there is some semblance of priority and urgency around where resources would be allocated. You know, first and foremost, it is about continuing to manage and reduce the response time and address growth of calls. Critical vacancies in the investigative area that need to be addressed. And then we are looking ahead at readiness for FIFA, readiness for special events and protests and demonstrations. And then, you know, we have reform. We want to continue. The board in the motion was very clear around a desire for neighborhood community officer expansion. And then lastly, but kind of important across all of them, is around succession planning, retention, and leadership. On the civilian side, there are delivery roles that grow with population, like comm operators, like parking enforcement, like disclosure analysts. With workload, with population increases, their workload does increase. That's always the first focus, is frontline delivery roles. The other piece of that is going to be all of the modernization and reform that we are committed to not only implement but sustain over the long term. What we will be doing in the budget, in our submission is, and we always do it, it's not new for this year, we will itemize for 2025 exactly which roles and in what areas we are looking to fill. We did that we do that every year. This year will be no different. And so really where we're at now is we are looking very quickly to confirm direction on a multi-year hiring plan, whether that's direction through the board, working with the city, because this is the biggest component of our budget. We do need to incorporate this into the budget discussions and in our 2025 submission. In parallel to that, longer term, we are validating the metrics and the analysis currently that we're doing with the third party. And then we are going to go through a phase over the next couple months to just refine our estimates, but also work with the city, whether that's city funding, support the intergovernmental conversations that are essential to support long-term financial sustainability, and ultimately use this information to develop, finalize the budget, and move into the city process into the new year. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Chief, anything else? That's it. So now we're going to begin with our deputations. So I ask that everyone is respectful of time, but also respectful of each other as we go through numerous deputations. So thank you for that. And our first deputation in person, Daniel Tate. Is Daniel Tate here? Oh, is that Daniel Tate? Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Toronto Police Services, you guys do a tremendous job in a very complex environment with incredible constraints. And what you do is very tough. And on behalf of the majority, vast majority of Torontonians, we really appreciate what you do every day. So as we know, the security situation in Toronto is declining. We just saw some very sobering statistics. We saw that car theft is up, gun crime is up, arms trafficking, hostile rallies are up, hate crime is up, hate speech is up. All the metrics of crime are up. And so in order to deal with these threats in this declining security situation is you need to have a very robust, dynamic, adequately staffed police force that can handle these increasingly complex security threats and crimes that are being done in our city. I'm not a criminologist, and I know this is not the only barometer of a high-quality police force, but police officer to population is still very important. It can't be dismissed. And in relation to other global cities, our cop to pop is very, very low. In fact, it's incredibly low. In the year 2000, our population was about 2 million. We had 5,149 police officers. That was a cop to pop of 206 officers per 100,000. In 2023, our population is 3 million. That equates to 5,107 officers, which is 163 per 100,000. We actually have less police officers than we did in the year 2000. To make matters even worse, not only do we have a documented population of 3 million, but a couple weeks ago, there was some kind of undocumented immigrants day at City Hall where it was announced there's potentially up to 500,000 more undocumented illegal immigrants in our city. That must be putting a tremendous additional strain on our police service. So think about it. We potentially have a total population of almost 3.5 million people with less police officers than we had in the year 2000. That is certainly going to cause a whole host of downstream problems for morale, for P1 response times, which are completely unacceptable now. 18, 19, 20, 21 minutes. We demand a high-quality, robust police service for our property tax dollars. We paid almost 10% this year. The people of Toronto want, deserve, and need a high-quality, adequately staffed police force. So please select option 3 or 4. If you choose 1 or 2, the rest of the city is going to be mortified.
Thank you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have virtually Giuseppe Scoleri. Mr. Scoleri? You're on mute. Okay. Are you able to hear us? 'Cause yes, you're able to hear us, but you're on mute. Can we see if we have him unmuted from this end? Does he need to press *6 or? You will need to unmute yourself. I'm not sure. Have you tried to unmute? Yes, he has. So apparently we have him on mute, so we need to unmute him from our end.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you guys had me on mute. So
No problem.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thanks. First of all, my deepest respects to Constable Andrew Hong on the 2nd anniversary of losing his life in the line of duty. God bless him and his family and all the other people that sacrificed to protect us. So we hear every day in the media, online, digital, otherwise traditional, and by our leaders, political and business leaders, that Toronto's a safe, world-class city. But in the last 5 years, our city has degenerated a lot into much higher lawlessness and chaos on a lot of levels. Violent crimes occur daily. Fear amongst citizens is palpable. The response times here, I commend everyone who has efforted to bring them down. It's great to see that they're down, but they're still way higher than major cities like New York and Los Angeles and even Vancouver and Montreal here in Canada. I feel for the people that are victims of crime that are waiting, and every second seems like an hour when someone is in a really bad spot and they need help from the police or any other law enforcement agency. You know, when someone calls 911, they're placed on hold to leave a message. You know, the TPS staffing plan has to ensure proper recruitment and training so that officers that retire or move on are replaced, right? There's that shortfall. The police have to deal with the protests, and obviously everyone has the right to a peaceful protest, but as we see, sometimes they're not peaceful. You know, we've got FIFA coming, and the city has a lot of events, and every second day there's a festival or some other community event, which obviously people have the right to have. And I understand that there are other services that are required. You know, I think finding money for specialists in mental health and others that can help the police and augment the police versus trying to take money away or not giving the police the money they need is the way to go. Municipalities have completed new contracts, yet Toronto has failed to do so. Other police forces near us, like Halton and Peel, are giving the police raises, and a lot of cops are going to work for those places. They're moving, right? So they're moving, and I don't think that's good for the Toronto police force. They pay better, they have better benefits, they have newer facilities, and this is indeed happening, right? So as a concerned citizen of Toronto, I don't know what we can do about this other than make sure that the police in Toronto have the same advantages and the same playing field as other police forces in Ontario and in Canada, and in fact, the United States. You know, if we consider ourselves a world-class city, we need to have world-class police. And while we may have officers that are world-class, I don't know that their pay and their working conditions are. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the Deputant? There's none. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Virtual, we also have from Camille Rogers.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Camille Rogers. I've lived in Toronto for 8 years, and I currently live in the Parkdale High Park ward. I'm speaking today because I want to urge you to include detasking in your long-term hiring plan strategy. Right now in Toronto, we have the opportunity to change the way our city operates by moving funding away from police services and instead investing in evidence-based solutions like the Community Crisis Service. If we continue to rely on police to solve complex and nuanced problems like mental illness, we will continue to see the safety of our communities deteriorate. When I was a little kid, I was always told that when I was in trouble, I should go to the police, and they would take care of me and make sure I was safe. But now, I know that's not true, especially not for people like me. A few years ago, only a few blocks from where I live, Toronto police officers responded to a 911 call from a woman named Regis Korchinski-Paquette. She was experiencing a mental health crisis and needed help, not escalation, but her 911 call ended with her falling from a 24th-story balcony. She was younger than I am now. I'm trans, and I've also lived with mental illness my whole life. Most of my friends are also queer, trans, mentally ill, or disabled, which means that we're all statistically much more likely to be victims of police violence. I've experienced periods of serious mental illness myself in the past, and being in that place mentally is terrifying, and it's almost impossible to get better without help. I was lucky enough to have support from my family and access to resources through my university, but a lot of people don't have those support systems. If one day I or one of my friends or family were in serious crisis, I would not feel safe calling 911 for help, because I know if the police arrive, they could very easily make the situation worse and hurt or even kill someone I care about. I wish there were more civilian services I could trust to help and support someone in crisis without putting them in danger. I want to live in a city where I can feel safe calling on support services without being afraid that I or my loved ones will be harmed or worse. And that city could be Toronto. That's why I'm asking the board to consider on your long-term staffing plan to move funding away from armed police officers and into civilian services like mental health supports and the Community Crisis Service. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time. Okay. In person, we have Elliot Van Woudenberg. I hope I didn't butcher that too much.
Hello, my name is Elliot Van Woudenberg. I'm here because of Progress Toronto, and I'd like to ask that the board defer action on the multi-year hiring strategy to allow time for the strategy's serious deficiencies to be rectified. Barring that, please direct TPS to focus their efforts on hiring scenarios 1 and 2. What led to this request? I grew up hearing that if we increased headcounts, TPS would be able to provide the safety and security which everyone in our city deserves. As I grew up, I witnessed numerous budget increases and hiring pushes. However, I still find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk by the spot where my brother was mugged. 2 specific experiences cemented for me that these same old strategies won't work. Over the pandemic, I moved to a condo on Charles Street by U of T's St. George campus. While living there, the condo board that ran my building, as part of a coalition with other condos on the street, engaged in a focused campaign to influence the operational decisions of TPS. Residents were directed to contact TPS every time we heard of, witnessed, or experienced anything which could be construed as a safety concern. The board put pamphlets in our mailboxes, distributed flyers in the lobby, ran 24/7 TV ads in common spaces, and directed staff to closely monitor public spaces adjacent to the building. Eventually, the campaign was successful, and the frequency of foot patrols by TPS was increased. My other experience was participating in Toronto's 2024 budget process. I learned that of the major services offered by the city, the TPS is most dependent on tax revenues. As 90% of TPS's budget is related to people, it is imperative that we properly plan for the long-term hiring of personnel in a transparent and financially responsible manner. Informed by my lifetime in Toronto and my professional experience in the worlds of public service, strategy, and data analytics, I could only feel disappointment as I reviewed the agenda for this meeting. The multi-year hiring strategy is based on a fundamental flaw, an overemphasis on the cop-to-pop metric with no accounting of COLA impacts. Firstly, no clear connection between response times and cop-to-pop is established, which is the most obvious application of the metric. On page 18, they attempt to establish this link, but speaking candidly as a data analytics expert, that's the weakest correlation I've ever seen shared in a professional setting, and I question if it's statistically significant. This weakness possibly explains why no projections for response time improvements based on the various hiring scenarios were included in the agenda. Finally, the potential financial impacts of cost of living adjustments have been completely left out. While there is obviously some uncertainty here, TPS could offer upper and lower bounds for COLA impacts based on historical trends and previous arbitration results. Without this being included alongside a more robust set of KPIs, this document doesn't meet the minimum standards required for a long-term hiring strategy. Reflecting this, I ask that the board defer action on this multi-year hiring strategy to allow time for these serious deficiencies to be rectified, and barring that, to please direct TPS to focus their efforts on hiring scenarios 1 and 2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. And in person, we have Sean, is it Meager or Mager? Mager. I'll get one of them correct. Sean, you've been here before, too.
You've been having to listen to that name for a long time.
I have, yes.
I wasn't planning to come today. At July's meeting, the public and the board clearly said that we needed a plan that did more than just hike costs, but instead included ways to reallocate work to partners in a more coherent plan for safety. I was optimistic. But here we are once again reading a plan that offers various ways to address the issue just by pouring in far more money and provides no meaningful strategies for anything else. There is very little to justify that plan. Of 4 scenarios offered, only 3 are costed and none of them completely. 3 plans call for increases between 50 and 180 million new tax dollars. Option 4 has no costing, but if you look at the amount of money needed to meet the proposed cop-to-pop target, it's clear that it requires roughly $300 million. None of these account for inflation, which if you add it in, puts option 4 at roughly $350 million. That's about a 10% tax increase for every household in Toronto just for police. And where is the detailed numerical analysis to justify this increase? It is missing in action. We are told that the different models affect response times, but despite the complex new metrics we saw today, we are not told how much. We're told that neighborhood officer programs would have to be reduced, but not how much. We're told that there'd be gaps in investigative capacity, but not how many or what kind. We're told overtime rates will be higher, but not what the actual cost is. There aren't many numbers in this report, and worse still, the numbers that are there are, well, let's call them unhelpful. The report says that the cop to pop ratio should be 208 officers per 100,000 residents. But Toronto has only had that cop to pop ratio once, ever. Every other year this city has existed, the ratio has been lower. And the report ignores the fact that Ottawa handles the same number of embassies and protests at a far lower cop to pop ratio. That's not surprising because repeated studies show that police demand is driven far more by age or income or education level or tenure than raw changes in population. That's a finding in the research, and it's a finding that has been corroborated by the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Cop to pop is not a metric that tells you very much, especially when there are so many other metrics that are much more useful. We are similarly told that we need to spend $350 million more on officers to get response times back to where they were in 2010, but the average priority run response time was faster in 2000 when the cop to pop ratio was lower. Response times are not simply a function of how many officers you have, they're mostly a function of how your police are deployed. Officers that are tied up on mental health calls are not there to go to other calls, and so they're slower. And the TPS statistics bear that out. Officers who are not tied up on things that aren't police work have response times of 11 minutes right now. That's every bit as good as in 2010. The problem is not there aren't enough officers. The problem is they're tied up in doing things that aren't police work, and that's my final concern, is the board specifically asked the chief at the July meeting to bring forward a plan that looks at ways to reduce pressure on the service and get response times down by dealing with activities that aren't police work in other ways.
Your time's up now.
Okay, well, I'll just say that deputants offered a half a dozen models for doing that. If the TPS wants to raise everybody's taxes 10%, then they should do what every other city department does, offer a clear numerical business case for doing it and propose options that work.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, okay, so we'll have Deputy Mayor Morley first.
Thank you. I'm just curious, you mentioned the response times in 2000. Do you know what the cop to pop number was at that time?
Not off the top of my head, but it was appreciably lower. In fact, the population didn't change a lot between 2000 and 2010 in the city, and there were about 600 fewer police officers at the time.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Carroll? Same question? Okay. Anyone else? Thank you for your time. We have virtual Dasha Kulia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dasha, and I reside in the Spadina, Fort York Ward. I'm here today, thanks to Progress Toronto, to share my valuable opinion on the multi-year staffing plan. I urge the board to prioritize detasking as the central strategy in shaping the future of TPS staffing. The staffing scenarios are ironically very short-sighted. Replacing retired cops is one thing, but as the board says, the city needs adequate and effective service delivery. If hiring and retention are at critically low levels and TPS wants to achieve its response time objectives, maybe it's time to shuffle things around. This city desperately welcomes change. As another terrible decision comes down on us from above with the closure of supervised consumption sites, we're on the brink of witnessing something horrific, a Toronto immersive experience of how bad policy kills. In contrast, reallocating responsibilities away from police and improving their work-life balance is a public health harm reduction strategy, as it directly impacts the safety and well-being of those they encounter. Both issues highlight how smart policies can save lives while suboptimal budget allocation put people at risk. Long-term budget planning won't fix what is an inherent boot of oppression that lives in the soul of a police force. It just can't. It cannot undo decades of damage, least of all to its reputation. We as a city have to adapt when we're using these millions of dollars instead of increasing budgets without any actual measurable targets, overemphasizing recruitment at the expense of competence, or resorting to creating podcasts that can cure insomnia. Effectiveness of policing ties in directly with the detasking initiative. What is effective about mounting police units here? I've witnessed horses being used as instruments of force and intimidation, including last night. We should have left this cruel unit behind the 20th century. Every time I've cut this let the officers be absorbed into other units. I've seen the before and after of the Liberty Village Traffic Action Plan. As I walk through the neighborhood, it's a great change. I've also seen officers managing traffic by manually switching the light. You don't need a gun to push a button. When you put on a vest, people listen. The vest does not need to be bulletproof. Board member Nick Migliori, you've been in charge of a lot of security services. You have great insight into the division of labor between law enforcement and security. I bet if I ask you, name 3 things cops don't need to do that someone without a gun can, you'll have the answers. Deputy Mayor Morley, you recognize that reducing poverty, the biggest driver of crime, will benefit both residents and officers. Long response times won't improve next time if the last dozen budget increases fail to fix them. Board member Chris Brillinger, throughout your decades of service to this city, you understand how crucial it is to reevaluate traditional roles through an equity lens. Detasking the police builds on the principles you've championed, focusing resources where they're most effective, ensuring that those in need are met with care, not force. Toronto Police Service Board members, I implore you to consider the replacement hires only staffing scenario while reducing the current workload of officers through detasking. We don't need more cops. And when it comes to our city's police budget, whatever it might be, it's not the size of it, it's how you use it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the deputy? Thank you so much for your time. Our next deputation is in person. Derek, is it Crandler? Is Derek here? Okay. And in person, since we don't see Derek, Jessica Westhead? I apologize in advance if I do not pronounce your names properly.
Hi there.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jessica Westhead. I'm a Toronto resident, and I'm here to ask the police board to take immediate action on detasking in the context of your multi-year staffing plan. We need to reallocate resources away from police and redirect them to the agencies and community groups that are better equipped to deal with the issues that desperately need attention: housing, food security, education, addiction treatment and support for drug users, and chronic homelessness. One evening this spring, I was walking in our neighborhood with my husband. I went to use the public washroom in the park, and I saw a shape on the floor of one of the stalls. I thought it was some clothes that someone had left behind, but then I saw a person's face with their eyes closed. I thought they were dead. I ran out and called 911 in a panic, but soon after, a woman came out. She was alive, but she didn't look well. I told her I was calling an ambulance, and she became terrified and said she didn't want the police to come. I asked the dispatcher if they could just send the ambulance, but she said police had to come too. So I canceled the call. My husband and another bystander and I helped the woman sit on a bench. She was very kind and just happened to be having a hard time in her life. She asked us for a chocolate bar and juice because she was diabetic and just took her last insulin dose. She said she was being abused by her partner and had nowhere to stay. My husband called Central Intake, but there were no shelter spaces available. I called a friend who worked in the shelter system for advice on a solution that didn't involve police. My friend said if the woman looked like she might pass out, which she did, I should call 911 again to request an ambulance because there is no other option. So I did. I told the dispatcher this woman was in distress. She needed help. She was not a threat to anyone. The police would come anyway. The firefighters arrived first, then the paramedics. A firefighter and a paramedic, both women, spoke gently and respectfully to the woman. They took her to the ambulance to give her the medical attention she needed. Then 2 police officers arrived for no reason, and she still had no place to stay. We need more shelter workers, paramedics, firefighters, supervised consumption site workers, more first responders who are trained in culturally safe care and caring for people who have experienced domestic violence and sexual assault, and more mental health care workers experienced in de-escalation. Abundant research shows that the safest communities are those with the most resources for citizens, not the most policing. We know, too, that more policing means higher levels of violence that target people in racialized, 2S, LGBTQ+, and impoverished communities, and especially Black and Indigenous people.
Sorry, Ms. Westhead, your time is up.
I want to live in a city, and I think all of you, too, that prioritizes safety and stability for everyone. Okay. Detasking is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westhead. Any questions for Ms. Westhead? Thank you for your time. Our next deputation, Marley, is it Waser? Wasser. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. My name is Marley Wasser. I'm here to urge the Toronto Police Service Board to refocus the multi-year staffing plan towards detasking police responsibilities to other services that are much better equipped to ensure community safety. You may recall that I was here on July 31st when the board was here to discuss the interim version of this hiring plan. During that meeting, I spoke about how growing up as a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, I was taught that never again means never again for anyone. I spoke about how another genocide is happening right now to Palestinians and how police here in Toronto are brutalizing those of us who are calling for all levels of Canadian government, Canadian businesses and institutions, and individual Canadian citizens to stop supporting this atrocity. Then, later that very same day that I was here speaking to you all, I was dragged by police from the steps of my childhood synagogue for trying to attend an anti-hate event. I was there along with other Jews wearing this shirt that says, "Jews say no to genocide." The public event that we were trying to attend was promoted as an evening of solidarity against hate, with our mayor and other public officials as honorary guests, including a representative from the Toronto Police Service. The event was being held at the Pride of Israel Synagogue, which is a shul that I attended regularly growing up. And a few weeks before the event, the synagogue's windows were shattered by rocks, reportedly by someone driving by on a motorcycle. This incident is still under investigation, and we don't yet know with certainty who did this or why. But let me be clear. I stand against anti-Semitism just as firmly as I oppose acts of Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism and any other form of hate that threatens our collective safety. Not only is this the right thing to do, but all of our safety is intertwined. But I am deeply, deeply, deeply concerned with the way that police force is being used as a tool for our community safety. When Jews are getting dragged by police from synagogues for wearing shirts opposing genocide as an immediate response to other Jews feeling uncomfortable, something is obviously very, very, very wrong with our approach to community safety. And so this is why I am urging the Toronto Police Service Board to please refocus the multi-year staffing plan towards detasking police responsibilities to other services better equipped to ensure community safety appropriately.
Thank you, Ms. Wasser.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next deputation is virtual. Ruby LaForest. Do we have Ms. LaForest?
This deputation is not in the chat.
Is not? Okay, thank you. Next deputation is in person. Sebastian Dechter.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
My name's Sebastian. I'd like to speak about detasking. I believe that detasking is a triple win approach that would benefit everyone in this room. It would be a win for the Police Services Board, a win for the Toronto taxpayer, and a win for police as well. Maybe some of you have been to the Toronto Film Festival this week. I have, and when I've been walking around, I've noticed police posted at barricades. They are there to show that the road is close to car traffic. I've seen these officers standing there all day doing a job that I would argue is already being done by the barricade. Say, hypothetically, we took these officers off of barricade duty and replaced them with some sort of civilian traffic warden or even a brightly colored pylon. I think that's the triple win that I'm talking about. First, it's a win for police. During last year's budget process, the chief was very insistent that a significant budget increase was needed to improve emergency response times. Wouldn't emergency response times be improved if dozens of officers were freed up from traffic duties around the city? The second win is for the Toronto taxpayer. Extracurricular police activities, which often include being posted at special events like this, incur overtime for officers, which came up in the presentation, on top of their already significant salaries. Other more reasonably compensated city employees, or again, just a pylon, would save Torontonians money. And City Council would win by getting to show off these savings and that they are taking the complaints of citizens seriously. For those counting along at home, that's 3 wins, a win for everyone. And I think there's no reason to stop with just traffic management. There are a number of areas where detasking could create triple win scenarios. There's been significant criticisms of how police handle peaceful protest, and the TPS has complained about how much money and resources is spent on monitoring these protests. Transferring this duty to civilian protest marshals employed by the city, as well as unarmed traffic enforcement, would allow police to refocus their resources on preventing violent crime. At the last Police Services Board meeting, the chief mentioned that he wanted to avoid a lift and shift approach to detasking. I don't know what that means, but it sounds awesome, honestly. If police are so underfunded and under-resourced, let's lift duties that they don't want to do off their shoulders and shift parts of their budget to civilian agencies who can perform these duties better and cheaper for the taxpayer. If we do that, it won't be tripolar, it will be tri-winning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Thank you. Thank you for your time. And in person, Miguel Avila. I don't see Miguel. I didn't see him. Yeah, no, I didn't see him, but okay. In person, we have next Michael Longfield. Is Michael here? Oh, there he is. Afternoon, Mr. Longfield.
Wow, it's a new room for me. Hi, my name is Michael Longfield. I'm the Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. We're a member-supported charity that brings people together to create safer streets and more vibrant communities. Reducing response times for emergency priority 1 calls we've heard about today is a stated goal of this multi-year hiring plan. And there have been 33 homicide shootings in Toronto this year, according to the TPS's public safety data portal. While this is a worrying number, it nearly matches the 31 traffic fatalities this year, according to the city's Vision Zero dashboard. This is not an anomaly. Generally, traffic fatalities, which are overwhelmingly the result of vehicle collisions, in Toronto equal or outnumber the number of homicides in a year. Already 6 people on bikes have died in Toronto this year. That's more than the previous 3 years combined, or more than any other year since Vision Zero has been tracking these numbers. This is a public health crisis and evidence the status quo is not working, and riding a bike should not be an act of courage. To be clear, I'm not suggesting that any kind of preventable tragedy does or doesn't have more weight or merit, and I'm certainly not an expert in how Toronto or any city should be tackling violent crimes and homicides. But the multi-year hiring plan identifies opportunities to support safer communities through, quote, alternative service delivery that could potentially have been handled through a non-police response if proper alternative responses were in place. Some of those alternative responses, including the mobile crisis intervention teams and transferred out non-core services like crossing guards and TTC security, are some examples mentioned in the 24 budget report. Building on the success of the city's traffic agent program piloted in 2016, we recommend accelerating that partnership to explore alternative resources and transferring out parking and traffic enforcement and event and construction zone management to the city, allowing TPS to redirect resources to focus on other core duties. Parking and traffic enforcement represents nearly 5% of the total police budget, and together with the 2% for events and protests, that's nearly $100 million. Toronto must continue to reduce the reliance on on-the-ground enforcement and accelerate building streets that are safe by design, and the expansion of automated technologies, including automated speed enforcement, red light cameras, dedicated bus lanes and transit priority corridor cameras, and parking cameras to stop parking in bike lanes. And finally, a quick thank you to the folks at 14 and 11 Division who helped take my report for a stolen bicycle earlier this week. And so if anyone sees a light blue step-through e-bike, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you so much for your time. And now we have virtual, Helen Armstrong. And thank you also, Helen, for your written submission as well.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be giving some slightly different words today. I spoke at your July 31st meeting, and I was very hopeful that the board would be directing the chief to introduce a staffing model that gave priority to detasking. However, I'm disappointed reading the chief's report, as efficiencies and detasking do not appear as a priority. Councillor Chen asked for more transparent data, and we still don't have much on the table to make this happen. As mentioned by another deputant, only 3 of the 4 staffing scenarios presented today are costed and none of them fully. We're still faced with hiring more police and not less, as many of us proposed and urged at your July meeting. Police costs will continue to escalate, and there is no justification for this increase. The report says we need more officers to address the growth in call volumes, yet the data shows that these are not actually growing. We need detasking, and I stress this especially, we must have far less policing of people who are on the streets, and they should not be ticketed for seeking money. I work in the homeless sector with these folks, and some of them are racking up thousands of dollars in fines, which are completely needless and which they cannot pay. We also need to disband the mounted horse unit and have fewer police at demonstrations, not more. We can also get rid of unnecessary 2-officer patrol cars for much of the time. Toronto doesn't need to have such a high ratio of police per resident. It does not reduce crime. We must continue instead to transfer services over to the civilian service. This includes parking, bylaw enforcement, and more. To address response times, we need to have fewer police tied up with mental health calls. Those calls must be referred to the crisis response unit, and the funding should come out of the police budget. Police need to be acting where crimes are actually being committed, and they can only do this if they are freed up from other activities. In July, many of us shared ideas to help streamline policing. Despite these sensible ideas, there's no direction from the chief to the board on how to implement them. There's no plan for how to implement options and no assessment of their impact. The models proposed will maintain inefficient policing and result, as Sean Mahar mentioned, in about a 10% property tax increase. How can the police be the only city department that ignores the need for efficiencies? The $350 million that would be asked for would far better be spent on crime prevention, including community services, youth programming, and services for people who are homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Any questions for the deputant? Thank you so much for your time. Also, our next deputation is virtual. Value. Can you hear us? You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you want to try again? We could hear you, but not as well as...
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Here today as an advocate of a member advocacy committee. People with lived experience of poverty, homelessness, and disability issues. Operate as an independent the neighboring group services in Kensington Market. We have first-hand knowledge of policing and we share our knowledge and ideas on how to effectively engage with people from our community. One of our group members spoke to you July 2024 meeting calling for a reduction in police budget and moving to civilian sector. This asking of police work was endorsed by this board has not reflected in the chief's current report. We are asking why it's happening. Many council residents have a strong interest in crime prevention and affordable city services. This means, for example, the parking and bylaw enforcement can be moved away from policing and into city services and cost a lot less. We also must see the chief's report or request to allocate funding from the police budget to the first pillar of service. It is highly effective in expanding non-police crisis response groups. We urge you to take this money out of the police budget as was initially requested. Crisis response teams have a highly successful track record and are popular with the low-income communities we engage with, including those with mental health and addiction issues. Our number one concern is the policing of homeless people. We personally have experienced and know people who have been subjected to this inappropriate form of policing. The Change Lab estimates that the interaction between police and homeless people range from 3 to 40 times a year per person, with about 7 times a year. This adds up to 70,000 calls, many of which are inappropriate. Our corner drop-in at the neighborhood group, we often hear from clients who have racked up thousands of dollars in tickets, mostly from trying to solicit funds just on the sidewalk. One client even got $780 in tickets in one day by police and was
Mr. Yu, sorry, can we just stop the clock for a minute, please? It's just, do you mind just stepping back a little bit? You're not coming as clear. We can't make out some of the words sometimes. If you could just step back a little bit. Okay.
What did you step back? Okay.
Okay, we can start the clock again.
Okay. Okay. We want to see the end to the ransom police patrol as it is not proven to be cost effective. Instead, replace these patrols by sending people to where actual crimes are occurring. Research shows that this change would result in a cost savings of between 14 to 40%. We strongly urge you to use police budget savings to fully fund and prioritize Toronto community crisis response teams for mental health crisis. In their first year, these teams are very successful. The citywide expansion should result in huge savings, with 16,000 diversions from police expected. This will mean less need for officer time. Our personal experience is that mental health crisis response teams using the model employed by the Diversion Center are much safer and more satisfying than calling police who use tasers and can put people in danger. We once again call on you to send fewer police to demonstrations. We find there are far too many police at these events. This deployment.
Thank you, Mr. Yu. Sorry, the time is up. Any questions?
I just wanted to make a suggestion to the deputant. I think we were able to capture the gist of your sentiments and the detasking model, as well as focusing on upstream services to support our most marginalized. But I would just encourage, if possible, to submit the written portion as well, just for the record, for everyone's benefit. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you. In person, the next deputation, Manisha.
Hi. My name is Manisha. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. I'm an East York homeowner for the last 15 years. I'm here to share the story of with you of a crack house we had across the street and how even with constant policing, the situation deteriorated. I would like the city or the board to reassign some of the police tasks and so that we can focus on services for vulnerable people instead. The owner lived in the house for 40 years. The family had escalated from alcoholism to using drugs to dealing, and then when the parents died, to running a crack house. The kids ran the crack house. The problems of one generation were passed on to the next, and then to other more vulnerable and poorer members of our community. We got used to calling the police daily and felt grateful to them initially for their response. However, as the years went on, there was no change. And as a wealthy man, the owner was able to use the legal system to avoid consequences. It slowly dawned on us that we were witnessing seemingly limitless public dollars being spent on policing and the court system with no results. The expectation that the police should single-handedly solve all our complex social problems created a sense of helplessness in us and resentment when crimes continued despite their best efforts. Then, one day, a woman was giving birth, and she was ejected from the crack house and left to labor alone on a driveway. Finally, there were charges. The owner went to jail for 2 years, and when he returned, he was worse than ever. We don't know what became of the baby, or even if it survived. The only thing we know for sure is now the suffering was passed on to a new generation. Eventually, the owner ran out of money and sold his city home and moved to another one of his family homes in Manitoulin Island. So we got rid of him in Toronto, but only chased him off to another jurisdiction. This is really more than a downtown Toronto problem. People move from the suburbs to the city and to rural areas and then back again. We need to work with other municipalities and governments to address the root causes of addiction, family violence, and mental illness. In our case, more policing would not have helped. We had a lot of policing, and it just continued. I often think about that baby, and if only the mother had access to housing with mental health supports and drug rehabilitation programs, we could have saved another generation from the effects of addiction and violence by investing directly in people instead of punishment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Thank you so much. And we now have Mr. Langefeld, virtual.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just share my screen here again. The service mentions as part of their priorities, they're going to look at improving traffic enforcement, and yet I note they've in fact cut 6 officers from traffic enforcement. Looking at the replacement-only model, which even that I think is excessive, we should in fact be reducing the number of officers, and I think that's what you're hearing from the vast majority of the people of Toronto. But even looking at this, it doesn't in fact reflect the reality that recently there was a huge cut in the number of people permitted in the city and new transient population here. And so really we should be seeing a huge upswing in the prop-to-cop ratio. And I note that, as others have pointed out, the cost of living increases, the contract that's still being negotiated isn't even reflected as at the low end of what it might be. So even at $50 million over 5 years increase, that's in fact only a fraction of it. And we're probably looking at least $100 million minimum increase if you only hire replacements. Looking at the staff allocation here, the issue comes down to supervision. And so if we look at the best case scenario where it's staff sergeants and above and detective sergeants and above, or civilians actually labeled supervisors that are the ones involved in supervision, that still gives us a ratio of, on the officer service side, 16 workers per supervisor, and on the civilian side, 22 workers per supervisor. Looking at what the best recommendations are, from a number of sources, they say that, well, perhaps 5 workers per supervisor is normal in small business. When you get into the large corporations, that number approaches 100 workers per supervisor. But in fact, the sergeants and detectives are often supervisors, as are these coordinators and lead hands in the civilian side. And so really that works out to 4 workers per supervisor at the uniform side and less than 10 workers on the civilian side. Now, going over to the statistics here from your item 16, professionalism and accountability report, you've got that 766,000 documented contacts last year, using the number of officers that you report of 5,224, which is on the next page of that report. That works out to 147 documented contacts per officer. That's less than 1 documented contact per day for officer work. So basically your officers, albeit some of them are supervisors, are actually only responding to 1 call per day based on your numbers. Clearly, we need to...
Oh, no. Okay. Thank you for your time. Any questions for the deputant? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Okay. We have in person, Omo from Adasa Advocacy. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Good afternoon. Yes, it's on.
A condition by federal administration to view the police as friend not foe, Canadian parents continue to experience their already statistically marginalized offspring as naive when these offspring are found calling 911 for help, only to result in self-inflicted wounds by lethal weapons, resulting in the child's premature death. As a former youth justice advocate, I ask, is the murder of residential students going to continue to be permitted by sophisticated policy, or are we going to have on-duty staffing agent finally going to brave the responsibility of bringing the mechanisms that instruct their self-appointed colleagues working for the Toronto Police Services to kill victims and vulnerable people into disband? Advocates as well as stakeholders need to push for the individuals involved in the hiring processes and practice to seek out engineering more robust forms of respectability and accountability within policing forces, where, as Dale Hartley puts it, the underlying personality traits of cynicism, duplicity, and scheming by which master manipulators conceive and execute their agendas are eradicated. Parliament must... Sorry, how much minutes?
You can see it. It's
Parliaments must consider supporting the administration of client-centered systems that are survivor-approved, where communicative language is a mandatory learning component to Canadian occupants, which is structured to support victims in leading their care teams when surviving the extermination practices facilitated through government-owned sites while in queue space. The Ministry of Defence and its elected representatives must recognise the right of families and communities to challenge the policies embedded in the very toxic structures that review police conduct, behaviour and response. OIPRD and the SIU cannot continue to deflect from being the enablers of developmental mental illness within security, policing and law enforcement. In a future where the City of Toronto funds robotic aid and selected intelligent programming companies, they will be more willing to replace and even outperform our already paid and payrolled adults. In my term as a human traffic victim from 2018 to the present, 2024, I've seen that detasking as an approach does not solve the municipal problem of systemic death through intervention. It has been found that when specialized workers are given the power to enforce victims' criminalization, they oftentimes do. How will this response be regarded by advocates once detasking commences in law enforcement? If hiring managers readily believe that the projected idealism exposed within the minds of aspiring police officers are encouraged by the ignorance of UNDRIP in favor of the ascended British colonial wages, permanent residency cards, and colonizer education.
Well, your time is up now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the deputy? Okay. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you for your written submission as well. I'd also like to acknowledge written submissions by Mr. Howard Morton from the Law Union of Ontario, Mr. John Sewell, Ms. Nicole Corrado, Mr. John Reed, the President of Toronto Police Association. Okay. At this time, I will take a speakers list for any questions from the board members. So I'll just write the names down first. Okay, so far I have Chair Morgan, Deputy Mayor Morley, and Councillor Carroll. Member Brillinger, will you have as well?
For speaking, yes, not
for speaking?
questions.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to, and thank you, Councillor Chang, I'll put you down as well. I'll start off with Chair Morgan. As she has no voice, I will read her question. So, to the service, what is your most desirable model to conform to adequate and effective policing and the generally acceptable standards, and can you please explain why? Thank you. Should I repeat that, or you're
No,
good?
so I'll start, and then maybe the chief can chime in. I think when we look at the various factors around our workforce, our service response time right now, we look at the critical gaps in SOC in particular, we look at FIFA readiness, we look at reform and the sustainability of all that. You know, I think we would say that the 4x90, so the provincial training allocation, gives us the best chance at dealing with growth, continuing to reform and modernize, and continue to make improvements in our service delivery.
And I will add to that answer, Chair, if I may, and I appreciate the question. I think it really speaks to the heart of, as well, some of what the deputies talked about. And while it's framed as detasking in some discussions, it is part of our ongoing reform and modernization to focus on core services while having other agencies that are better equipped or able to deal with certain circumstances that right now fall to the police. We have been long invested in that commitment, long invested. This has been a journey that this organization has been on for as long as I can remember, and I would say accelerated considerably over the past years. And when I became chief, the commitment to continued reform is something that I expressly stated on the day of swearing in, because it is an important conversation. It is something the city's Auditor General spoke about quite succinctly, and one deputy referred to lift and shift. I reflect on the Auditor General's comments that the Auditor General specifically identified. It's not one or the other. It's a need for investment in both. Right now, we are talking about our ability to attend to core functions. Calls where nobody else is equipped to deal with them. They are solely a police responsibility to respond to armed carjackers, robberies, and with people armed with firearms on the streets of our city. These are core functions of the Toronto Police that we are struggling to attend to, and we are focusing on getting our capacity to meet our adequate and effective requirements of core service delivery. That's what we're trying to accomplish, and completely respect and acknowledge there is work to do in the continued development of other capacities and alternative service models, which we are committed to, and I want to be clear on the record on that. We are committed to alternative service delivery. But what we are focusing on is core service delivery. That is a police function, not the function of others. It falls to us in law, and in practical terms, given the circumstances we're responding to. So I agree with the CAO. There is a balance to be struck around the capacity of training and our ability to get people in a pipeline in an effective way, and we need to maximize that capacity while we are continuing to reconstitute our considerably degraded capacity for car service delivery.
Thank you, Chief. Deputy Mayor Moore.
Thank you. I wanted to just hold space for one follow-up from one of the deputants around calling for some ports from 911 for the vulnerable person and having the police still required to attend. I know that's sort of been a discussion around, again, TCCS and having others who might be a more appropriate response in a circumstance like that. I think for the benefit of everyone here, the deputant and the general public, can we just reiterate what kind of guidance we might provide it to someone, a bystander who's looking to intervene and wanting to get a response and support for an individual? I know TCCS, we've recently gone citywide and different things like that, but is there prompts that you say when you call, the operator, or specific requests that can be made to make sure that it gets diverted to the appropriate responder?
Deputy Pogue.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I actually have the TCCS dispatch data from the city. So from May of 2023 to May of 2024, we've seen really a diminishing transfer of calls from 911 to 211. First of all, the calls to 211 directly are up about 13%. But in addition to that, we still do continue to transfer when people do call 911 through to 211.
Okay, that's very helpful. And I think also, again, the whole make the right call thing is an important thing to equip.
I think there's just one important thing I want to say, because the nature of the deputation really spoke to the challenge that exists in real life. When you walk in and see someone on the ground and you can't assess the distress they're in. We have an obligation, regardless of the conversation here, to get help to people as quickly as possible, whatever form that can come in. So, there are alternative services that we need to provide education on, and we need to provide public awareness on. But there are circumstances where 911 is the right call, even though shortly after you establish that emergency that you thought might be occurring may change. But I just want to add that context, because what was described is something that I would find troubling, walking in and seeing somebody that may be unconscious or perhaps worse. And, I think the natural reaction is to call for help when someone appears in immediate medical distress, and I wouldn't want to discourage that while we deal with providing the education and awareness of alternative services.
Thanks for that, Chief. And I think it is important, right? Threat to life or any type of thing like that, for sure, still calling 911. And I think as we continue to stand up our partner services and make sure that there are social workers and others who can best support folks who are maybe in different kinds of crisis, but not immediately at risk. So that's helpful. I just wanted to also build on, I know we're going to get to it later in the agenda, but we do have the strategic plan before us today, and we're really excited to dig into that. There are guiding principles identified in the strategic plan, including human rights, equity-centered upstream approaches, well-being, evidence-based, transparency, and all of those wonderful things. How are we working to ensure those principles are reflected in our hiring plan?
So I think, what informed what came even before the strategic plan was the revised HR policy from the board. That also embedded very similar objectives and considerations. And what came after that was the service's own equity strategy that doubled down on many of those objectives. I mean, you heard in my opening statement today the gains we're making and we continue to make. That isn't going away. That is sustained commitment. We are resourced to keep doing what we're doing. It is, the where it ties into the multi-year hiring plan is the ability to refresh and kind of continue a pipeline, because each cadet intake, each promotional process, each one of those reflects an opportunity to diversify, to look at all of our principles around equity, to look at our processes, to look at how we reflect the community. And so I think that piece of it in particular, we have institutionalized in our hiring practices.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this represents a huge amount of work, and I just wanted to thank everybody involved and look forward to the continued discussion. That's all.
Thank you so much. And we'll just skip the order as Councillor Carroll needed to step out. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. I've just been having some technical difficulties. So I'm just looking at the staffing scenario replacement hires only. And in the 2025 year, it looks like there's more separations than hires. So I'm just trying to understand if we're trying to replace, how is it that the projected separations are greater than the new hires? Is it because we're counting on the new hires from 2024 to fill in the gaps?
Yes, through you, Chair. The way this works is the classes are in the moment, but it takes 6 months for them to be deployed. So the reason we can afford to have, let's say, 133 hires in 2025, even though we're losing 182, is because the December 2024 class of 90 and the September 2024 class of 90 come in to 2025 because they're deployed in 2025. So the way the 2025 actual number gets influenced is it's the September class of 2024, the December 2024 class, the 13 in June in 2025. I believe those would be it. And then maybe the laterals in 2025. Those 4 will influence what your actual deployed strength is to make sure that we are replacing what we lose. And what would happen in year is, let's say our separation number is off. Let's say we end up losing, 40, 50 more than we anticipate, which very well could happen. We would recalibrate the March class, the March 2025 class, right now at 0. We would likely add people there to make up for higher separations, let's say this year, if we see the trend going higher. And we would also try to fill the gap with laterals if we needed to.
Thank you for clarifying that. What happens if we, it sounds like there were a lot of fans of this version of the proposal. And I guess what would happen with FIFA? Because we know FIFA is coming. It's going to have some huge pressure across all the systems in our city. And just wondering what would that look like when FIFA comes and if we were to move forward with this first proposal?
So the piece I probably didn't highlight, and I should have, so I'm glad you're raising it, is what happens if it's replacement hires only and you have core service delivery to still meet? What we are estimating is just to deal with growth for next year, to deal with the FIFA training requirements, which while it's not for 2 years long, it's still like a temporary big disruption to the front line and core service delivery, and to deal with what are the current pressing needs today of vacancies. We are estimating there's anywhere from 100 to 150 FTE that we have to find. That is, you're shutting a service line down, you are degrading somewhere. So, and that is an exercise we as a command team are going through at the moment to say, if it's this scenario, what happens? And so we estimate 100 to 150 FTE that we would have to reallocate. And that is a service or a function that then would have to be obviously degraded as a result.
And that's per year.
Yes, so the 100, 150 is the need for us heading into 2025. After that, we estimate about at least 70 to 100 beyond that every year just to keep up with growth.
It says here in one of the pages that work is underway with a third party to determine, optimal staffing levels. Is this with regard to uniform only or both uniform and civilian staff? And may I ask, who is undertaking this work?
Yes, so the scope of this, it ties to the Auditor General's report and the recommendations of doing, robust sort of shift demand analysis. And so the scope of it is the front line, it is priority response. It does not factor civilians. It doesn't factor in kind of other areas. And there's two models currently being developed. One is sort of a higher organizational level model that says, here's the demand, here's average response times based on what we're seeing. Here's roughly what, we think optimal might look like based on like a P1, P2, P3 sort of target. And then the other secondary model that they're developing, and it's Environics. Environics is a third party. This is a partnership also with the TPA. The second model they're developing is a more granular division by division, queuing kind of demand model by deployment, by shift, to support the divisional decisions that they're already sort of making and adjusting, but certainly validating that against, more of a modeling sort of thing, and allowing us to kind of project out and do different scenarios and kind of update the volumes for each year, that type of thing.
So does this analysis include different shift models? And I guess I am concerned. I can see why TPA would be involved, but then would that preclude the opportunity to examine shift models that perhaps currently the collective agreement doesn't allow for?
Yeah, so what it does is it works within the boundaries of the collective agreement. So it does not come up with shift patterns that necessarily are unrealistic or that we can't do. But what it does allow us to do is run scenarios based on maximizing like officer availability hours and things like that. So the goal is, if there's going to be a set of parameters, each one has a little slider, if I could put it that way, whether you are trying to optimize, whether you're trying to even factor in vacation and availability and WSIB, whether you're looking at officer availability, day and night. So it allows us to calibrate, but the goal is to be able to run a model that works within the parameters of our operational realities. That doesn't mean that the TPA and the association can't also run it with their own set of assumptions, but ultimately it has to fit within what our operational sort of rights and parameters are. And so it does allow us to set that.
So I know there have been some mentions of consideration of single officer responses in the evenings to non-threatening calls, and I know that currently there are rules around this with the collective agreement. So my question is, what are the opportunities to consider operational models that would then flex some of our current constraints to consider, for TPA even, to consider from a data perspective how staffing could be further optimized to better serve the community and the city?
So the model actually specifically has a filter on percentage of calls that require 2 officers. So it allows you to give a data point, let's say. But in terms of the rules and the parameters of that, I mean, that's subject to the collective bargaining process. That has to be jointly kind of done with the TPA, but it does give you a range. I also just want to caution, the model is just that. It's a model. It's going to be a scenario tool just like these scenarios are. Yes, more sophisticated and more robust, but it is going to be one data point to help triangulate what the right size should be. So it'll give us some answers, and maybe that will create the springboard, I guess, for a discussion around this topic.
Thank you. With regard to the strategic direction that has informed the staffing model, I see here, there's process reform, service design, system change, partnership. These are all important, but they are also different from the current pillars that the board is proposing for the board's produced strategic plan. And I'm just wondering, how will the now in process board strategic plan influence the direction, because they're kind of being crafted concurrently, which is difficult, but is there some kind of relationship between what is done so far from the board to inform from a pillar and I guess big direction perspective. For example, I know community policing is very important to a lot of board members, and in terms of community safety and well-being, prioritizing that I think would be something a lot of board members would want to see. And I'm just trying to understand, how do the priorities of the board strategic plan intersect with the strategic direction of this particular document?
So, through you, Chair, I'll just take a swing at answering this. If we look at the tactics that we're trying to deploy, and we've discussed in terms of process reform, service design, partnership, and system change, those are trying to solve problems in, let's call it, the operational capabilities of the organization. We need to solve those problems whichever directions the board is intending to move us, and which strategies or which directions we're looking to invest in. We are open to and understand the board's role in defining strategy and above and beyond those. So I've separated those into a strategic layer, which is the realm of the board, and a tactical layer, which is the realm of the service, in terms of trying to execute it. We have a number of significant tactical problems with the organization that we need to solve. So when we look at, for example, we're just talking about the ability to model the staffing, shift patterns, demand, etc. That's capability that we don't have, and we're trying to build, and we need it to inform good strategy on the part of the board, so that the board can exercise its role in governance.
Thank you. And Colin, while I have your attention, there's this piece about partnership, develop partner management dashboards. And I'm wondering, is there a desire and a plan to move in a direction where all the different CSU units across the city would have similar dashboards, so that because they also provide an important lens on crime and safety across our city that the TPS dashboard currently might not include or capture?
I'm sorry, Councillor, the CSU?
Sorry, community safety units like TCHC, U of T, TTC. Yeah.
That would be shared through the local crime management models, where every division is partnered with the local community safety units, and in the case of the University of Toronto, where they have a footprint in the division. These are all relationships that happen at the local community and divisional level, where they would have an ability to discuss community safety indicators and really talk from the same set of, maybe not the exact dashboard, but certainly understanding the needs of our communities.
And the broader
But will their data be shared publicly in the same way that TPS data is shared?
So we wouldn't have control over all of those data sets because they're actually generated by community agencies. What we would be doing is building more dashboards and accountability measures around the interface between ourselves and community agencies. So if we think, we've heard a lot about detasking or community partnerships, upstreaming in this discussion. In order to execute on that effectively, we need to have partnership infrastructure that allows us to hand off cleanly and without service drops. Because you can imagine a service drop might result in harm to an individual and serious consequences. So building those measures to have proper pipelines for those handoffs, as well as to be able to measure their effectiveness, is central to the idea of those kinds of partnerships.
I'm just going to skip ahead to the recap of the modernization core service delivery. I see that in 2014 to 2019, 322 positions were civilianized. And we hear, the refrain of detasking. And I'm wondering, is there a number for do we have any goals of civilianization in this process of staffing? And additionally, I think it's helpful when we do have civilianization happening that we also show the cost savings that have been achieved moving and what the goal is in terms of cost savings as we consider the budget?
So through you, Chair, what I would say in terms of a goal, the goal is the right person with the right skills for the job. This is not a big civilianization effort in that way. Where it makes sense, absolutely. And this is something we continually review as just a regular course of looking at how to optimize our resources. So bookers, we talked about civilianizing bookers. When the missing and missed implementation team recommendations came out, we introduced crime scene technicians. We already have FIS, forensic identification specialists, genealogists. So where it makes sense, we do that. Same thing with talent acquisition. There is a portion of interviews and things like that and background agents that maybe need to be sworn, and then there's a portion that don't. That is a constant evaluation that we do, but it's not necessarily with the goal of cost savings, but it is around how do you make the most use of a fully deployable officer and support the front line and core service delivery. There has been historically, when you do a big wave of civilianization, so the 300 and some that were, yes, there was a cost savings of about 8 million, and that's 8 million annually because of the cost differential. So certainly we can highlight that when it happens. What you will find is you don't necessarily see these big waves like that anymore. I think those were one-time big kind of opportunities, but one by one, where it makes sense, we do it. The flip side, though, to the cost savings is the lack of what I would call agility and ability to deploy. And where that comes into play is then your premium pay gets pressured because there is a balance between cost savings on a salary and deployability and being an agile organization. So I think it's not about goal setting, but it comes back to that, how do you optimize kind of your resource profile and best match it for the skills to drive as effective of a service delivery as you can.
Thank you. I just have two more questions really quickly. One is about premium pay. Is there projections of premium pay costs in the three scenarios?
No, there isn't a projection, but we do make a commentary around, do we foresee premium pay growing? Do we foresee our ability to contain it a little bit better? So premium pay is really made up of three buckets. There's overtime, which is I'm already on duty and I'm extending my shift in a way. There's callbacks, which is I was maybe off and now I'm being called back for work. And then there's court time. The two levers we think we have an ability to maybe look at is the callbacks, because callbacks are a function of staffing levels. If you're short-staffed, then you're doing more callbacks. And potentially court time through policy changes. So we are looking at those. It's not built into the cost. We're kind of silent on the actual projection of premium pay, but we do recognize it's an area we need to try and curb. But it also, from a budgeting standpoint, you'll hear next month, it's also this one area that's always underfunded that we're kind of just managing from within.
And my last question is with regard to this comparison of policing in other communities. Is there a breakdown of cost per officer across these cities, as well as the percentage of the municipal budgets across these cities? Because these are not happening in isolation. And I think that would also help us better understand Toronto. Not to say we have to match other cities, but it does, give us more of a context.
So we will spend more time on the budget comparisons and history for October 2nd. So certainly we can provide that. We have in past presentations provided percentage of the city budget, and we are near the bottom, recognizing it's hard to always do an apples to apples because some stuff's provincially funded, different jurisdictions have different services in the kind of official police budget. And then the cost per officer, I'll have to take that away and see what that gives us, but we'll see if something like that's available for October.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Well, Councillor Chang asked a lot of my questions, so I might be able to be quick here. What I'm struggling with is if we ask a question about strategic directions and priorities, we get an answer about that. But when I look at the numbers look very, very much like they're formulaic, like they're not wedded. The strategic priorities, the modernization, if it's going to, well, let me put it to you this way. Everyone says that all the jobs in the world are going to disappear because of AI and quantum computing, but we seem to have a set of numbers that just say 2/3 officers, 1/3 civilians. Always was, always will be. We're just doing very simple math. So there doesn't seem to be any kind of multi-year approach to, that's a wonderful strategy in tech. How's it going to reorganize civilian jobs? Yes, we did civilianize 300 jobs. Then we realized we were short officers, and now we're just rehiring the officers that we took away in the transformational task force. Still have the civilians, going to buy the tech, still have the civilians. So I'm not seeing a marriage of the numbers and the strategic directions we have here. So if we develop a multi-year hiring plan, if we zero in on what we want, is it a living, breathing, organic piece? And are we going to, oh, look at that. Everybody's answering emails A, B, and C with AI and just working on the complicated ones. Boom, savings here. We don't need as many civilians as we thought we would need for 28, 29. Okay, are we going to revisit it year by year?
Yeah, so certainly the point is taken that what you don't see is a quantification of the impacts on key investments we've made over time and some of the cost avoidance. And so certainly that's work I think the CIO and I will have to take away in terms of built into this are impacts. So if we look at evidence.com or we look at the body-worn camera project, there's efficiencies that were built into it. There was also greater volume and workload that it caused. And so how do you now calibrate the two?
Right.
And so that's, I think, something we'll have to take away. Even RMS, we know there's going to be efficiencies on e-notes, less paper, less redundancy in what you're filling in 10 times. So has that been quantified, and how does that, at minimum, be reflected as the inherent savings in these numbers? And so we can take that away. I do think this is living and breathing. I think when we talk about a hybrid scenario, I believe we're going to come up with a 2025 scenario, but our financial future is dependent on a number of things, whether it's the city, the intergovernmental discussions, discussions on 911 levy, NG 911. There's lots of impacts out there that will move this one way or another. So I fully expect that this is like an annual refresh or maybe a semi-annual as key points of the capital plan and big projects come together to say, well, what is the impact? So the point is taken that there is another level of analysis maybe that we could bring forward at some point to the board.
Councillor Carroll, as the chief, I'll say this. If there isn't a board motion directing me at the end of this to come back yearly, then I'd be volunteering to come back yearly. Mm-hmm. I think this is an evergreen process given the complexities that exist and the real life practical shifts that happen in our environment, resourcing all the time. And we see that operationally. We can talk about October 7th and an incredible operational pressure that could not be foreseen last year.
Yeah.
Then intergovernmental discussions and what may or may not happen there, or the levies that may come to be, or the ability of the city to raise money. So all these things are, very much ongoing year to year, month to month, and I'd commit to that, absolutely, that we'd come back yearly.
So I think we can all agree, because we all live somewhere, we're all paying the bill. I think we can all agree that the city's at its maximum of being able to raise money. We did that with purpose last year. Here's what we can do, and it has been beneficial in intergovernmental conversations. But is there an understanding here that the process we're going to go through, it has to be similar to what we have done with our other first responders, which is to say, give us a 5-year plan, but let's work together on how we're going to load it in, front end load it, back end load it, at a year or two, that sort of thing. Is there an understanding that they're a partner in the discussion?
I would have no other way to describe it, Councillor, frankly. I think this is a collaborative process. There's, obviously we know provincial legislation governing myself as the chief and the board, that we're always mindful of, and, you know, within the context of the provincial framework that is different than other first responders. And I think that is important for us at least to acknowledge. Other first responders, other city agencies do not live in the same legal framework as the police do, or the service, or the board. That is a very different legal framework. So subject to that, of course, Councillor, you have our command team commitment to be collaborative, not just with the board, but with our city partners each step of the way.
Okay, understood. Okay, I'll put me down to speak when we get to speaking. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we're now at speaking. Member Brillinger.
Just quickly, thank you. When will the Environics work be coming forward?
I think the first model, which is pretty high level, is expected this month, at least internally for consumption. So something we might be able to bring to the October board. I haven't seen it, so I'm just mindful, but then the second one I believe is November. So I'm anticipating both to be able to come towards by the end of the year.
Those were your speaking? So that was a question. That was good. It was.
Sorry, now we're speaking?
We are on, yeah, if that was fine for the question. You wanted to speak to the Europe.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the deputants again for taking the time and presenting to the board. Always informative. One of the things that's crossed my mind through the discussion is that it's kind of unfortunate that we've connected detasking, the detasking conversation or modernization conversation, however you want to frame it, to the budget conversation and to the multi-year staffing plan. From my and I heard some of the deputants pull those things apart a bit. From my perspective, the modernization conversation is about how do we collectively, not just Toronto Police Service, but collectively respond in the most beneficial, efficient, impactful way to our citizens, right? And that's really how we want to keep the detasking conversation framed. And obviously, from my perspective, it's quite focused in terms of those experiencing mental health challenges. So I really hope that we can all kind of get back to that conversation and not, obviously it has budget implications at some point, but not getting driven by that and getting kind of put into positions as a result of that framing, because I really want to have the conversation about how do we collectively provide the best services. I think the agenda item, I think it's not the next one, but the one after, 911 crisis call diversion, is a good example of learnings and how do we build off those learnings, how do we better move forward with detasking from learnings like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I'll put my motion forward. I'm moving a motion that the board replace the recommendation. There is, after the presentation, a report. I hope people have noticed that we replace the recommendation there with the following. The board directs the chief of police in consultation with the city's chief financial officer to update the budget committee at its October 2nd, 2024 budget committee meeting with a hybrid option amongst these, a hybrid option that is guided by the principles of adequate and effective policing and also considers information provided by the city on its ability to pay, on the need to address the current officer to population ratio, and anticipated collective bargaining impacts and the strategic goals of the service. I asked the questions, Madam Chair, about, is this a living, breathing document? Because when we've had a successful multi-year plan with respect to staffing, we've treated it that way. But what we mean is not put 4 options on a piece of paper, but we're not going to choose one, we're not going to commit to anything, and you guys just figure it out as you go along. That's not actually, in my view, an efficient collaboration, because what it means is we'd be starting from scratch each year. And so I think we have to look at this at our own budget committee meeting, and we have to make some form of multi-year hybrid position that we agree on by the time we're adopting a budget here. We're strategic planning right now, deliberately and purposefully and according to legislation, and we really ought to know our fate for a few years at a time in order to do that. So I think we have to develop an option, pick one, and we can build it from what's been provided here. But you heard it in the deputations from the public. They were saying pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. They were picking their favorites. And I think they want to know our destiny for the next few years too, so that we can stop talking about it. Now in my view, what I mean when we say living, breathing document is you could do a hiring plan and then an October 7th happens. And so the following budget year, when you talk, you go, you know, and I know we said this many officers a year, but we're really struggling because of Project Resolute. You could set a hiring plan and then the city wins a bid for a soccer World Cup. And now you got to rethink that. To me, that's what I mean by a living organism, but starting from a base of over the next few years, this part we don't have to argue about. We know you have to at least do this to meet the strategic plan that you are working on. And I think we have to be deliberate in deciding how that works by budget committee time, because I think the longer we avoid actually nailing that down, it means that every year we're having the same conversation over and over again about, is it to detask or is it to increase the budget, as if there's some magic spot and we're just ignoring it. I spent all my political capital in the year we had to say to the community, you can't just lift and shift. To what? You can't say we're not going to do this anymore because they're going to do it over there, but over there is no other service. So we had to double fund for several, well, we double funded this year. The police are still responding, and yet we added $25 million to TCCS to take it citywide. There's to be a thing that is shifting, and everyone has to trust that shift on both sides of that service. So we're going through an expensive time in order to do that thing that relieves some of the pressure on the police to deal with what is basically a global mental health and poverty strategy.
And Councillor Carroll, can I just make a suggestion that you've moved this, and can we get a seconder and then go into discussion? So then we can go into discussion so that we move this.
Oh, okay, whomever, yes, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so Member Brillinger, and now we can go into discussion prior to any vote.
Sorry, I thought I had moved it in speaking to it, and then when I finished speaking, you would get a seconder. That's just my habit.
Okay, no worries.
That's sort of procedurally would have been okay. So I placed the motion, I read it aloud, and now I'm speaking to it. So here's the thing. I really think that while I have to be in agreement so that we're all still collaborating, I'm saying bring an update to Budget Committee, but let's get real. We can't have the same kind of contentious approach to budgeting next year. So we really have to be, by the time we get into October, really beginning to see the fruit of a conversation that started the minute that budget was over and has been going on ever since. Building this hiring plan here, then draft presenting it. Now we've seen an update, and now here a really good draft. I think we have to, within our own budget subcommittee process, really be starting to wrap our heads around what is achievable, what is affordable, and all of the other pressures on it, so that we're, throughout that process, gradually getting the community to understand where we're at, so that what we do in December to adopt a budget doesn't come as a massive surprise, either to the officers that are out there serving and listening to this conversation, or to the community that is right now very confused. Are we growing or shrinking this police force? What we're trying to do here is is effectively serve the community. And that's what this conversation is about. And so I think we really have to turn our minds to this. And what it means is that next iteration in October is very, very important. How far it gets in November is very, very important, because we will be adopting a budget that we don't want to be a battle. We don't want to go away at the end of the year for Christmas vacation thinking, batten down the hatches, we got to battle this out, because there are only so many dollars. There really are. We'll get all of this done. We'll arrive on something, and then the actual financial costs of the arbitrated settlement will hit us probably a couple months after that. So all of this has to play into a collaborative process, so that the city who really wants to properly police this community can afford it and commit to it, and actually know how much that's going to cost us in general for the next few years. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Member McLeori?
Yeah, I'd like to add a D and an E. If we're going to isolate the current officer to population ratio, should we not address adequate P1 response time? As well as we've heard that basically the impact of diversion really doesn't help curb the demand of policing. You made that comment. So should we not include that as well? The demand of policing be addressed as well for police services? If you're adequately going to ask the chief to analyze this and respond.
Oh, you're asking, okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you're moving it as an amendment, or you're
Well,
asking.
I would like to add D and E as I stated and move it, correct?
Can we have that back up and see what that looks like, TB?
Okay, point of order. I don't know how you handle it here, so I'm asking before I get myself into a thing here. I don't view that as a friendly amendment. I'd want to speak to it. So if you're moving an amendment, I'd like to discuss it.
Well, we will discuss it. We'd just like to, if we can
Okay.
visually see it, how
Got
that would
it.
be worded is the reason why I'm asking if we can bring it up and have it written, and then we can make a decision.
Okay.
And that's what we've done in the past too, is just bring it up so that we can visually see it.
Sure.
And then we work on the wording, absolutely.
That's what I'm asking.
No problem.
P1 response times. And the increased demand of police services.
I think I'm doing it on Tuesday.
Policing services? Yeah. I don't know why that's not friendly. It's more friendly than the officer to pop ratio.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. That's sort of like Brad Pitt smooth face. Yeah, that's AI.
Yeah.
I would like to speak to the amendment. Of course. Yeah. Oh, you want me to do it now?
Let's just wait once
Oh,
it's
okay.
ready. I just thought, is there anyone else who wanted to make any comments prior to looking at the amendment and speaking on that? Deputy
I'm
Mayor
happy to fill
Morley.
some airtime here. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Madam Chair. And I'll keep my comments brief. I just wanted to reiterate my thanks to the Chief and Command for this work since arriving here, and certainly through our previous conversations, specifically at budget time when things get contentious. We are all very focused on adequate and effective. And I think the best way for us to really get a handle on that together is through exactly this kind of work and collaboration. And so I think this is a really, really wonderful place to start. I know, again, a ton of work has gone into this, and we've heard, from members of the public about their preferences around this and how it aligns with some of our guiding principles as well. And so I know we'll work through the particular motion at hand and hopefully provide some more further guidance and direction as this work progresses. But I think, as was mentioned, the fact that this will continue to be an evergreen document, living and breathing, and we'll continue to monitor various aspects of it. One thing I'll just say too, in reading this, and I won't ask a question because we're past questions now, but when we talk about adequate and effective policing, we've heard some various perspectives on whether POP to COP is in fact a principle of adequate and effective policing, or just a measure that we can look at. So I'll be kind of curious to continue to monitor that particular aspect as we continue to stand up partnership and other things, and really see what the impact of response times and these pieces are, to understand how much of a principle that might be, or whether there's room for us to continue to ensure and support community safety in a different way. So those are my comments. Thank you so much.
Anyone else prior to Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, on the amendment, I just want to explain to my colleague why I'd rather not have it added to the motion. I've been really careful about not overburdening this motion. It was Mr. Cannon-Gisser was very helpful in reminding me, and so adding into the preamble, guided by the principles of adequate and effective policing, and those change from time to time, but they're important. Strategic goals are important, and we're in the process of developing those. I put the fact that we're addressing COP to POP in there because I think we have to acknowledge that the base document we're working from kind of used that as a base calculation. And so I'm acknowledging that base calculation, but I wish to remain more general about strategic goals because we're in the process of setting them. I expect them to speak to response times, but I think if we start to put in things that specific, then we're going to get hung up in the middle of trying to very efficiently, in a matter of a few months, arrive at something on, okay, what is an adequate priority one response time? Okay, what is, what do you mean the increased demand on police service? Is that car theft? Is that protest? Is it whatever? I think the principles of adequate and effective policing really covers policing in that time, in our time. And as I've said earlier, each year we'll have to look at that. We know what's effective and adequate policing, except we now have to layer onto it what just happened this year, whatever crisis emerges. But when we start to get specific, I think if we start to get too specific, it starts to send a challenging message to our province. We have an intergovernmental challenge here. We would really like some support with the changing nature of policing from other orders of government. Some of this really ought to be coming out of an income tax pot, because when we're addressing mental health, when we're addressing the sort of policing types of impacts from poverty, we're doing wealth redistributive services, and we'd really like some help from them. But when we start to get too specifics about the metrics we're going to use, that conversation gets bogged down pretty quickly. So I would prefer to keep it more simple and straightforward and just building on the document that was presented to us. So my inclination is going to be, with respect, I appreciate why you wanted to add those things, but I'm going to vote against adding them, but in favor of the motion that I tabled originally.
Any other comments or input from any other board members? Okay. Sorry, I was just asking if there are any comments of our chair because she is communicating through, yes. I just wanted to ensure that we're not forgetting. So if we have a motion on the floor. So the original, so I'm just trying to think how we're going to do this. Yes, for the amendment and then after, yes. So let's have a vote on the amendment for all those in favor of adding the amendment, the E and, is it E and D? D and E, sorry. Who's in favor of that? Any votes for in favor of? So Chair Morgan is in favor. Cleore's in favor. Anyone else? And all those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed is carried. Oh, sorry, motion is not carried. Yes, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. Sorry. Used the wrong terminology. And now on the original motion, as was presented by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? So we have in favor 4. All those opposed to the original motion? 3 opposed. And, oh, sorry, we did. I had asked for a seconder, actually. Originally, it was Member Berlinger was the seconder. That's why I wanted to do it at the beginning, so then we can have the discussion and then have our vote without having to worry about that. It is, the motion carries for the original motion. Well, there was discussion you can have. That's why we wear layers. Yeah. That's why you wear layers. There was, you can comment after, I mean, there was discussion opportunities prior to the vote. No, I don't comment. Yeah. But you can, okay. Yeah. Yes, I know. But I like the assistance in chairing today. Thank you very much to everyone. I also have, after the vote, can I have our CAO would like to
just
take
very,
a couple
very
minutes
quickly.
Prior to, yes.
It may surprise everyone to know that I am not personally running the financial models of the service. What? I'm just not. And what people don't see is that there is a very small and mighty budget team that is going through a complete rebuild this year. Decades and decades of experience have retired earlier this year through retirements and leaves. So we have a team, Magda and Darren. This is going to be Magda's first budget that she's leading for the service. Darren literally joined the team a few months ago. Actually, everyone's brand new, and Magda has to train them all. So I just want to say a huge thank you and gratitude because the work is just starting and it's going to be very, very busy. But my sincerest thank you to the team.
Thank you. Okay, so now we need to approve the agenda, the report as amended. Can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor Morley and seconder Councillor Chang, since they're on video. All in favor?
So I think we actually did adopt it because my motion was to replace the recommendation. There was only one recommendation, so say 2.
No, that was, what's that? No, there were no other motions in the report. This was for the report.
That's what I did. Yes, so that does
Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, so I would like to, however, if I can recommend before we move to the next agenda item, for a very, very strict 5-minute break. Can we, can I have a motion? I'll need a motion to do that, I believe, or no? Or can we just do, okay. Can we just take 5, like a real 5, not a Greek 5. I'm going to call it a Greek time 5. A real 5, please. Okay, take numbers. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're going to reconvene. So we are now on item 5, the strategic plan update, and we have a presentation.
Yes.
Who's presenting?
I
DB?
will introduce.
Our executive director will take it from here.
So thank you, Vice Chair. Today we're introducing the first draft of the board's strategic plan based on consultations that took place over 2023 and seeking the board's approval for the next phase of the consultations with the aim of presenting the plan for approval in 2 steps in January and June 2025. This first touch point with the board is intended to apprise you of the work carried out to date and to get initial feedback on the direction we have taken and the steps we intend to take over the next months. I want to emphasize that what we are presenting today is a first draft, and we very much expect it to change in response to feedback from board members and the stakeholders that will be engaged throughout phases 2 and 3 of the development process. This first draft represents work carried out by many of our staff, as well as a number of service members who have supported us during the first phase of consultation, particularly the staff at the Strategic Management Unit, as well as Superintendent Greg Watts, who did a tremendous job leading many of the focus groups, and I am thankful to all of them. The draft you will see today and the plan for phases 2 and 3 was developed by Ann Arthur and her team, and I will now pass it on to Ann to discuss it in detail.
Nope.
You'll know when it's on. I'll wait for the thing. There we go. I can hear it now. And now it's too loud, maybe. Checking the time, I can still technically say good afternoon. So good afternoon for another 13 minutes. Thank you, DB, for the introduction. As he, introduced me, my name is Ann Arthur. I'm a senior advisor focused on strategic analysis with the board office. And today I'm pleased to provide an update on the 2025 to 2028 strategic plan, specifically on the proposed planning process for which we are seeking the board's approval today. For those who were able to join us at the first budget subcommittee 2 weeks ago, the board's executive director provided an overview of this work, which I will elaborate on today. This presentation provides a summary of the information in the accompanying report, which was circulated as part of today's public agenda. So today I'll provide an overview of the planning approach, the guiding principles, and the progress to date, and I'll also speak to our engagement plan and some of the planned next steps. First, I'll start by providing a short overview of the key legislative requirements for the strategic plan. The Community Safety and Policing Act, or the Act as I'll refer to it, came into effect on April 1st, 2024, replacing the Police Services Act. The Act provides the framework for police service boards in Ontario to develop locally relevant strategic plans. Under the Act, the board must prepare and adopt a strategic plan and review it at least once every 4 years, consult with the Chief of Police to determine the objectives and the priorities of the police service, and consult with City Council, band councils, diverse communities of Toronto, stakeholders, and members of the public in the development of its strategic plan. In addition to the legislative requirements under the Act, the 2025 to 2028 strategic plan will also build on a strong foundation of decision-making and past work by the board and the service, as well as key city initiatives, which underscore the importance of transparency, accountability, and equity. This includes, but is not limited to, the Chief's Way Forward report in 2017, the board's report on policing reform in 2020, Judge Epstein's Missing and Missed report in 2021, and the City of Toronto's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, SafeTO. The foundational work has informed key guiding principles of the strategic plan, which include human rights and equity-centered, which ensures that we're responding to community needs using an anti-oppression and anti-racist lens. We'll also take an upstream approach to address the root causes of crime. We'll use evidence-based practices to ensure the use of varied data sources, and we will listen to input from our diverse communities. And we will also uphold transparency and accountability, which will enable the public and communities to participate meaningfully in decision-making, as well as undertake public reporting and measuring our progress. This slide shows the proposed planning approach that we're bringing forward today for the board's approval. This is an iterative, collaborative, and data-driven approach in line with the guiding principles. As you see on the slide, we're undertaking a range of activities that are related to research and analysis, which includes a number of specific activities that are outlined on the slide, engagement, development of strategic priorities, monitoring framework and a logic model, and finally, monitoring and evaluation, which will allow us to report on progress and identify areas for continuous improvement. Our intention is to work in partnership with communities, key stakeholders, and with the service, ensuring that we're soliciting feedback and collecting data and information throughout the process to guide development of the plan. So on this slide, we're providing more information on our engagement plan. We're proposing a three-phased approach to engagement. So this speaks specifically to the engagement section from the previous slide. So this three-phased approach ensures that input from the board, the service, community stakeholders, and the public is continually sought to inform our work. Phase 1 began in 2023 and concluded in Q2 of this year. This phase included initial consultations and analysis to help develop the draft vision, themes, and actions that are presented in this report. In Phase 2, which is pending approval of this plan by the board, we will continue to engage with the public and undertake community engagement, as well as re-engaging with the city and the service and other key stakeholders to further validate and refine the strategic priorities. Phase 2 will include engagement activities such as a community survey, which we are currently designing and will be open from September 23rd to October 27th, which we encourage all members of the public to participate in, as this will be crucial to help us validate and refine our strategic priorities and understand the concerns and priorities of the community. In Phase 3, the final phase of our work in early 2025, we will continue to collaborate with the service to develop key performance indicators and a monitoring plan. This approach will enable meaningful engagement and collaboration throughout the planning process. Throughout the process, we will continually engage with the board to update you and the public on our findings to ensure that we are on the right track and to ensure that the strategic plan reflects the priorities of our community. I also want to acknowledge or note that the inclusion of key performance indicators in a monitoring plan are also a legislative requirement under the Act for us to include. On this slide, an overview of the work that was completed in Phase 1 is provided. Phase 1 engagement included engaging through focus groups with community organizations from the health and justice sectors, as well as school boards. There were 73 community members that were engaged with through 10 focus groups. There was also public engagement through a survey, which received 93 responses. We acknowledge and would like to state that we know that this survey uptake is not significant and is a small number. And this is why we're proposing that we undertake an additional round of survey data collection during phase 2. All city councillors were invited to share feedback in phase 1, and 2 councillors ultimately were interviewed. From community members through focus groups and the public survey, there was generally support for some of these concepts I'll list out: importance of board and service transparency and accountability and the use of anti-racist approaches, enhanced community partnerships and support for mental health strategies, proactive crime prevention, and diversity in recruitment and enhanced training, including de-escalation. In phase 1, engagement was also completed with service members across all ranks. Focus groups were held with 77 service members, including frontline and civilian staff, as well as a member survey, which received 200 responses. And as well, preliminary findings were discussed with the command team. Through engagement across the service, a number of important issues were flagged, including member wellness, which includes a positive workplace culture, member retention and transparent hiring and promotional practices, building trust with communities and expanding partnerships, and a focus on crime prevention and addressing root causes of crime. The feedback from phase 1 was analyzed to inform the development of the draft vision statement, strategic themes, and activities and actions, which I'll discuss on the next slide, after I have a sip of water. Okay, so this slide shows the draft vision and strategic themes that were informed by the work that was completed in phase 1. So I'd like to be clear at this point that the goal of this update to the board is to provide an overview of what we heard during the initial engagement and how we're using it to move forward. We are not asking for approval on the draft vision or the draft themes at this time. During engagement in phase 2 and phase 3, we will validate and refine the vision and strategic themes. And it is expected that the vision and the themes will change and shift over time as we hear more from our community members and key stakeholders. Drawing your attention to the top of the framework, the draft vision is for the board and the service to be a trusted partner in improving community safety and well-being for all Toronto communities. This draft vision underscores the board and the service's commitment to being a trusted and collaborative partner in fostering safe and thriving communities in Toronto through equitable and responsive policing. To advance this vision, we've grouped what we heard into 5 draft themes or focus areas. The first, at the bottom, is board governance and accountability. This is an overarching theme that ensures that all of the actions are aligned with legislation, the mandate of the board, and the guiding principles. An example of an activity that could fit within this theme is to create evidence-based and effective policies and to evaluate policy outcomes. The next theme, draft theme, is accelerating police reform. So this speaks to a continuation of ongoing work that is essential to building public trust and ensuring accountability. Actions in this theme could include promoting equity, inclusivity, and fairness in all practices, increased transparency and accountability, and working with communities to create better services, as well as supporting non-police responses for people in crisis. Moving to safer communities, this speaks to promoting proactive and responsive measures to reduce crime and enhance safety across all neighborhoods. This could include promoting community-led crime prevention initiatives and ensuring the right level of police presence. Another theme that we heard and we heard about today in this meeting is investing in our people. This speaks to the commitment to the development and well-being of our people, including building a respectful and equitable workplace, prioritizing wellness for all members, and long-term sustainability planning for the service. And finally, collaborative partnerships. So this speaks to continuing to strengthen our relationships with communities, all levels of government, and all relevant stakeholders to improve community safety and well-being. Some of the actions could include continuing to work with the City of Toronto on safe TO initiatives and supporting victims of crime. We look forward to hearing from board members, communities, and the public about this draft vision and strategic themes through our upcoming engagement work. So this slide just shows some of the major milestones and timelines for the proposed strategic planning process, which we're seeking approval on today. If approved, the next phase of engagement would include a community survey, which I've mentioned we're expecting to publish live on September 23rd, and continued engagement with communities and the service to validate and refine the draft vision and priorities. We anticipate that the finalized strategic priorities will come before the board for approval in January of 2025. The final phase of work will commence when the strategic priorities have been approved by the board. And this final phase includes the development of key performance indicators and monitoring plan that will allow us to track our progress over time. So here I'll also just flag a call back to one of the earlier slides where I noted that this was an iterative approach. So we will be working across phases as we undertake this work. So we will not be waiting until January to start thinking about data and how we are going to measure our progress towards our goals. In June of 2025, we will report to the board again with the final monitoring plan and key performance indicators. And at the same time, we will be bringing forward the 2024 annual report, which will establish benchmarks for the strategic plan's key performance indicators, and yearly updates will be provided through that annual reporting process. So in closing, I encourage all members of the public to follow our work on our dedicated strategic plan website, which is tpsb.ca/strategic plan. And our survey will be housed on this page, and as mentioned, it will be available on September 23rd, which we will also be promoting through social media and reaching out to partners to help amplify and promote our message to reach as many different communities and different types of individuals in Toronto as possible. All feedback is very important to the development of the plan, so we will be reaching out to folks in this room to help us amplify that message. So thank you for the opportunity to present today, and I'll just close by thanking Doobie and the rest of the board office and acknowledging two amazing individuals who've recently joined the board office, Diana and Alex, without whom I could not have pulled this together. So many thanks to them. Thank you.
Thank you. So prior to opening it up for questions, we do have deputations. First, I'll just acknowledge the written submissions by Mr. Howard Morton, Law Union of Ontario, and also Derek Moran. Thank you for your written submissions. At this point, our first deputation is from Mr. Chris Langefeld, who's on virtually. Mr. Langefeld? I know I saw him on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I'll just point out, as I mentioned in the chat there, the last two deputations I got cut off and my mic muted and locked out mid-sentence, and then shortly after that I got hung up on. So let's see if we can't make it through this. Anyways, I'll be quick. So in this, it mentions the discussions here with 93 civilians, 73 special interest groups.
Can we start the clock, please? Sorry, Mr. Langefeld. Can we start the clock as well, please? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Two groups of bottom rung politicians in the school boards, 77 police members, and then another survey of 200 police members. And as you had in your slide there, the legislation requires consultation with these groups, including the public. And I would point out that a public survey is not consultation. The definition of consultation is a meeting to discuss something or get advice, a process of discussing something, which involves give or take, exchanging information. And in fact, what you're doing is simply giving people an option. This is the same thing as you've done with the public order request, where you've basically advised people that they continue to have their constitutional right of freedom of speech, where they can make a written submission to you. However, there is no give and take. There is no discussion. There is no back and forth. There is simply you saying, well, you can tell us how we should do our jobs, and we'll pick and choose out of that what we want to be involved in. It's the same case here with the business strategy. I would point out that in the past, long before this iteration of the board, indeed long before John Tory, we had regular meetings. There were City Hall in places all around the city, at police headquarters, discussing whether it was carding, whether it was reforms to policing. There was a whole list of them, and you would have hundreds of people showing up, and those were very beneficial, and much was arrived at, much agreement was come to. Instead, you're putting out, putting out a survey. I think of, I could put out a survey that says, well, would you rather be kicked in the head or punched in the face? And give those people choices, and then say, well, I asked them what they wanted. And that's often what surveys feel like. You make a bunch of assumptions and then ask people to choose which they would like. And so I'm trying to save the rest of the time here, but that's my concern here. I hope you'll do some actual consultation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Langefeld. We now have another virtual deputation. It's Remy Elizur. Litzer? Sorry? Oh, Ilami. I'll get there eventually. Can you hear us, sir?
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Rami Elizur. It's Dr. Rami Elizur. I'm a professor at the Rotman School of Management. I'm a full professor. I've been there for 36 years, and I'm going to talk about community safety, specifically my community. Before I start, let me make a point about lots of what I heard today. As a data scientist, do not make the mistake by listening to these people to think they represent the majority. Most people cannot spend a whole day in this thing, and it sounded to me like a scripted strategy. A lot of it was a new version of defunding the police. And by the way, don't be misled by the faulty statistics they bring you. All you need to do is to take a look at experiments that were made and how unsafe it made the community. You go to these places to buy a toothpaste, you need to ask them to unlock a safe to get it. So don't make this mistake. So I'm going to talk about a word that I haven't heard here or in the strategic plan, anti-Semitism. I want to share with you a video, just a presentation. I don't know if you can see me. And so this is from the chief. So far, 56% of reported hate crimes in 2024 have targeted Jewish people. Anti-Semitism. the percentage of Jewish people is only 1.4%. Do the math. 4,000 times the relative size of the Jewish community, where we have anti-Semitic attacks every day. I came to this country from the US. I took a 50% pay cut to be here. And until October 7th, I thought I made the right choice. Now I have actually second thoughts. I have to tell you that. When a kid needs to be escorted to school because Toronto failed him, specifically Toronto TPSB, where they failed to defend him from bullying. Every day we see cases of Molotov cocktails thrown at synagogues. I gave a talk about 2 weeks ago. When I was giving a talk, there were 100 threats against synagogues, Jewish schools, and hospitals. Now, I don't know if you know, but the Marriott hotels are owned by Mormons. Now, let's assume that we have a problem with Utah. Would anybody accept vandalizing a Marriott hotel because it's owned by Mormons? Why do we let people vandalize synagogues? It has nothing to do with the Middle East. A bagel shop in Toronto has nothing to do with the Middle East or Israel or any ideology. Mount Sinai. Why is Mount Sinai a target? Actually, the vast majority of staff and patients are not even Jewish. We have been targeted for the last year. It's getting worse. We're afraid.
Sorry, Mr. Eltsur, your time is up.
Dr. Elitsur, yes, my time is up.
Yes.
That's my point.
But thank you. Any questions for the deputant? None? Thank you very much for your input and your time.
You?
Questions from the board? Member Berlinger?
Thank you. The consultation to date, would it be possible to get a summary a summary report of the issues raised or suggestions made to this point in the process?
I can take that question. Absolutely. I can give you, we've been working on a summary. We're hoping to have it ready before the meeting. We didn't get that in time. I can go over some of the findings that we had, and we can send a more detailed report later on.
And I'm happy to wait for the report.
Okay.
It would be great. We don't need to take the time here, but it would be really helpful just to kind of see that summary.
We'll post it on our website as well, so the public can be aware of it.
And my other question was, and I know it's early days, appreciate the iterative kind of approach. Of course, I go back to community safety and well-being planning because that had started before I left the city, and I was involved in that process and that work. And I always understood that the business plans under the legislation, which is what I understand this strategic plan to be, were required to conform with the municipality community well-being, safety and community well-being plan. So I'm just wondering how that aspect is being addressed as we're going through the development process, as well as are we considering how we will keep the reporting out aligned as well? Because I think the public, I'd hate to see a situation where the city is reporting one thing and the board and service are reporting something else. The report out will need to be integrated as well.
So I can start, and then I would invite Doobie to jump in and add any additional information. So you are right that SafeTO is one of the key kind of inputs and guidance documents that we will be looking to align our strategic plan with, and that is a requirement under the CSPA to ensure that there is the alignment and that these plans are working together in concert. So that will be done through like the literature review and reviewing SafeTO documentation, consultation with our city partners, working hand in hand with our service colleagues who are deeply involved in this work as well, and really leveraging all of those inputs to ensure that the strategic plan is the strategic plan for the board, and it sets out and identifies our priorities, and it also it is in conversation with and speaks to SafeTO at the same time. So, but we will, your point is well taken about duplication of effort, and that can create like issues or confusion if there's misalignment, and particularly in terms of the public communication around interpreting findings from two different sets of reports. I understand that, so I'm not sure if Doobie has a comment to make as well.
No, I have nothing to add to that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, thank you for this wonderful draft. Looking forward to, again, continuing to put our fingerprints on it and stand it up together. There are a couple of things I wanted to pick up on and sort of piggyback on the question around engagement, and looking forward to receiving that report. I do note that the numbers of engagement are quite significantly low in the first phase that's since been completed. And I think in a city this large, with a service this large, two of the most critical stakeholders that I want to hear from as we do this work are, of course, members of the public, but also members of the service who are doing this work day in and day out. And so I'm just curious if you could elaborate for us a little bit more. I know Q3 and 4 are mentioned for additional engagement opportunities. We'll certainly do our work at the city side to try to get you up to 25 counselors, you know, who will participate in terms of feedback. But I want to hear more about what the plan is for deeper public engagement and engagement of the service.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question. So I think your observations are, you know, correct, and I understand where those where that feedback's coming from. So this is why we're taking a multi-phased approach. We're going to build on what we heard in our initial round of consultations, but we're going to build on that and expand our consultative approach. And to kind of speak to a comment that was made by one of the deputants, the community survey is not our primary approach for engaging with the public. It is an opportunity that is available to all Toronto residents, and in fact, in our survey, we'll take feedback from anybody who wants to provide it. So if you're a student who's living in Toronto, if you own a business in Toronto, we also invite you to submit your feedback, and we'll be able to discern that in our survey responses. And in terms of the engagement approach moving forward, we're really going to be leveraging the work with our city partners and tapping into existing relationships that already exist within our community engagement processes within the board. So we have advisory panels, we have established relationships with community stakeholders and organizations that we're going to be tapping into to really make sure that we're hearing from all of the voices that we need to be hearing from. And I'll turn it to Doobie if he wants to make any additional comments about phase 1 or the work going forward.
Yeah, we, like you said, the original survey was never intended to be representative. It was an opportunity for anyone who would like to contribute. We have reached out to communities all across Toronto, and we spoke with people with the CPLCs, and we spoke with stakeholders and groups throughout the city, and they were all represented, but as Mr. Langenfeld pointed out, a consultation is allowing, a consultation is required with the public. I cannot meet with the entire public, and we have a limited staff and a limited capacity. So this was an additional avenue for the people that we did not reach, that we did not specifically tap to speak with, or that we couldn't reach through the various channels, to also have a say into this process.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions, and I'll speak to it when we get the chance.
Thanks. I'm just going to add one more piece that I wanted to mention about the phase 2 and moving forward is, of course, working with our amazing colleagues in the service and leveraging the partnerships that they have established through their work. And there is so much interaction with the community, and that is certainly a perspective that we will want to tap into as we work on this collaboratively.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I'm like, if I read the CSBA, which I just did, when this document comes out, people are going to think that I had something to do with it, and I'm feeling utterly and completely divorced from it right now. I wasn't even aware that I was invited as a counselor to take part in it. I don't know how we're promoting the consultations. I'd love to see the survey answers. I'd love to even see the survey. I don't even know what we're asking. And I think this goes to a conversation that we've been having offline. I don't think we should be going any further until there is an opportunity to sit us down, because we're going to own this thing. We have a staff to do it, but at the end of the day, we're going to own it. And I am just completely divorced from it. However it is being executed, I know nothing. What are the questions on the survey? Never mind the answers. We don't even know what the questions are. And I have to say, I don't, with respect, I don't agree with Mr. Langenfeld. Surveys are the way of the future, because if you structure them right, you get feedback in bigger numbers, and you get them from people who don't have time to go to meetings. And those are people that in many ways we do need to reach. So I'm wondering, can we get not just a report on the feedback, but samples of the feedback, a copy of the survey, and then maybe some sample answers of the survey, so that we really have a sense of what is going on our behalf? Is that possible offline, or would that have to, procedurally, would that have to come here? Or could we, if we could just be provided with it, I think that would be easier than moving a motion, so that we catch up with you in phase 2. And also, you know, we really do need council's input, and something's gone wrong in the inviting. The question I'm getting from people, 2 council sessions in a row now, July and then June before it, is, don't you guys have to consult with us on something? That I'm getting that question, and it sounds like from your time frame, that's probably when you were inviting them to give feedback. So something's gone wrong between communicating to the office but not reaching the councillor. Because people who work for the city will attest, that's the hard part, is making sure that the councillor themselves knew this was an important thing. So I think we have to get in a huddle and figure out how to be part of this development. Yeah.
And just prior to going to the next speaker, I think it's also important that the survey piece, and coming from the community and the work that we're doing is, and the diversity of our community and the stakeholders in the most vulnerable communities too, is that I don't think the survey is a one or the other. The community consultations, I believe, have to happen because we need interpreters for a lot of the groups, and I think the resources that we have, the CPLCs are different agencies that sit there, the focus tables, etc. But also we could probably use the CPLCs to do town halls. It doesn't have to be done just from the office. We have resources that are out there, the agencies that are out there to partner with, to have the groups and just have a facilitator that we can probably work collaboratively. So I just wanted to caution that it can't just be one or the other because of accessibility and equity and the diversity of our communities and the language barriers as well, because we need that input. Just wanted to put that out there prior to, so like the next speaker on the list is Member Migliori. Sorry, thank you.
I agree with Councillor Carroll's comment. We should be owning this because in the end, it's the board's strategic plan. And when you look at the guiding principles, there isn't any reference to even guided principles of adequate and effective policing, which should be part of the strategic plan. So I would agree that we need to go back and maybe do some work on it and review it.
And in saying that, Well, it's not to discredit what the work that has been done or the initiative that's been taken, but at this stage, especially at this stage and maybe prior to, the comments that are made are definitely the ownership is the board's, and the board needs to have input, and how we get there is what we need to look at based on also our limitations of what constitutes a meeting and what doesn't, et cetera, and other offline conversations that we've had. So I think it's just having that conversation. It's not to discredit the value of the work that's already been done. It's to enhance it and complement it and ensure that the board has that ownership, but is also able to contribute in many different ways because of also the networks and just that collaboration of being, ensuring that all the stakeholders are included in the strategic plan and that we're doing that properly. That's all. I didn't want to discredit the work that's already been done and the efforts that are being made. And
just
Councillor
respond,
Cheng?
I appreciate that feedback.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Cheng?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Anne and board staff for putting together this presentation. I think it's a good start, but I echo some of the concerns of my colleagues in terms of the breadth of consultation and voices that have been heard. Our city is huge, and I heard the chief once say, you know, each division is the size of an entire service in a lot of the cities in our province. So because of the scale of work that we have to undertake, the breadth of voices that we hear is critical, including our voices as the board. And as you all know, our board has changed considerably in makeup over the last 6 months. And so even giving a intentional touch point for the board to have more opportunity to interact with the data and the planning process, I think would be important. I have a couple of questions with regard to, we're going to be creating a strategic plan, but we know that Chief and his command have a very important perspective, and they have their priorities of how to run the force effectively. So I'm just wondering how their priorities intersect with our strategic planning process.
Sorry, I was waiting to see if DB wanted to take that one, but I'll just I'll just quickly respond that the service was engaged during phase 1, and it is our intention on behalf of the board to engage with the service along the way and connect and support the chief's priorities.
Thank you. And Chris Langenfeld, I think, gave a very good deputation about just the accessibility of participation. So I feel like what I've heard is there's been a lot of shoulder tapping opportunities, perhaps with certain groups that we're already connected with, but other than a survey that did not receive a lot of traction, there hasn't been the town halls or the larger open invitation opportunities. And I'm wondering, is there an opportunity to work with a select number of divisions and their CPLCs to host more localized town halls during this second phase of consultation?
Through the chair, that is possible. I would be concerned about equity in selecting specific divisions to do this for. And on the other hand, I would be concerned about the timelines that would be required to complete that sort of load, given our finite resources. We are a little bit behind on developing this strategic plan. We're not the last ones, but it should be there. And we would really like to keep to the timelines that we have set so that we can have a strategic plan complete and full with KPIs and everything else by June of next year. So I'm just worried that taking this approach, which I see the benefit of it, I think it will, the cost will outweigh the benefits from it.
So I think that our service is one of the largest and most complex in Canada. And I would be hesitant to try to adhere to, other than legislative requirements, if there is some wiggle room that we don't have to meet the same deadlines as other services that are far smaller and less complex. And so to me, having a breadth of voices at the table is so important because we want a strategic plan that the city co-creates, if you will. So I understand in terms of equity, but there is also an opportunity where you could work with councillors who are interested in having town halls. And I think councillors who could do the lift in terms of the organizing of the town halls, and then that could help to expand and build your capacity so you could get more coverage with less effort and cost. So I think there are some opportunities to leverage members on the board and other existing consultative groups. And I think, instead of saying to CPLCs, do you want to come to this focus group? But if you said, hey, CPLCs, if you want to host a town hall so that your community is heard in the strategic planning process, then we can work with the CPLCs. They can stage the town halls, and then all you have to do is show up and build a framework for engagement and documentation that can be copy and pasted to any CPLCs that are interested. So I would like to push back a little on not opening this up, because the buy-in when we release a strategic plan will be far lower if people's voices have not been part of the process.
I'm not arguing against having people's voices heard. We have an engagement plan. We have seen the gaps that were left in the phase 1 consultation, and we are addressing them. And the consultation plan that was developed by our team for phase 2 and 3 addresses these gaps and makes sure that through a variety of channels, including working with councillors and working with other groups and organizations, we do reach a broader swath of the population of Toronto and get to hear all of their voices through different means. I'm just not sure that this particular option is necessarily the most effective one, both to hear different voices and in terms of the time that will require the analysis that we will benefit from. We are happy to keep working on the engagement plan. We're happy to incorporate new ideas into it. I just don't want it to be too encumbered and too strict in its application in a way that will make it harder for us to actually get where we need to go.
Okay, well, I guess we'll keep working on it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to pull that thread. What we had done at Toronto Board of Health, when we did our most recent strategic plan, is we actually created a toolkit as well for local groups, local partners, and others to help amplify the opportunity for community members to weigh in, and where capacity existed for them to host, opportunities for discussion and synthesize that information and share it back to us. So I feel that might be if it's not already in the engagement plan, a really solid opportunity, and then prioritizing stakeholders with wider audiences or wider reach to get their feedback, but also to solicit them as part of the strategy. So to Doobie's point, certainly we all have a newsletter as councillors, right? This is an area we can amplify. And in terms of the regional and sort of equity-based concerns about going to CPLC, understanding they have very different makeup, different capacity, et cetera, this may be another opportunity, not to give my colleagues work or suggestions, but we do have 4 deputy mayors in each region of the city. So there may be an opportunity where we do in Etobicoke, North York, Scarborough, downtown, in person, towards the end of the survey, get it out, socialize it, and then work in partnership with the deputy mayor's offices potentially, and then invite all the CPLCs within the region to just have a little bit more of a in-person facilitated discussion, but that might be an easier lift that still covers, the ground that we want to get covered. So just want to give you some things to chew on and think about as you continue to build out that engagement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Would anyone like to speak to the... Oh, yeah, but I wanted to know if anyone wanted to speak to it as well prior to that. Everyone did? We always do both. Let's be honest. Okay, and I believe there is a motion. Go ahead, Lily. Are we putting that up as well, or?
I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. So Deputy Mayor Morley will second the motion.
Councillor Chang, just checking, do you want the new version that you sent me or the original version? Original, okay. Okay.
You're muted right now, Councillor.
I know. I was saying unmute. If you could read the lips. Yeah, so I was trying to ask staff to unmute me, but thank you. Thank you. So this is a motion that we had a meal with members of ARAP, some members of the board, and this is something that we thought would be very important and meaningful for ARAP to convene a strategic planning consultation with community stakeholders as part of this phase 2 engagement process. And I believe Deputy Mayor Morley has offered to second it, so that can be added.
Yes, we have that on record. Now there's time for discussion. Any comments?
I'll just comment.
Member Brillinger was.
I'm just wondering if we also want to name the Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel. I mean, they're both the board advisory groups, and would want to include both.
So there was some preliminary discussion in the office, and I think what co-chair Kostakis said that she would talk to MHAP, and if they would like to convene a similar strategic planning consultation, that it would be done. So she just didn't want to move forward without first talking to MHAP.
Yeah, we can actually put it in the motion and let them have that choice too, because I know we had that discussion as well. So in co-chair means that I'm on MHAP as co-chair. I think the discussion revolved around, I know there's focus on it, so it could either be together or it could be separate. So the motion can cover both groups, and because we have somebody that sits on ARAP that actually also sits on MHAP, if we still can, I think my recommendation was, and I think that's where our discussion was, is that if we include both groups in this one motion, even if they choose to do separate consultations, that's not an issue, but they might together, but because they both have a specific focus, maybe it will be too much for both. But I think in part of the motion, my recommendation would be is to add both groups to this motion, and then how that's implemented moving forward and how they want to run the groups or the consultation will be up to those groups individually, so that we're not coming back to doing two separate motions. And it gives them the option of doing that. It does not necessarily mean that the motion that they will be holding a consultation together, but it includes both groups, and then they have a wider spread, and they can still do a consultation separately, which gives us a better sort of array of people during that consultation. I don't think it takes away from them holding their own separate consultations.
So would the edit be direct the executive director to support ARAP and MHAP in convening respective strategic planning consultations with community stakeholders as part of the phase 2 engagement process, with the option of combining the two if they so choose?
I don't even know if we need to do with the option of combining the two. That can be determined after.
Okay.
At least, you know,
Right.
the motion is generic enough,
Right.
and I think it gives the opportunity for them to decide afterwards. But I think it just includes them both in one motion.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Can we add the word respective so that it's clear that at this point we are delineating two and not just one?
Councillor Chang, if I
ahead.
can jump in, why not leave it simple and then they can decide? They may wish to combine. So let's just.
Right, but this language looks
Keeps
like
it
it's
simple.
one, because it says a strategic planning consultation.
Yeah,
We
but
can
it
do.
keeps it simple.
We
Let
can
them
change it to
decide.
strategic planning consultations. It's already been an option with the S at the end of
so-
consultation. It gives the option.
So maybe delete the A, just for grammar.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we moved by Councillor Chang. It was seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? All in favor? It's unanimous. Motion carried. Thank you, everyone. So we now also, though, however, need to approve the item as amended, or continuation of the, so it's to approve it in continuation of the process and directing in continuation of the process as amended. Do I have a Deputy Mayor Morley? Motioned and seconded by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Passed. Motion carried. Moving right along. Okay, item number 6, which is the 911 crisis call diversion pilot completion evaluation. It was held down. I believe we do have deputations first prior to going into questions. So our first deputant is Nora Odenoff. Odenoff, did I say that?
The deputant has not joined the meeting.
Deputant has not joined the meeting? Okay, we'll do a sort of call 1, 2, 3. So no deputants, okay, we'll wait and see just in case. We do have, is Susan Davis, also virtual? She's not coming? Okay. We do have, is Nicole Corrado online? Ms. Corrado, is she on the line? We have her written, but she's also scheduled for virtual as well. Let's just wait and see if we have her online.
Hello, I would like to, this is Nicole Corrado.
Hi, Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Oh. Can we unmute Ms. Corrado, please?
Hello,
Hi, Ms. Corrado.
Hello. So what I would want to say is that I have had lived experience with having, mental health calls for when I've gotten dysregulated, and I have to say that the best response has been from the civilian organizations like paramedics, or even talking to somebody on the phone. And removing the Gerstein Center would be a real mistake, because the Gerstein Center 911 diversion could calm a person down by having somebody nice to talk to while they need support in a crisis. That sometimes that's all a person needs. And by having a police officer who is not trained, who asks, the typical prompt, is not going to be calming and could actually be agitating for a person. I think that removing this is inappropriate, and also there's no reason why those two can't complement each other, the Toronto Community Crisis Service and the Gerstein Center. I think they're complementary rather than separate. They don't compete. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Is that your
Yes,
deputation?
That's basically what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you so very much. We might have some questions for you if you want to just stay on the line, okay? So I believe Councillor Carroll has a question for you.
Hi, Nicole. It's Shelley. I'm just wondering if you could tell us, because I know you're an advocate in the community. So, is there a resistance to the calling 211 for TCCS? Do we need both?
One of the problems with 211 is that it puts you through prompts. I did try calling it once, but it puts you on hold, and then you hear music, and it puts you on hold, and then it's a real mess to call them. And then it says, if you need this, press 1. If you need that, press 2. So for a person who is dysregulated, neurologically dysregulated, having to go through all that is just going to make things worse.
Yeah.
So a person may call 911 because they're going to maybe get a response right away.
Yeah. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Corrado. Any other questions for? Okay, we'll save some other questions, I guess. Let's, we now have Mr. Langenfeld as well. Mr. Langenfeld, can we unmute him, please?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. So on this, I just had a couple of points here. Of course, the report is all about this 1.1 million spent, 1.5 million budgeted. I'm sorry, I'm hearing somebody else on the line. This all, the recommendation that led to this process of it being before the police is something that was in the 83 recommendations by Jim Hart. And for those of you that weren't on the board back in the day, those recommendations, in fact, came about during the start of COVID. And it was basically then Executive Director Ryan Teschner and Jim Hart, to the public's knowledge anyways, the two of them coming up with this set of recommendations. Not really any public buy-in, not much information. It eventually got introduced to the board, approved, and that was about the end of it. And as we see here, it was a flawed set of recommendations. Similarly, it says in the report here that this is in line with Auditor General of Toronto's recommendations. But of course, if you look at the Auditor General's skill set from her office, you find that they're what you would expect, a bunch of well-trained auditors. That has nothing to do with the ability to develop processes and actually create good planning. And so this goes back to that issue that I was speaking about a moment ago with the question of consultation. And the fact is that it's large-scale public consultation in a public forum where people are actually exchanging ideas and getting input and feedback from police and the board about how they actually do things and what the limitations are there and what works and what won't and different ideas. That's how you actually come up with good models that work. And I also just note here that in that report, it mentions the reality that back in the 1980s, 911 was dealt with by other people, not Toronto police. I've recommended that that should be the case. And I think this whole report, the $1.1 million, unfortunately spent on a project that wasn't the best option, demonstrates the reality that Toronto police are great at the things that we need them to do. Not as great as we'd like them to be, but certainly we want them there to do policing duty but not to be there for mental health, not to be there to come because somebody called an ambulance or a fire truck or is threatening suicide or whatever the case may be. That's not what they're good at, and they're too expensive to be doing it, quite frankly. We should be doing it more effectively with other resources. But that all starts with proper public consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, opening it up now to the board. Questions from the board? Councillor Carroll?
Well, I honestly had this question even before Nicole spoke. The report just, the recommendation, we're getting the report and we're being told to receive it. But I actually went through the whole report twice looking for, I don't see, maybe I missed it. Are we keeping the Gerstein person on the switchboard or not? Or did the pilot wrap up and close? Because if it did have that one thing, how are we going to address that? Because it seems we've now got a cohort of people with those types of needs who are going to expect to get that supportive voice when they call 911.
So the proposal is to end the pilot on, sorry, through you, Chair, to end the pilot on September 30th. I wanted to acknowledge, first of all, that
yes, originally that was the thing.
Yeah, so it's a 27-month pilot that we've been undergoing, and again, we truly value the relationship we have with Gerstein, and quite frankly, at a time when we were looking at reform and recommendations to look at alternative response delivery, they put their hand up, and that was a courageous thing to do, to work with us as a really important first step. Now, as TCC, and quite frankly, TCCS at the time was still in the development stage. So now that TCCS has expanded citywide as of July, there is some confusion about, we are promoting 211 as being the place to call, so that we aren't, 911 is not the de facto place to call for somebody having a mental health episode or in crisis. So our recommendation is, we do support alternative response. Our members call 211 from the road. We're making referrals all the time. Our neighborhood officers are officers in transit. And so it's just the one step is important. The other piece of it is, and the AG pointed this out as well, is certainly because of the embedding in our comms center and access to data, it requires consent. And the AG said that, an alternate response option should not be time restrictive, and that's really what's happened. Is it takes a lot of time to get that consent on the line before we can divert the call.
The other thing that is interesting, my follow-up is this. The other thing that is interesting, the pilot ended up costing far less because the pilot parties weren't always available, and so you had lots of gaps in service, and so. It ended up being, they were there enough of a time that it's made an impression on someone who's used that and advocates for other people who use it. And I'm kind of live to what she just said. I have an adult with autism at home, and she has a couple of times, she had to be told to stop doing that, but she has a couple of times phoned 911 because she, dysregulated is such a good word. Thought, we were having a crisis because there was a fight going on with everybody. It has a lot to do with her brother-in-law, who is no longer in our family. But there was drama going on, and she was just having her own little autism crisis over it. She knew she was going to hear a human voice if she phoned that number over all other. She just needed to hear a human voice. And so we've now got a group of people we've made used to that. And 211 really does make you go through all those more anxiety producing, because they got to separate you out from someone looking for a childcare space and someone looking for shelter tonight. They got to separate you out. So I wonder if there's a happy medium or some support, since Gerstein will continue to be in the mix as a partner to TCCS. Is there some happy medium that we could use to have some sort of support on a part-time basis in the 911 mix?
Yeah, I can speak to that, Councillor.
You've been delivering the service. I thought you might be nodding your head because
I've been waiting all day to speak.
But he's actually doing the pilot.
It's taken till 7 p.m. for me to say
finally
anything.
been able to speak. Go ahead.
I want to address what you've asked, and I also want to comment on what Ms. Corrado mentioned as well. With us removing the Gerstein crisis worker, we won't have that co-located person. However, as we transition to TCCS on a full-time basis, it's important to remember that TCCS 211, first of all, we have a dedicated number that goes from our 911 center to 211. Okay, so my hope, and this is something we'll follow up on, is that you will eliminate that press 1, press 2. The other thing I want to point out as well is that if somebody calls in a crisis situation, mental health crisis, and they call in through 911, and that call taker determines that this will in fact require a police response, but it is mental health related, the call taker can send that message to our TPS dispatcher. The car can be dispatched, and our future state in which we want to establish with TCCS by the time the Gerstein pilot ends is that they will then be able to put that caller over to back to 211, which has access to multiple crisis lines. So our plan is to not lose that, what we call co-response. Yes. Yeah, and that's something that, we're meeting regularly with TCCS, and that's a very important part of our discussions before we get to the end of September.
Because that's only one disorder. It can't be the only one where once you reach that state of anxiety, you're now non-functioning to the point where someone very functioning can suddenly be so anxiety-filled they're not going to go through prompts.
And
you can get them from, I dialed this number, from human to human with just a few seconds of waiting.
Yes, that's my understanding. Now, of course, we're trying to get away from people who are not in a violent situation, a mental health situation without violence. We're trying to get away from them calling 911, although we recognize there's no wrong number, but we are trying to create that culture where people think 211. So that's something that we can certainly take up in our discussions with TCCS going forward as a concern that's been raised.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I think if I could, Madam Chair, it really is a bit of a hybrid that you're describing. We are really in a state of transition, and there's a number of ways to get the right services to people at the right time, and I think we are in that hybrid state moving forward as TCCS evolves their capacity and as 211 matures as a product line.
Just wanted to add.
Want to speak as well? Yes.
That the Gerstein, as well as a long-standing, well-respected service provider in this field in the city, and they have a telephone crisis support that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I think because if someone is comfortable with Gerstein, they know a lot of people start to call directly to there, and so some of the calls were being reduced over time because they started to develop a relationship with the Gerstein crisis worker, and they knew that they can call directly through to Gerstein. So there are other options, and I think you mentioned it well about 911 shouldn't be that first. You know, we have 211 and Gerstein, and there are several others. So.
Any other questions? And speaking. Okay.
Sort of a question, but also my brain's sleepy now, and I'm sure you guys have a good answer. But I just wanted to pull out of the Gerstein letter that was submitted as part of this item the value that they saw in terms of having that embedded crisis call taker as part of the call flow, and specifically highlighting the opportunity to address and support an individual just on the call and not actually even have to move forward with any kind of dispatching or sending any units out, for example. And so I just think there's a ton of value there, but I appreciate, in terms of how the co-response is working and how the flow through to 211. I trust that we'll continue to really move forward in those principles. But that was something that was just a great takeaway for me, is that, if you get the right, well-trained person on the other line, and if it's a matter of dysregulation or really just needing someone to talk through whatever's going on in that moment, but you might not actually need to have, boots on the ground sent out or whatever that looks like. I think that's also something we really want to be focused on in terms of addressing people's needs, managing our resources, all of that good stuff.
And I think prior to Councillor Carroll, I just think it's also important, the communication piece of that transition is going to be really important to the public as to that they're not left high and dry, and that there's no misconceptions that because this component of the service or this collaborative initiatives and these partnerships is going to end, that there isn't something even larger or even, I guess, more accessible, hopefully, that is out there and existing for the public. And I think that really, really warrants probably really high-end communication so that people can have that seamless transition. It will never be totally seamless, obviously, but I think that's very important as we're at September 12th already.
Yeah, thank you,
Sorry,
Chair.
yeah.
And just to respond to what the Deputy Mayor said, with 211, they have the ability to dispatch a non-police response. There's nothing to say that the call navigator at 211 wouldn't assess the situation and simply have that dealt with by a crisis worker over the phone. It's really for them to determine if the client wants a non-police response.
Thank you for that. Councillor Carroll.
I just wanted to comment, and I might be making the community, some members of the community mad. With respect to the community, I get that they're bringing us concerns, but I think we also need to acknowledge as board members some of the things that were said are kind of hard to hear. I know from going and sitting through the annual 3-day training with police that they're actually trained to understand. They know that for some individuals, their very uniform is escalating. You know that. I know that you know that. And I think people, while they may have had some negative experiences or things like that, I think they sometimes think that police officers aren't aware of the fact that that's a challenge in working with someone in a crisis. Well, even my daughter phoning 311, she didn't know that someone in a uniform would show up at the front door 3 minutes later, but they did, and that was very escalating. So I know that happens for a lot of people, but the officer knew that too. So, when he saw her freaking out that he showed up, he stood back, and I learned 2 years later, he stood back because that's his training. He stood back and started assessing because he knows, just the sight of me for a person in crisis is stressful. I got to figure this out and navigate it now. And sometimes I know that goes awry and we have different consequences, but I do know that effort is there. So sometimes when we hear a deputation where we're told you don't know this, you're bad at it, and that's all there is to it, that's hard to hear when you deal with it multiple times a day. And I just want to acknowledge, I know it's part of your training. It's just a hard thing to make the community understand. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor. Member Berlinger.
Thank you, and happy to hear that you're going to take that back and kind of look at the messaging, because Gerstein was kind of in your space, and they're not going to be in your space anymore. So that is a change. Right? That is a fundamental kind of shift in the nature of the engagement. So, and I think the report was interesting, the evaluation was interesting in terms of those kinds of learnings. In my own organization, we've invited 5 colleague agencies into our house, so to speak. And that it's a dynamic thing. It's a very cool thing, but a dynamic thing. So the messaging, I think, will be important. I would like to move a motion, and you spoke to this, Deputy Polk, in kind of Gerstein stepping up at the time and engaging. So my motion is just simply to acknowledge and thank Gerstein because it was risky for them as an entity, risky for TPS as well, but to kind of recognize that. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that motion.
Yes, we're just trying to get it on Here we go, on screen.
I'd
Chief, would
only,
you like to say something
If I
first?
could indulge you, Chair, risky for TPS. I did want to, acknowledge that comment as the chief and simply say that while I appreciate that comment, we are committed to taking the risks or whatever steps are necessary. And I do think, I do want to acknowledge our members who did open the doors to Gerstein and engage in a meaningful partnership that, listen, like all new things, didn't come without a number of bumps and curves in the road. But, I think there was some mutual engagement that worked very hard to advance this. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so the motion is moved by Member Chris Brillinger and seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley, and then open for discussion if there's any questions or discussion from the rest of the board. Seeing none, let's take a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Motion passed, carried. So I'd like a motion to receive the item. So motion by Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 7. This is an update on building a respectful workplace. I believe it was held. Number 7, I believe it was it Councillor, I think it was Councillor Cheng. Does anyone have any, I believe it was held by Councillor Cheng. Does anyone have any questions regarding item 7?
I do, yes, sorry.
Okay. Anyone else? So I can put you on the list. Okay, Councillor Carroll?
It's a quick one. The Forum Research Survey provides some insight into this, and there are recommendations, in the body of the report here that I think are just being shared with us as the board for information. It's not an area where we can direct. But there's an acknowledgement of findings, implementation of more robust human resources planning, update policies and procedures. It's that list. It's on page 3 of the report. And so it has recommendations that give you some things to work for, but it stops just short of one thing for me. We can train each individual in the service, but something that I long for is if we're really going to have a respectful workplace, is it ever going to be a KPI for senior command, for senior officers? If we're changing culture, then we ought to be able to say, gee, there's a lot of complaints coming out of your unit or your division or whatever is their part of the command. You should be doing something from a managerial perspective to reduce that number of complaints. And I only ask it because so often we get reports or we see the complainant going out into the media when it gets to the criminal place saying there was a culture. And to me, that's a matter for performance evaluation at the senior level. So I'm wondering, are we setting those types of metrics and having that conversation with senior members of staff, senior members of the uniform command to say, you're going to be evaluated. If your division has more complaints about workplace harassment than anywhere else, that's a you problem, not just your individual officer's problem.
As the CIO tries to pass me chocolate-covered almonds.
I'm trying to get an answer to my question. He's trying to fill your mouth up with almonds so that you can't.
So what I can say is this type of metric and performance evaluation, it's always tough in kind of bargaining environments. But this, now more than ever, especially I would say in the last 12 months, there are real conversations around conduct, complaints coming in for specific units, and where senior officers are deployed. And this command team has moved people, has changed assignments, has looked at working conditions, has looked at patterns of complaints to make sure that the teams can thrive. And so conversations happen. We also have a few courses like conflict resolution, mediation, things like that, and we do impose those types of measures. We have an entire team dedicated to getting into units to hear from members what the experience is, to mediate through issues, to do kind of other things outside of a formal sort of PRS kind of investigation. And so there's lots more tools in the toolkit to drive greater member accountability and leader accountability on how units are run. And the other place that I think we've infused this idea of what is your metric and how are you evaluated as a leader is through our promotional processes. So early in 2025, we actually have to do probably a staff superintendent, and inspector process, and a staff sergeant. And there are interview questions. It's part of your unit commander evaluation when you're submitting an interest in terms of how are you conforming to the service's values, how are you showing up as a leader. And those, I think, are real conversations that happen with command, with SMT, to try and bring and promote. No, as part of promotions, we do have an annual performance cycle. Adherence to that for sure is a gap. And part of that is the rigor with which you do it and what are the ways to incent that being done regularly. But we do have other ways, whether it's through deployment and assignments, whether it's through the promotional process, that do allow us to start to set a tone and to reward those that are, demonstrating the right values.
And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say all of this tucks in and rolls up under the stated priority of improving trust within the Toronto Police. That we have been made the trust in and within the service is something that is one of the key priorities of this command team to deliver on. And this 100% are the kind of conversations we're leading with our senior leaders to acknowledge on how are you supporting improving trust within the service, particularly in this context about how do you make the workplace respectful when the metrics suggest there are challenges.
And maybe just add, we did have one of the things in the report we talk about in a member engagement survey. Now that's a few years old, but we did in that one talk about the workplace and the culture and the leadership, and we actually did a drop down to say which unit, right? Do you want to, where your experience is from. And where there are issues, we will have like very direct unit level kind of, whether it's we're soliciting input, we'll have our Respectful Workplace team come in and say, here's like a pulse survey or to try and unearth issues. The good thing is we are seeing a healthy uptick in people wanting to come forward, even on historical issues, which suggests that they're starting to understand there are different pathways. It's not always one sort of way. There's different ways, and that the member can control to some degree the outcome. Because sometimes they want to raise it, but they don't necessarily want it to go down paths, right? Maybe sometimes they just want to raise it and want more of a alternative resolution, maybe just a mediation. And so we're trying to empower members to come forward and take a more victim sort of centered approach to say, how do you want to resolve certain things and offer other things other than just a full-blown investigation, which are still needed in many cases, but have other things available as well.
Right.
Can you put on your microphone?
Sorry. The senior officer who's put in that position, how do you want us to solve this? He would be evaluated at some point on that. Because my worry is this: someone moves into a division or a particular command, and he may be at a point in his life where, I'm not going to keep climbing, I'm just going to do this real well. But if he's not taking on...
We're going to use the word they, because it's a he or she. Yes.
He or she, if they're not taking on your equity strategy and feeling accountable for having a zero tolerance atmosphere, you get things like we read in the paper this week. And I hardly agree with the chief. People extend that from, oh, if that's happening amongst each other in there, then I don't trust them helping me out in the community. That's the real destructive nature of that. So if even if he's not looking for a promotion, if this is his unit and he says I run it well, that we're looking for, well, the 360 review says otherwise. What are you going to do about that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that.
Yeah, no, thank you. And we didn't, and we are, it's a he or she. We know our unit commanders. We're proud of that, actually, are diverse. Thank you, Councillor. So now I would like to, can someone please motion to receive? Thank you. Councillor Carroll, seconder. Deputy Mayor Morley, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. So as we move along, going into the stretch, into the home stretch, I know we had already approved 11. I would just like to acknowledge the written submission of Nicole Corrado on that item. We are now on budget variance, item number 13. We do have a deputation. So Mr. Langefeld, and he's here virtual.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Kostakis. Hopefully everything else I'm speaking on is quick for the rest of the after evening. Just looking at this is page 128 of the PDF, page 4 of the services budget. You've got here the extended, in premium pay, the extended hours, the court attendance, and the callbacks. And I noticed actually in one of the other items it was broken out as to how much was related to each of those. I'd just like to suggest that in the budget breakdowns and variances, if we could have that breakdown as well between those three. Also on page 6 of that report, 130 in the PDF, it discusses the potential changes to basically accounting procedures. And I as a former accountant, I got to say I'm pretty worried when somebody says, oh, we'll be able to solve some of our financial problems and clean up our funding issues by looking at what we can do under generally accepted accounting principles. So I just raise that as some concerns. But overall, in this list of things that they're going to look at, currently the service is exploring various actions and mitigations, which include the following. None of those relate to actually detasking police, finding ways to be more efficient, looking at where they're spending their time and energy, how many officers are responding to calls, all those various things. And so that seems to be missing here in the report. And I know we often hear that being said as that that's part of what's being considered and that the service is trying to do that and work towards that. But unfortunately, there are other times where we see where that just doesn't seem to fall into the list of things being done. So the other thing was on the capital budget. I'm just wondering, the body-worn camera here is listed as being red under the on-budget category, but it's actually under budget. And I'm just wondering if that's a mistake in the form or why that's considered red for budget. That's it on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Langefeld? No. Thank you very much. So now can we have a motion to approve
Can
budget?
I just have a question? Just a couple of questions? Yeah. I just wanted to ask a question about, so it's probably here and I'm just reading it wrong. We had an unfavorable of 35. There's a list of possible reductions. All those reductions, if they pan out, they get us to the 22, or they could chip away at the 22.
They get us, so the 13 in recoveries are things we're reasonably confident about to get us to the 22.
Oh,
the total pressure is actually the 35 we're starting to offset, And now to chip away at the 22, we talk about a number of other measures that we need to quantify to see how deep we can chip away at that. On the potential reduction slide, you'll see there's a number of things,
That's the
right?
ones I'm mad about. Those could improve on the 22 number.
Yeah, so it's,
Oh,
the
okay, that's
13
what I
are
wasn't
more,
sure
let's
of.
say we're certain about to get to 22.
Yeah,
Now to
yeah.
chip away at the 22, we're looking at a bunch of other things.
Okay, and those are ones you would have to look at in consultation. Okay. And I'm quite all right with you continuing to follow GAP rules. Please do.
We absolutely will. We never would not. We have very clean audited financial statements every year through the city.
Yeah.
The one that we didn't add in here, but we will be following up, we had sent a letter to the province earlier in the year around Resolute funding and the uniqueness of Toronto and the amount of pressure that those are causing, because a big portion of this variance is unplanned Resolute. So we will be following up this fall again with another attempt.
Maybe you could talk to Gary Crawford, the Premier's new advisor. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Now, can we have a motion to approve? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconder. Member Brillinger, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. And then 14, I know that we had, again, we had received it, but I'd like to acknowledge Nicole Corrado for her written submission as well. We are now on item 15, the Ombudsman Report, an investigation into the Toronto Police Services communications about its vulnerable persons registry. I'd like to acknowledge Nicole Corrado. I believe, I'm not sure if she's on. She was listed to be on virtually. Nicole, do we have Nicole on? And thank you for your written submission as well. Is Ms. Corrado on? She is?
Oh.
Okay.
I was going to try to log in. Could you wait? I'm going to try to log back into the WebEx.
No problem.
In person.
No problem.
Hey, can I unmute now? Can you unmute me, please? On WebEx? And on screen, could you unmute me?
Can we unmute Ms. Corrado, please? Just, there we go.
Yes.
You're unmuted now, Nicole.
Hello. I am a self.
Oh, just a moment. Sorry, Ms. Corrado. Just got muted. There you go.
Hello. I am a self-registered user of the Vulnerable Persons Registry. I am on the autism spectrum, and when the Vulnerable Persons Registry was first created, it was designed without any input from people who actually had disabilities. So it was originally designed that a parent or a caregiver would fill it out. I pointed out that a person could be identified as a vulnerable person and yet still be able to fill out a form themselves and be autonomous enough to be able to fill out a form. So because of that feedback, the form now encourages self-registration. The problem with the form, with the Toronto Police Services Vulnerable Person Registry, is that the VPR is designed as incident reporting software. It's based off of incident car theft reporting software, so it refers to the person as an incident. And that's really dehumanizing and really offensive. Plus, it's really tricky to navigate. So it's just quite confusing and offensive, and certainly not user-friendly. When I moved out of Toronto to Beaconsfield, Quebec, I found that Beaconsfield, Quebec has a very different system with its vulnerable persons registry, and it's a whole lot better. Beaconsfield, Quebec, the vulnerable persons registry is run through the public library system rather than the police. The police have access to it if you want. You can opt in or opt out of having police access, but their library system runs it, and it is designed for people with disabilities to be able to fill it out themselves. And you don't have to necessarily have a disability. You could identify as vulnerable for any reason and be able to fill it out. I would highly recommend that the Toronto Police Services stops using CopLogic, which is the incident reporting form, and instead switch to a format that is designed specifically as a vulnerable persons registry. Either use Medical Alert, which is what a lot of places are doing, or use a system like Wealth does, which is vulnerablepersonsregistry.ca, or do what Beaconsfield, Quebec does and have detasking the VPR. And the other thing is, when I lived in Toronto, I had to fill out I also signed myself up for the autism registry with Durham because it would not, the vulnerable persons registry would not work outside of Toronto. So working with Medical Alert would actually be the best system. And it would be the most user-friendly to work with Medical Alert or another third-party system that would be user-friendly, if I need help.org or something like that. So, yeah, I hope you take into consideration the users, vulnerable persons registry users, and ask the users what they would want to moving forward with vulnerable persons registry.
Thank you so much, Ms. Corrado. Any questions for Ms. Corrado? Thank you so much for always for your input and expertise. Thank you. We appreciate your time always. I'd also like, just prior to also acknowledge Mr. John Sewell for written submission on this item. And I will, should we continue with this item and then reopen the other one? Okay, we'll finish this one. So at this point, we'd like to have, prior to any questions, the Ombudsman, is it Ado or Addo? Addo, if would like to say a few words, if you'd like to come up to the front.
So good evening. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair, Chief Demkiw, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our report today and answer any questions. As you know, this investigation into the Toronto Police Service's communication about its Vulnerable Persons Registry represents our first investigation since Council expanded our oversight to include police. It's also our first review since the Memorandum of Understanding was reached between my office, the board, and the service. I want to acknowledge the cooperation my office received from board staff and the staff of the Toronto Police Service during this investigation. Our requests for documents related to our review were fulfilled promptly, and the staff who we wished to interview were made themselves readily available to my investigators. The board and the service have accepted the report's findings and have committed to implementing the 13 recommendations to address the concerns identified with the communication about its registry and its management. The idea for a Vulnerable Persons Registry dates back to recommendations made by former Supreme Court Justice Frank Akabuchi in his 2014 report, which examined police encounters with people in crisis. I believe that the rationale for the registry is as relevant today as it was back in 2014 when Justice Akabuchi made his recommendation to then Chief Bill Blair. The purpose of the registry is to provide officers with critical information about a vulnerable person quickly and effectively, reducing the risk of this information being overlooked during an emergency response. The registry provides registrants with an opportunity to voluntarily create a personal de-escalation strategy with the Toronto Police, thereby increasing the likelihood of a positive police interaction. That said, my investigation found problems with the communication about the Vulnerable Person Registry and its overall management have impacted the registry's success and prevented it from being as effective as it could be. It is significant that the service is willing and committed to doing the necessary work to improve the registry. I strongly believe that the board, the service, and my office share the same goal: to ensure that the registry is working as it was intended, to provide officers with information that can assist them when interacting with a vulnerable person in an emergency. The Chief of Police has committed to reporting back to the board and my office in December with a status update on the implementation of my recommendations. We look forward to receiving the Chief's update and will continue to work with both the board and the service to ensure that the recommendations are implemented to the satisfaction of my office. Those are my remarks. Thank you again for allowing me an opportunity to speak with you this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you also provide your remarks to us in writing if we can have it as well?
Yes.
So that we have you on record? And just any questions from the board for the Ombudsman?
I'm
Councillor
just
Carroll.
wondering if the Ombudsman wanted to comment on Nicole Corrado's comments, our deputant, and a regular advocate for these issues here. In your work, did you examine models in other communities?
We didn't specifically examine other models that I'm aware of, but one of the things that the deputant did refer to was the difficulty or the ability to navigate the registration process. That was one of the things that came up time and time when we spoke to people. And one of the recommendations that we made focused around communication and how that registration information can be provided to people prior to them actually starting the process, so they can understand what information is required and they can make an informed decision about whether or not to register for the service.
Okay. Thank you. That was my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, can we have Ms. Corrado back on screen? There she is. Okay.
To answer your question, have I looked at other municipalities? Yes, I have looked at several municipalities. I actually created a Facebook page called Beyond the Autism Registry, where I reviewed vulnerable persons registries throughout North America. There's ones. Toronto's is one of the worst ones, but not the worst, but it's one of the worst. But the best ones are Guelph and Sault Ste. Marie, Bay Durfee, Quebec, Kirkland, Quebec, and Beaconsfield. Those ones are pretty good. There's a couple of other good ones. The best ones are designed for people to self-register, and they're designed as vulnerable persons registries, designed for people, say, with physical disabilities or maybe who have some loss of mobility due to age, but they're designed for self-registration and they're designed for self-advocacy. Those are the best kind.
Right.
The worst kind are the cop logic ones that are designed after incident report software. But yes, I've looked at all kinds. You can look up Beyond the Autism Registry on Facebook. You just type it in, you will see a whole list of registries. And plus, I also created a group, Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms.
Thanks,
Corrado.
Nicole.
I appreciate it. Okay, we can keep Ms. Corrado on during the session. Just on mute so it doesn't interrupt with the rest of the. Okay, thank you so much. But we can keep her on during this. Any other questions for the Ombudsman? Thank you very much. We look forward to your notes as well. Thank you so much. We do have also the CEO of Medical Alert, Leslie McGill. Would you like to say a couple words as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. and to the chief and others at the table. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be here to answer any questions that you have. Many of you are likely familiar with MediCalert. We do run a vulnerable persons registry and have done so since 1961. So we are essentially the gold standard in Canada when it comes to a vulnerable persons registry. We have made several enhancements over the course of the last 5 years in my time with MediCalert to ensure to be able to actually answer some of the questions that your guest raised with respect to accessibility and essentially user-centered design to support individuals who have multiple variants of vulnerability. There is no universal definition of vulnerability at all. And so one of the things we rely on is essentially people to self-identify. We have done research in this area across Canada, and it actually aligns fundamentally with people who have chronic health conditions. About 33% of Canadians identify as being vulnerable in some way, shape, or form. So we are here to support. We have been working with Mr. Stairs and his team at Toronto Police Service for a while in conversations. We haven't fulfilled anything yet, but we want to continue the discussion and to be able to help and support the decisions that this council makes.
Okay, any questions for Ms. McGill? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, just a quick one. And you say you've been running it since the 60s, so someone could register to be on the vulnerable persons registry but not want to wear the bracelet? It wouldn't
That's not the case. So the combination for MediCalert is the bracelet is essentially the visible symbol.
Yes.
But the vast majority of our work today with first response is through the database interactions that we have.
Oh, really?
We have, we're in the big data business is how I would like to describe it.
I know a vulnerable person who won't wear the bracelet.
Well, we're trying to work through that, and we have
Yes.
a pilot project in Ottawa right now where the bracelet is not required.
Fascinating. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Chris Brunge, okay. Any other questions for Ms. McGill? Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate all the work that you do as well. Thank you. We do have a motion from Member Brillinger.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the both speakers, and particularly the Ombudsman's Office for their work. I've gone through an ombudsman review myself, so to our colleagues on the service side, I know what the process is like. The report was very helpful, and I understand the challenges associated with this project from the get-go. So I have a good understanding of the challenges, and am appreciative of the efforts of the service in this piece of work. It was never an easy piece, so I appreciate all of the work that went into it. The Ombudsman engagement was a very focused aspect. They were looking at a particular aspect of the registry. My motion simply broadens to other aspects of the registry, and I think this would probably be included in the report back that you would be doing later in the year, but just to give the direction to broaden the scope of the report back.
Okay, so we have a motion by Member Brillinger. Can we get a second before we go into discussion? Councillor Carroll, and now discussion, which I can begin. I think on number 3, perhaps like we did in the previous, maybe also add ARAP to that as well, if that's if people agree to that.
Yeah, I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, as an amendment. Any other discussion or any suggested amendments? And with that amendment, are we able to put that up? Oh, do we? Sorry. Number 3. Okay. So obviously we've discussed it, but
I have a
go ahead.
Just a quick one, just with respect to like jurisdictional scan, if just based on what we've learned and we heard from the great work that Ms. Corrado has been doing, looking at best practices, and I don't know if we want to provide direction around jurisdictional scan for and adopting best practices or this type of thing, but that could also just be undertaken, I'm sure, and will be part of the work. But I do really appreciate the points that were raised around making sure that it is user-centric, and not only a system that prioritizes the experience of the vulnerable person who may want to self-register, but ensuring that they're part of the consultation as that gets developed. So just wanted to put that piece in. Thank you.
Okay, and with the amendment, and I don't think we need to see it on screen in order to proceed. So as amended, it was motioned by Member Brillinger, seconded by Councillor Carroll. All in favor, as amended? Not seeing any opposed as well. Motion carried. And now can I have a motion to receive the agenda item? Deputy Mayor Morley to motion, seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Motion carried. And now I'd like to motion that we reopen item 14. We apologize to Mr. Langenfeld. It was just missed on my notes here. It wasn't included, so I'd like to motion to reopen 14 for Mr. Langenfeld's deputation. Councillor Carroll, seconded by Deputy Mayor Morley. All in favor? Motion carried. We're reopening number 14 for Mr. Langenfeld's deputation. Can we get Mr. Langenfeld on, please?
Thank you, board members.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Point here. These things happen. So in the reports here on 2024.05, I note that on page 5 it identifies the fact that the officer didn't have their body-worn camera turned on, and in 2024.08, I point out that there's, in this case, 4 officers that went to a call where they had requested a mobile crisis team, and the response was that a mobile crisis team wasn't available. I'd just like to point out to the service that, they often rightly say they're the last line of defense. They're often the only responder that can handle something. But this also highlights the reality that there are times when they're the wrong people to respond, and so there are actually situations where it's better if nobody shows up than police officers, and those are rare situations, but they're certainly problematic when they do occur. So I think that's why we also have to seriously make sure that we're taking the funding to fund the mobile crisis units and other response systems to take some of the load off police so that they can focus on what we all want them to do and what they do very well. And then on 2023.84, this is another situation where an officer failed to turn on their body-worn camera. And these 2 examples this month aren't by any stretch the only examples. And seeing as we're spending $5 million a year, I think it is, on a 10-year contract for Axon to give us unlimited video data storage, I'd like to suggest that the board should consider revisiting their policies on body-worn cameras and simply have them turned on. In conversations I have with people regarding Toronto Police's policies and procedures around that, the question really comes up, why is there an off button on these things? There's situations where officers, it shouldn't be used to spy on officers, certainly, and they have privacy issues for the officers during their work, but when problems arise, those cameras should just be on by default and all the time, and we'll simply use the data that's relevant and quickly delete the stuff after the disciplinary reporting period has passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, can we have a motion to receive this item? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconded by Member Migliori. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we'll zoom back to item number 16, which is the Professionalism and Accountability, September 2024. That was held. And we have a deputation first, sorry. So we have two deputations. So Mr. Langenfeld, virtual, is first on number 16.
Thank you. And I'm going to be on the next one too, so I'll just warn you ahead of time.
I can see that. Thank you.
16, I already... Thanks. I already mentioned there was the question of some statistics there that basically boil down to your officers dealing in a documented interaction with people on average less than once per day over the period of a year. So unless there's some error in those numbers, I think that's something that as a board you should be looking at. But meanwhile, also at page 29 of this report, page 294 in the PDF, this is 13 complaints through the Attorney General where judges had raised issues in 13 separate cases regarding 20 officers. And I note that the professional standards of the police only found misconduct in 8 cases. And this kind of raises the question of there's either a serious problem with our judges or with professional standards. If we've got, because historically judges never said anything against police, they've thankfully started to in the right, hopefully in the right circumstances, but the idea that they would raise questions and be wrong 80% of the time, and that only 20% of the cases where they raised issue in their findings of a legal hearing with the testimony of officers, did the police department find any agree that there was a problem, I think raises some questions about the investigation by police. And so I would like to suggest that there should be some independent review of these. Maybe it's after the decisions, after professional standards goes through them, but some independent body needs to be taking a look, because the idea that judges are getting it wrong 4 out of 5 times just doesn't really sound right to me in that case. So I have some concerns about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Thank you. Can we have, we do have a written submission for Ms. Corrado, but she's also on virtually. Thank you for your submission as well. And get Ms. Corrado on. Can we unmute? Go ahead, Ms. Corrado.
A couple of things. I'd like to say that, for one, I'd like to thank some of the officers who had gotten mental health awards for handling things the correct way. I'd also like to point out there was a case where a human officer and a police dog officer were given an award for finding a missing person with Alzheimer's. I think that when police are going to be using animals, I don't normally agree with police having animals, but because they don't consent to police work, but certainly to find missing persons, I think that's a job that dogs actually like, because it's like a game of hide and seek, and a dog can actually be comforting for a person. So, that stood out. But also more about that police are doing more things than they really should be doing. I mean, a lot of the mental health cases really should be handled by a non-police agency like the Gerstein Center, like the Toronto Community Crisis Service. And because that way the police can actually deal with what they're actually supposed to be dealing with, which is criminal cases and potential criminal cases. A person in crisis, that is not a criminal case. That's a person who's experiencing a neurological dysregulation. And sometimes police get involved, like with the guy who had dementia, but that's a different kind of thing. That's not a criminal situation. But unless it's a missing person or a criminal situation, there are certainly other agencies. And about the missing persons, another thing I was going to tell you about in Bay Durfee, Quebec, and Pointe Claire, Quebec, they actually have, along with police, obviously, because anything can go wrong, but they have a volunteer search and rescue, and it's called Sauvetage, which means save. They're volunteer search and rescue, and they also act as paramedics, but they have volunteer search and rescue who help look for missing persons with Alzheimer's or autistic people, and along with police. Plus, they also have something called VCOPs, volunteer citizens on patrol, who can do things like traffic patrol and stuff, and they can be at events. So there's a lot of detasking that I've noticed when moving to Quebec, Montreal, West Island. It's worth looking into some of the detasking stuff. I don't know if that has to do with item 16, but it seems like item 16 covers a whole lot of different miscellaneous issues. So I thought it was worth bringing up.
Thank you so much, Ms. Corrado. Any questions for Ms. Corrado? Seeing none, thank you so much again for your time today. Can I have a motion to questions from the board? Any questions from the board? Deputy Mayor Morley?
That hand was a motion to receive.
Hand, excellent. Seconder? Member Brillinger, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Our last item, number 17, which is the semi-annual report, suspended police officers from January 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2024. We do have a deputation taking us home. Mr. Chris Langenfeld, can we get him back on?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kostakis. So on this one, 2 quick points, and I'll get us out of here before 8, for my part anyways. It mentions the board civilian staff, that if civilian staff were suspended, that's in a separate report to the board that presumably, I'm guessing, went confidential. Anyways, I'm just wondering why that anonymized information, why we don't have a similar count here. And then on the big number here, I'm trying to understand, does this actually say that there are 113 officers that are currently suspended, 106 of them without pay, 106 with pay, very sorry, and as well 7 without pay and 4 who have left the TPS? I'm misreading that, or that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Langenfeld? None? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld. At this point, can I get a motion to receive this item? Or do we have, now I'll ask, first, are there any questions from the board? They're all
Just a
confusing.
super quick one for the record.
You're confusing me.
Yeah, no,
Go
sorry
ahead.
about that. I'm usually quick to go at this stage in the day. I wanted to just provide an opportunity for Savina to speak to that, because I'm not sure if the presumption that was shared by the deputant is accurate, so maybe we can just clarify what those numbers mean. Thank you.
Sorry, this is dead. So those numbers, if you look at the report, it's actually for a 6-month period of time. So our current number of suspended officers is 43. What you're seeing here is the amount of officers suspended within that 6-month period of time over the last 5 years.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were clear for the record. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. At this point, don't get excited yet. We're not done yet. Don't get excited yet. We're not done yet. Hold on one sec, please. I will have some closing remarks before we adjourn. So can I have a motion to receive? Deputy Mayor Morley, seconder by Member Brillinger. All in favor? That motion is carried. Before we adjourn, I just wanted to take this opportunity to also inform our public that the next regular board meeting will take place on Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, here at Police Headquarters. Also, I know this was a long day for everybody, but I'd like to thank everyone, the command, all the officers, every single person who's still in this room, as a thank you. Also to everyone who is listening today on the live stream. And also to the deputations. I know there was some sensitive topics that came out and disclosures today, and I'd just like to encourage everyone, and even people maybe who may have been triggered today, that yes, accessing 211, there are services out there to please access the supports if you are in crises. We're all here to help. There are many organizations out there that are there to help if people do not want to access the police, obviously, and that's our goal, is to partner with all of these so that police do their police work and that everyone else who's out there that's providing services is providing services as well. We're all here to serve and protect our communities and each other, and wishing everybody a safe home tonight. Thank you very much, everyone, for a great meeting. To the newbies, welcome aboard. This was your initiation. And I'd like a motion to, motion to adjourn. I'm getting there. Motion to, you think I got this far and I'm not going to, so motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Morley, thank you very much, everyone. We are out.